Take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, NEXUS is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In NEXUS, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bouline Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bouline Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, NEXUS also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with mini banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes NEXUS so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on NEXUS. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a Firearm Inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone.
Moving, working, I'm out of here. Murder the tune, it's a body here. Reviving the beat, then it's right back to sleeping. I use a technique that they got me here. Whoa. I'm 10 feet ahead of you. Catch me, it's something you'll never do. I turn around.
What's the challenge? A little bit greater HP for Victor. The boost is up.
It's incredible. It's how it feels at the top.
Just separation could be the reason why they don't close out this game. Swaying on the top.
I give it. Look in my eyes.
There's lying X. Look at it swing on through on the side.
I got a lot on the line. Fish with a different approach. Only spend time in the boat.
Close together and groups up. A good nade might find all they're looking for. Leg C, leg X.
It's dawn of the second day here of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Fall 2022 Finals. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host, joined by Maxman and Kalarser on the end. As gentlemen, we are going to be hitting our halfway point of our finals today. We've had some big step-ups yesterday. We've had some teams perform better than we've seen them do in multiple phases. And of course, we've had some old guards just continue their reign of supremacy. Maxman, what was your quick recap of yesterday?
MADBULLS. Yeah.
Nice. Lars?
Pretty quick. I mean, I probably would have to echo that as well. I mean, considering, you know, the HVVP as well, and VP, Demuerte, PIONER, all in those top 5 positions. The dominance of that region is showing true and strong, and the other teams got to step up.
100% true. And well, speaking of other teams stepping up, we have seen a couple do so and a couple make their push for that top 8 to get into the European regionals. But before we can get to that, we got to remind ourselves, we've been talking this up every single day, I feel like, throughout this entire event. Maxman, today is the day you need to figure out or show us how you're going to not necessarily drink your Monster Energy, which is the official energy drink partner here at PMPL. At the end of the show, you're going to be doing this. Can you give us any hints of what's going to be happening?
I feel if I give any more hint is going to give it away. But I'll tell you, it took me 2 hours last night from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. to get it done. So there you go. That's
so he cooked something or baked. Did he bake a monster pie or is it monster cake? Because I know he's been trying to work on his cake game.
Yeah, maybe. You know, I would like to think it is. You know those, I don't know what they call those contraptions where you like have like cars going down things and then it knocks into something else.
Oh, I know the name. Oh, I can't remember.
Yeah, but you know what I mean?
I just thought about something though. It's monster themed, so it's green. How am I going to show it with a green screen background?
You spent 2 hours.
I just connected the dots right now. Oh, we'll see.
You spent 2 hours making a green thing. Are you for real?
Oh, okay, we'll have to see now. Okay, I'm scared.
Well, as you can see, it doesn't take much brains here to be an analyst on PMPL. As you check out all of our social medias as well, and probably see us bash you, Max, even more. Maybe just see more posts that Max have liked over on official channels here down below, Max. How did you not realize this, Max? You literally held... Was it you who pointed out to Blank that he can't wear the sweater he had on today in rehearsals because it was green?
I don't think it was me, but yeah, you know what? Hypocrisy.
I'm making it you.
Hypocrisy is my middle name, Jason, okay? And also bad predictions is my second middle name, so we'll see. But yeah,
got a lot of middle names there in France.
I got a lot. But yeah, MADBULLS pretty good. 172 points. That was 97 points on the day. And they keep outdoing themselves. I don't know how they do it, Jason. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Honestly, I didn't really pit them to do so well. Not necessarily so well, but so consistently good of what they were able to do in the league phase into the finals, and yet they've done even better. So kudos to them to continue to improve here. As we look down the list, Kalaris, a couple of teams have been able to sneak into top 8. One team in particular in 8th place with Death Machine.
Yeah, and really happy to see that, to be perfectly honest. I mean, coming into the season as a whole, we looked at this team and Clear Vision, thinking to ourselves, damn, you know, they really were able to pop off in previous seasons. We hope that they can kind of continue that on. Obviously, there were hurdles that they had to approach in the phases, especially on things like Miramar, which definitely hurt them in the long run. But now, with less congestion in their locations as well as maybe on some of their rotations, they're able to show us a bit more. I don't think they're probably going to get themselves podium finishes, a podium finish overall, but the fact that they're in top 8, very nice.
Yeah. I'm looking at Demuerte though. I want to see a converted win eventually, right? But if they just want smooth sailing into the championship, getting second place after second place after second place, it's going to work out. So I can't argue with that one. Got 2 more Sanhoks today. Chances are they're going to get 2 more second places minimum.
Yeah, I really want to hammer home at them of saying, like, I don't think that's going to fly if you get to the next stages of events, the next tier of events with the European Regional and potentially PMGC. But at the same time, man, if you can make Sanhok like a almost guaranteed second place map for you, like we saw Enigma Galaxy do at PMGC, they could have a good chance to place extremely high in these events. Yeah,
they definitely could. And I mean, I tried to allude to it yesterday, but we kind of ran out of time a little bit. But once again, Sanhok being such a volatile map the way it is, if you can constantly get yourself a second place over and over and over and avoid the constant third parties, the constant hard shifts that require you to then traverse against, you know, 5 teams ahead of you, take the second place. Take it all day long. I don't mind.
Yeah, well, you know what? They're going to keep taking it all day long. We'll find out if they can continue to today. But speaking of continuing to do things, the question is, can MADBULLS continue to perform on day 2 of the finals and lengthen the lead even more? We had questions about whether or not they would be able to maintain that same kind of level of play. And as I said right before this, they have improved even more. So you can take a look at their stats from league play to the finals alone here. How do you improve on those stats? I don't understand how that can happen so often here for MADBULLS.
Well, yesterday it seemed like the 3-man buff was real. They just lose a play like, okay, let's step it up. Let's go for the win, boys. And it worked out so many times in a row. They increased the average survival time to like 23 minutes over the course of all yesterday's 6 matches. And I think it's down to a very simple thing, right? The fact that we do not have these rotating lobbies. They got one game plan that they tested many times in the league stage that works extremely, extremely well. And they just keep repeating it. Game after game after game, and even bad circles. We saw it yesterday, right, Kalaris? They drop Promosk, the circles on MUERTE power position, and yet they can circle so quickly before any other team get the best spot and get the win off the back of that. So I have the impression nothing can really take down MADBULLS here.
Yeah, it's true extreme understanding of the circles, the terrain in those circles, and how to play them. The fact that they threaded it all the way through south of MUERTE into then MUERTE power, and then up east of that around the top into kind of those cliff areas where they had to contest against one team was nothing short of brilliant from a macro perspective. So I love that they're able to do both the macro and the micro so efficiently. And I do think QODEX should have won out this situation, all things given. Like, you shouldn't be jump shooting and trying to go for this movement here, because someone like Zerish is going to take you out in those moments.
one thing we can't underestimate, Max, is as we're seeing right here, their use of nades yesterday were phenomenal. There was a couple of situations where they're in towards the very late game and they open things up with 1, 2, even sometimes 3 knocks with grenades alone.
I think it was Monkey.
Off the charts.
Yeah, I think it was Monkey yesterday. His nades were insane. You just saw a replay there on the Miramar map towards that Acid del Patron finish. 2 insanely well executed nades on Game Lord, and it allows him to pick up a 1v3. The timing, the way they cook them, and the placement are just so well executed. Like every aspect of the game, they control to some way, to some extent, right? And they just can't be beaten on those, I have the impression, in this region at least. So yeah. Once again, 3 wins yesterday. I expect them to get a bunch more today potentially, and we had the question initially heading into the finals, can they keep that consistency in the finals? Question answered, it's a yes.
Will you go on record today as saying you think they're going to pull off another couple of wins?
I would say 2. I think 3 is a bit of a stretch, but...
Are you willing to put your eyebrows on the line for that?
No. Why was that? I don't know.
Max, come on. Come on.
Okay, I'm going to predict. Okay, if they get 2 wins today, I get an extra 1 point. Can I have that?
No, that's not how this works.
Okay.
You don't make the rules around this situation. I do.
Okay.
All right, well, you know what? If any of you out there are potential looking to be analysts for PUBG Mobile and you're willing to shave your eyebrows here on a prediction game, hit me up over on Instagram. Anyways, moving on beyond this, let's take a look at not only MADBULLS is improving over the course of yesterday compared to previously. Let's look at some other teams in terms of how they've been able to do in yesterday alone compared to previous as well. By taking a look at their average points per game, and obviously on the green side it is when it comes to the league phase, and the blue side is when it comes to the finals. And we can see we've had, well, not only MADBULLS with a great step up, HVVP have been able to do so. I mean, most teams you see here in general have been able to do somewhat of an increase in performance in the finals, but there are a couple of teams who unfortunately have fallen off just a bit.
Yeah, Pioneer obviously is one that really does stand out due to the fact that they were ultra consistent. I mean, not quite MADBULLS consistent, that is, you know, an alien-like feat, but, you know, the Pioneer was very consistent throughout the phases, so a little bit of a shame to see them have a little slight slide from grace, but they are still doing pretty darn well, all things considered, so you can't blame them too much. I think one thing that's really nice for a team like Pioneer is that they offset it slightly with the points that they came in from the 3 phases, so that gives them a little bit of a buffer.
I'm looking, sorry, I just want to jump in. Unicorns of Love also a little bit of a drop off in their stats overall. And when I looked a little bit at yesterday's matches, I had the impression we're seeing something that we saw in the first phase of this tournament, which is they tend to lose a player or 2 relatively early, and they're not like a 4-man crew at the late game and they can't finish off games. You saw 3, 4, fourth places yesterday in a row where they really struggled to close off the game, so I would like to see them make as a full squad at the end game. If they can do so, they can get wins, because right now they're in 7th. It's a risky spot to be in right here.
And Klaus, I wanted to actually touch on what you just mentioned about how we saw Pioneer just kind of banking on the fact they have a lot of bonus points built up. You have like the inverse of that in the form of Death Machine, where they didn't really have many points. Yes, they placed 4th when it came to the first phase, but thereafter they did, let's be blunt about it, horribly. So they have a big catch-up game to be able to pull off here to get top 8. And as you saw, the change of 5 points per game on average increase for them. They've been able to claw back at that lead that they lost, and been able to kind of rise themselves up into top 8 and potentially be a contender when it comes into EU regionals.
Yeah, potentially. I think their strength lies in central play, being able to hold down certain compounds and just kind of be able to play from there. But in a lot of the games in the phases, they weren't able to do that. They weren't able to get to those central play unwounded or kind of unscathed when they were making those moves. But in the final, we've seen it once or twice, and it has paid off. And I want to see more of that from Death Machine here in the next 2 days.
All right, well, you know what, let's move on from this, and actually, as we talk about bonus points, we get an idea here. We were all curious, how would teams be standing, would be placed right now if bonus points were not there, with obviously the change that happened here in this event. So let's actually take a look at where teams stood when it came to with bonus points and their current standings on the left-hand side, but then their standings if they didn't have the bonus points on the right-hand side, and there's some big movers, honestly, in here.
Yeah, I'm looking at TJB, an extra 2 placements higher there. Of course, their league stage was a little bit rough for them, right? They did struggle a little bit at the start because they're trying to build some new synergy. They got some new players into the team since PMWI. And really, it's the finals buff for TJB. Once again, they are able to step up game stuff. That chicken dinner a little bit early, and that really strong compound you mentioned, Kalas, was just so good, and the execution was so strong from TJB. Good close off. Of course, can they keep it up in the next 2 days? I think there's a chance that might happen, but yeah, TJB definitely impressed me with yesterday's matches in particular.
Yeah, and as you say already, Jason. Death Machine obviously would have been a little bit higher in regards to all of this, but that's kind of by the by. I still love the fact that teams are awarded for their overall phase positions. Pioneer, of course, would have been a little bit lower, etc., etc. But I think one thing to take away from just the current standings in general is that aside from the top 3, where we have just absolute powerhouses, it's still very close. There's still a great opportunity for a lot of these teams to be able to make leaps and strides in these next 2 days across 12 games, which is still a lot of games to go.
Exactly, that's 100% right. Like, any of these teams could realistically fall out of top 8 if they have a bad day here. Yeah. There's a lot of teams who can't afford to have bad days, and there's some teams like Shockwave, Ruthless, who need to have another good day here if they want to even be close to contending with top 8. So when you see some teams continue to improve here and maintain a high level of play, and other teams, once you saw the top 3, just kind of do the status quota for them because they've just been able to run away with our points so far. But gentlemen, I mean, we're not really too far out from our matches today, so let's get an idea of what's all coming your way here at home. We have obviously 6 matches happening, so we're going to be hitting every battleground twice, which means we'll have 2 Sanhoks, 2 Miramars, 2 Erangels, and we're going to have a Vikendi.
What?
Okay, I just want to get Max all hyped up.
Done today to you, Jason? What?
To confuse him.
Going after me? What's going on?
Well, you can see here, we're starting things off on Miramar, heading over to Sanhok and Erangel, and then going through that one more time. Unfortunately, Max, no, there won't be any Vikendi today, but I am looking forward to it in the future.
I don't know why we have Sanhok and we can't have Vikendi. I'm still tilted by that. Next year, okay, I have my hopes, yes.
Still dropping Dino Park in Vikendi.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, you're wrong.
It's a fun spot. I like it's fun, okay?
Castle, because you love Castle.
I love Castle finishes, not dropping castles. But yes, it's different.
You like Castle finishes, but not Castle beginnings.
It's Garocca all the way, mate. I don't understand you. Never mind.
Dino Park is fun. It's not, okay?
Claris, have we ever understood Max? Let's be honest. Let's take a look at our talent quiz for today. Let's see what our statement's going to be about this time. And obviously, we're all wrong yesterday when it comes to Mir and his national anthem being played before he plays any matches on a day. And we can see here, Tixie, he apparently takes care of the cooking during his team boot camps.
If it's a yes, and I went for it with yes, I want to try a Tixie Carbonara. I can tell you that seems like something tasty. So, yeah.
Is that a specialty? Tixie Carbonara? Yes. Okay.
So we're going to get Tixie Supremacy on one arm, and on the other arm, Tixie Carbonara.
Yeah.
It's just his face in a little bowl of carbonara. Cute.
All right, well, let's see the answer. Let's see if we're right or wrong. I don't know. I actually have no idea if it is true or false.
Oh, cool.
But I went with yes as well, to be honest. Let's see if the answer is yes. Maybe get some points here potentially if production can throw it up. Eventually, we'll see it, and then we'll know. And it can't go much higher. Hey, we're all right.
We all went yes.
Yes.
I put mine in ages ago. I can't believe you all went yes.
Max was the last one, to be fair. So he's the one that copied.
I just wanted to keep the dream alive of I can eat and know something made by Tixie one day. So that's why. It's a hopeful guess.
Eat something made by Tixie. Okay. I mean, yeah. All right.
Bit weird.
Have you ever had Claris cook for you?
Ha! No, of course not.
The delivery he gets to his front door is
that
delicious.
Doesn't count, though.
All right. It is fantastic. And hey, if you're providing dinner for someone or a meal for someone, in my eyes, you're cooking.
Look, if I make a ham sandwich, it spontaneously combusts into fire in the kitchen. So you don't want me cooking for you, okay?
You invited us out for like pierogi once, so no, I'll maybe that counts, yeah.
Good pierogi in Poland. We had that.
So we got Claris, who has things spontaneously combust. We have Maxman, who is a baker of cakes, and you have me, who can make some okay pancakes. Maybe we kind of have something going there. I don't know. Open up our own shop. But gentlemen, we're about to head into our first match. We're about to throw it on over to our casters. And actually, we're going to do it right now. We're not going to keep you guys waiting any longer. As John and Blank are ready on the wings to get things started.
Thank you very much for cooking us up a lovely intro there, Jason. We are going to be getting right out of the frying pan and into the fire of the first game, Blank.
There we are. I mean, he said we were on the wings. I was actually on the wings just last night on the Buffalo Wings. And I'll tell you, I came away with those things absolutely crying in the club. Unfortunately, no one's crying here, especially with the top 3. You're looking still fairly pretty, but the MADBULLS, they're celebrating almost at this point in time, where coming into the second day of the finals, they're a huge amount of points ahead. We didn't expect that to happen. Coming to this, I thought there would be maybe a little bit more competition, but it's the classic 40 points ahead of everybody else MADBULLS that we're seeing after their ridiculous 97-pointer yesterday.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible. And then when you consider that they came into this with the most bonus points anyway, I mean, it seems like there is only one winner right now, Blank, and the MADBULLS are not stopping, and we'll probably be seeing more from them again today. I imagine that it will keep on going.
Yeah, I think when the guys on the desk are like trying to figure out whether MADBULLS are going to get 2 or 3 chicken dinners, already speaks volumes, right? You shouldn't really be having that discussion. So do you think the team's going to win half of the chicken dinners today, or just a third? I mean, a third maybe seems a little bit more acceptable. It's like, no, there's not a discussion that we should be having here in PMPL Fall for the Western Europe. It's just insane to me. But regardless, that's just how good of a team MADBULLS currently are. We're dropping now over towards Miramar to start the day off, as we'll head over towards Sanhok, then to Erangel, and then we'll do it all again for the last 3 games of the day before we head to our final day of the finals. But here we will start to see whether maybe VIRTUS.PRO or HVVP can maybe catch up to MADBULLS. It's an unlikely turn of events if it does happen. However, HVVP have upped their game in terms of averages. 16 points a game though? I don't know, man.
I mean, it is insane, right? We praised them for getting 12.1 average over the league stages, over those phases, and they have surpassed that in the 6 games that we've seen from them yesterday. I was just looking at the standings for these finals, Blank, and looking at the points that have been accrued. HVVP, 43 placement points, but only 28 elimination points, and that's kind of wild when you consider that Tixi, as our current elimination leader as well, seems to be really fragging out his mind right now for the team, but falling very short of the 40 elimination boundary that the MADBULLS have posted.
Yeah, well, I mean, you think about that, right? 28 eliminations, and then 19 of those are currently Tixi. He really was yesterday 100% putting his team on his back, honestly, trying to push them as far as he absolutely could. We look at this, though, 140 points, basically, let's say, so 30 points behind. It's not too far ahead. Looking at the MADBULLS, there's still a chance here for HVVP to maybe catch up. But like you said, John, just with the elimination count being so far ahead of the rest of the pack in terms of the lobby, very difficult to get back into action there. I think we have just lost a player. That's Eastern Stars, in fact. I just wonder who actually was able to pick up those points. It was big.
Able to spawn out a player, curtail them. That's just around La Bendita. I mean, we saw Eastern Stars playing around this area yesterday, Blank, on the Miramars that we saw. Looks like big. Have some other ideas.
Yeah, strange that actually. It's weird that we would see them make such a massive change down from Chumacera, and it's almost odd that we see throughout the entirety of the league stage hardly any movement coming out from most of these teams. Yeah, coming to the finals, we've seen a lot of little crazy plays coming through from a lot of different players, trying to switch things up on the opposition, try and catch up any cheeky points wherever you can, because at this point in time, getting into that top 8, as we've said multiple times, is very, very important to get in towards those regionals, to get a chance at heading towards PMGC. And for a lot of these teams that are newly coming into Western Europe, as our representatives here, obviously for them, PMGC points just aren't really on the cards for them anymore. Gamelord very much far ahead in terms of PMGC points, really leading the pack there, almost certain that they'll guarantee themselves a spot. So although they haven't done amazingly well during this tournament, there is still time to improve before PMGC. However, you don't get that chance to play in regionals. That's the awkward position, right? And I think for them, holding on to that top 8 spot should be a priority, just in the sense of, like, if you don't make it, you don't get that chance to practice against all the teams you'll be most likely seeing in that PMGC.
Yeah, that's really, really an important factor considering where their trajectory is headed. Death Machine currently on the bubble in 8th position. So just that little bit ahead of Gamelord. I think there's about 3 points in it, Blank, at the moment. You can see 8th place, 86 points for Death Machine. And as it takes over, I think it's 83 points for Gamelord coming into this game. So they are very, very close to it.
Absolutely. It shouldn't have been this close at all. And I think that when we were looking at the averages for Death Machine yesterday, it was a 9.8 average for them after every single match, which is real change for Death Machine overall. And it might have just been the ARB debuff, honestly, where, you know, they were dropping with them in Picardo. You know, it kind of makes you feel a little bit nervous. You have to deal with this thing at the start of every single game on Miramar. Makes your life very difficult. And then you come into this, you don't have to deal with Miramar anymore. And then throughout the rest of your games, you can feel a little bit more comfortable. You don't feel as put off. Maybe it was more of a mental thing.
I mean, yeah, you couldn't get that sort of sense of dread, right? It's like, oh, okay, we're on Sanhok now, but we're going to have to play Miramar again later, and then they're going to have to fight off against Zaya, and now they have that pressure alleviated, right? Which is, I think you might be right. That could be a really nice mental reset factor for them, even if it isn't something that directly affects their gameplay when they were winning out Picardo.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, here is now, I think, just a massive refresh for them. Being able to play your initial 5 minutes, 10 minutes of the game unhindered, unhampered by a lot of teams around you, or a team that's directly gunning for your neck. Like, that is a very, very big blessing in disguise, really. And it's that dread you were talking about that can cause problems for teams where, it's something that's on your mind. You're not even on the map yet. Like, that is where you start to make mistakes elsewhere. So for Death Machine, happy days. See if they can continue that performance. However, I don't know if that's going to be the case here with Death Machine. Just because of the performance we've seen from them before, I feel like this is a really, really good turn-up from them yesterday. I don't have the highest hopes in the world that they'll keep it up, but I hope they do.
Only time will tell. Speaking of trying to keep it up, TJB had a great day yesterday. They showed some initiative, some change, and looking to continue here. Tingsker on the top of Hacienda as QODEX roll on up, so potentially looking to scope things out. TJB feels like they might be coming in for backup here, Blank.
A few extra players now rolling around, and QODEX trying to take this position. I mean, it's quite central in terms of a spot, and yesterday we did see Kalaris predict TJB in a similar circle, expecting them to come back to Hacienda early, in which case TJB left.
Chow lining up the shots, waiting for the go from his team. 3 players there spotted and scouted. They know there's only going to be one close by. And if they know that Moneyken is in the position that he's in, they can take that fight confidently and go out aggressively into that position. But now they've allowed QODEX back into vehicles, and the reposition is there.
Maybe looking for one. I think the maybe Xiao could have taken a shot. Even if you only knock one, it does open things up a little bit for you.
Oh,
now Death Machine coming in, so this is all hands on deck over towards Hacienda.
Low, but not taken down. Wins out the trade with Nasa. Ultra dueling off against Vito on the other side of this compound. TJB in this whole midst of it are going to have potentially a sightline or two over to the fight. Modi around the side, spots a push coming through and gets a knock over onto Vito. 3 players now active for QODEX. Death Machine losing a little bit more, but in comes another for Hamodi, finding the off angle there, leaving QODEX down to just 2 active. A nade through the door frame finds the knock onto Hamodi, who's been so brutal in this engagement, but Ultra now happy trying to push on through. Low on the outside for Ultra. Push across the courtyard, window not suppressed. Res possible now for Death Machine if they want to try and stick it.
I mean, for Death Machine coming back towards his position makes sense. It's where they found some success. Are happy. Charges another nade, but steps upstairs, what we found, and just chases him down with the UMP, makes it happen. This is a good start for Death Machine. Unfortunately, the 2 players on bended knee underneath.
Len's coming in. He's throwing nades down the corridor. In comes GK first as well, TJB. They're sidling on into this fight. They're swinging their arms wide as Death Machine gets wiped out. Not going to have a good time on this game, unfortunately. It doesn't matter how far you get away from Picardo. Still going to find that early fight. TJB with another nade in, Vito down. Moneyken last standing, and TJB might have just found everything they're looking for now as they swell around the outside of the building. Blank Shout pushes in through the smoke. Moneyken wants the spray down, but not connecting with it. Swaps over to the Scar. That one's a little bit better, but still not getting those knocks. In they go, up the stairs, forced back down, and GK first still not quite getting it, but Xiao puts a stopper.
And TJB now clear a huge amount of space from their side, but Game Lord's on their way.
What is going on?
Straight through, but it's right on top of them. But there's someone outside. It's Lin once again. He's directly onto the next push. This is fight after fight.
This is about 5 fights back to back, Blank. It was started out with the push up over towards Hacienda coming through from Death Machine. Not even Death Machine. It was QODEX that went up towards Hacienda. They backed off. A second engagement between QODEX towards Death Machine. That culminated with a third engagement coming through from TJB, and now Game Lord are coming in. This is fourth back-to-back engagement, and HVP are now coming in for the fifth.
Goodness me. Now another team added into the fold. This is just mixing up these teams. One hell of a way to start off this game, honestly. We're just practically putting all these players in the blender now. Losing so many this early on too. 49 players remaining, 13 teams, 3 already eliminated at this stage of the game. There's going to be a lot of space within the circle. Now HVVP hopes to try and clear the remaining players, but I think the TJB, they realize that this place is just too hotly contested and we've got to get gone as soon as possible. Maybe drop some smokes, pick up the vehicles, and just leave.
Get out of there. That was absolutely crazy. As a set of engagements, and TJB are not out of the woods just yet. Xiao on the corner of the building forces Matic back to the buggy. Maybe they're going to look to try and hold here. Maybe they don't think they can get away from this clean, and they want to try and take the fight instead. GK first sneaks away. Xiao is playing hideout here. Tixi crosses out the open. Oh, that is really unfortunate timing on the lean. Tixi nails the spray, and Xiao left out in the cold.
I mean, he tries to get a better angle on him, right? As soon as he swings back in, Tixi is quick on the swivel. Hits a shot straight through the window. No messing from it. I think if you miss the initial shots onto Tixi, it's over, right? And even if you don't shoot, even if you don't shoot and you let him spot you, it's over as well. We go straight to a new fight as well. This is Pioneer versus Demuerte. This is down towards the southwest side of the map.
This is a Picado. Black, we've seen these fights before, but we've got new actors to the scene. Everybody else at Exeunt, and in comes the rest of the cast. Demuerte spotting out Pioneer effectively and getting the res on the upper floor of the apartment block. Nade in from Izumitsu, but not really going to be good to find too much unless they reposition into it. Demuerte re-knocked. That is unfortunate for their hold, but they have already found one from Pioneer. Can they suppress the lower floors? They're only on 3, and they're forcing one to res, meaning only Ingush is there to hold off the first wave. Havlik, low, backed off. Res did come through, and Ingush finds the first knock. They trade it off, and down the stairs, the rest of the Muerte flow, and Pioneer are dispatched. Sod the averages.
I know, right? I mean, for the players like Demuerte there, when you hold English on the stairs, that's a pretty terrifying thing to have.
Next circle, popping on in. Heads up to the northwest of this next circle, leaving Picado, leaving La Bendita, putting HVVP actually in a pretty solid spot now, Blank.
Yeah, in Hacienda as well, you got a lot of oversight down towards the side of the map. We saw a very similar circle the other day. Overall, this is a little bit rough for these teams coming in from the southeast side. Obviously, they've got to push through some pretty open area, through that Death Valley and Graveyard.
TJB, they escaped with 4 eliminations, but they're down to 2 now. They're pretty close by to a lot of these teams moving through this area. MADBULLS, Eastern Stars, Game Lord, VIRTUS.PRO. Ruthless have headed a little bit further west on this rotation and potentially looking to move towards HVVP on a little bit of a crash course, but they draw a little bit short, it seems, on a compound on their side. VP under fire out of the party bus into the cover it provides, drops the smoke, and old boy's got his attention on the mountains.
TJB did have that spot towards Hacienda. Well, forced to leave after HVVP finally made their way in. This was that heroic hold from English earlier on, and the players just about got the res off and was able to get down the stairs and refrag.
How did the player all the way at the back get knocked? I didn't even catch that there. There might have been a nade put down the stairs, but that was really, really well coordinated.
Yeah, well, I think all 3 players just sent it up. And even if it was a case of players upstairs like Flyke would have just looked down the stairs and catch that caught that final player just wandering up with the rest of the team. I think they were just hoping to overwhelm English, but English kept it cool, kept it calm, collected, was ready and waiting for the push up the stairs. HVVP trying to strike out just a little bit. MADBULLS, our most terrifying team. This was that northwest side of Minas Generalis. Very close to a few here. The 2 players from TJB and the remaining players from Eastern Stars.
Nade over towards Yankee. Does do him a little bit of mischief, but we'll be able to manage that. Unicorns of Love. That was bold from Crypto to go up onto the roof that far. But does manage to get a nice high ground vantage point for his troubles.
So I'm just going to risk it for a biscuit, mate, honestly. I think for Unicorns of Love, understanding that if they want to hold on to their spot in the top 8, then they need to continue to just put in those numbers, put up those big performances. At the moment, I think a lot of that does fall down to Crypto a fair few times. Sport Ladders really desperately tried to drag his team through towards those regionals. Northwest Circle, though, John, and I mean, with Tixi already falling, not great news. It's typically how HVVP does go down multiple times. They lose one player when they play this split, and then they get overwhelmed, and it's over. Ruthless is already pushing in. With Tixi down, Meku just has to send it back to Kitsune.
I mean, this compound is just really bad for everybody who's moved into it. I don't know how many boxes there are in there, but it's got to be somewhere close to at least 10, right? Like there was a full wipe there. I think there were 2 full wipes there, and now with another 2 players or so going down there, it's just not good. I don't know what's happening there, but teams are overestimating its value potentially. But now it could have just gone up in real estate cost. That stamp duty really coming to kick in because, of course, that circle shifts and gives it a little bit of advantage over the other side of the road.
MADBULLS losing 1 player there to Unicorns of Love. Yankee also falling to Gonzo. Goodness me, Unicorns of Love are going big mode at the moment.
I mean, they had that high ground. They had that presence. They had that oversight. They knew where VP were. And as soon as they tried to make that move, they shut it down. And now the MADBULLS have taken up residence in the same sight lines.
There's a lot of knocks going through very quickly there for Unicorns of Love. And for almost an instant, they go to 4 eliminations total. Really good spray there in terms of team shooting. Very, very good. HVVP, though, I'd have to come back to this play because I think they do go for these 2-2 splits way too often. And I think it's fine for a team like MADBULLS because everyone on that team is individually very good. But I think that when you look at HVVP, and this is not a slight to them in the slightest, it's just a case that HVVP play much better as a team. I think, yeah, you're going to gain more information. You're going to get, like, be able to hold more ground as a 2-2, but I don't think that's where HVVP's strength lies. And this has happened too many times for it to be a fluke now, where you lose 2 players on the split and then are forced to play the rest of the game as 2.
GK first goes for a jump and fails the vault the first time. I think Bazzi might have spotted that, so he was clued into the angle that was a threat. And GK first lost the element of surprise, leaving Lin for TJB, the last standing, outside of the blue against Eastern Stars, who are playing with 3 right now, so it is a 1 versus 3 for Lin. We have seen him stand up for the team in the last day. Can he continue that reign? Moves out to the outside, looking for players moving through. Keme spots him, takes some shots and gets a little bit of damage on. 4th zone won't hurt super hard, but is something that you need to be wary of. Need to worry about that pressure because a couple of tags with the bullets and the last couple of ticks might be too hard to heal on through if you're locked in an engagement. Lin over the top. We're looking to spot out these rotations. Sees Kapahala. There's that first knock. Looking for Bazzi. Wants to find the second, but Keme sidles on into view. Goes pretty low. Bazzi already down as he crashes out in the vehicle, and Keme now left last standing for the Eastern Stars. Double prediction for Unicorns of Love, and Take Aim Gaming gets one from Calaris.
I mean, for Unicorns of Love, they look pretty strong this game. They have that compound down towards the southeast side, but they've still got a long way to go. And with Shockwave behind them, there's potential for backstabs. Aza managed to find Navallo there, but Unicorns of Love still going pretty strong. Now, with this shift, yes, the predictions are going to be pretty good, pretty on point. Everyone's going to have to move down their way, and MADBULLS, in the meantime, are just hemorrhaging players at the moment, down to 3 now. Still taking more knocks.
Unicorns of Love holding around those silos. They have some high ground on top of the buildings. They should have a little bit of vision over towards Take Aim Gaming's position as well. So that road really going to come into effect in these later circles.
For HVVP, the idea is just to last longer than MADBULLS. It's just a difficult task most of the time, and with this new circle where they want to move down, it's probably over towards that eastern side. They're going to have to head over open fields, in which case Take Aim Gaming has all the sight lines over towards that northwest side of the map. And MADBULLS right now are just focusing on survival. Smoked up, ready to go behind the rocks in the small ditches that they tend to always play. Find themselves a place to just hunker down.
Sprays from Nexus, trying to get the team shot over towards Manu, but spotted at the back, it's Unicorns of Love, and Ruthless actually taking the angles over their way as well. And Nexus get torn apart just that little bit, and they're going to have to really rethink how they go for those shots. They didn't have that cover that they needed. Not just yet. Nexus on the outside, out in the cold, as the MADBULLS are ahead of them towards the circle.
I mean, buttons are popping and the chest is expanding here from Unicorns of Love as their confidence is blooming in this game. You gotta love to see it. I mean, Crypto taking that initial push towards that top side. It was really just the start of something beautiful, right? I mean, VP getting ripped apart as they tried to move through. That's Demuerte moves it towards HVVP, an extremely important fight for them. Kitsune already down though, this is bad news.
Ingush takes the last. HVVP will fall. Ingush should be able to get that first aid off in time. I think there might be a tick. No, he goes down instead. Thought there was going to be a tick from the stims there to keep him alive. And Striker falls as well. Gets spotted by Take Aim Gaming all the way across the way. Leaving Demuerte out of it. Ruthless now on that northwestern side have got the run of it. Take Aim Gaming do have the angles though, and MADBULLS on the south, in the meantime, under pressure. Nades from Nexus. Only EXO down, so it's just Zerich to hold off against 3. Another nade putting on in, and that's the end of the MADBULLS.
And that's the first time in a long time we've seen the MADBULLS go down with little to nothing in terms of a fight against another team. And the fact that we haven't seen that for such a long time is just crazy in of itself. But they do live longer than the guys from HVVP. Luckily for HVVP, because they got a couple of those elimination points earlier on, I think they did get just one more point than MADBULLS on that game. But is that enough? Absolutely not.
Look at Rolkis' wide swing coming down. He just, I don't know what he was trying to grab out there, but he does regroup. I thought he was going to try and flank on towards Shockwave, potentially just scouting for solos, scouting for snakes to clear out their back flank, getting that info so they can put pressure on that side of the compound.
I do not like Rolkis's scouting, honestly. It's a little bit too dangerous a fair few times. You see, like, you'll see MADBULLS with Zerich doing it, and also even Matic doing it, who's really reined it in which case, you know, it's very short swipes with the vehicle. Very, very short swipes close to the team where they can still back up. Rolkis tends to go a little bit over-aggressive, a little bit too far away from the rest of the team where they can't back him up. Even there, almost falling to Hadj and Toffees from Take Aim Gaming, which would have been disastrous for Unicorns of Love losing a play like that on the eastern track as they're trying to move their way in. Luckily, he gets back to the rest of the team without finding any casualty on their side, which is nice to see. Realistically, at this moment, like, who wins this game out? I mean, Unicorns of Love still have that little bit of compound to play in, and Take Aim Gaming kind of split the map for themselves. You got 2 on the western side, and 2 on the east outside the blue, watching for Unicorns of Love leaving this warehouse, which is not bad in terms of an idea.
They have that chance, right? They have that roadside dip to play around. Nexus can't really push on over. Shockwave, neither. And the Unicorns of Love, they're going to be preoccupied. But as soon as those teams fall, Take Aim Gaming's job is going to get all the harder.
Shockwave still has a place to play, which is nice. Take Aim Gaming don't think that Unicorns of Love are going to be leaving anytime soon, or believe that they have already left that warehouse. And look at this, I mean, the average eliminations here in the finals, 3 with 632 damage. Massive change of pace here from Unicorns of Love to 10 eliminations on this game alone. 2,113 damage, which is a damn lot here. Still a fair bit of the game left to go. 24 minutes. Usually ending around about 27 minutes mark when you have all this compounded area, all these little places you can hide behind. It's a decent place to finish this game off. I do love this ridge that Take Aim Gaming's able to play though, and you often do see most of the teams that win this actual area on the map being this team on the other side of the road, because it's so difficult to deal with them. If the circle moves north, it's like it's a Take Aim Gaming's win, 100%.
Circle pops to the south side of the road there, leaving them out with their backs to the blue. They will have to make the cross. Where do they go, Blake?
This is the problem, is that you absolutely need vehicles now, because if you crash into the silos, maybe that's a position you could probably play. It's a little bit out of the circle though right now. Maybe even crashing into Unicorns Love's compound. There's also the availability to try and take the teams over on that western side. It really depends how confident you're feeling, because crashing onto Unicorns Love's compound is going to be difficult. You're going to need an initial knock, and I just wonder how well-disciplined Take Aim Gaming are going to be. Usually, you would take the western side and just give up this compound here, but they're actually going to go for the smokes train, and this is very, very bold.
Okay, they cover themselves off to the peaks.
They have a lot of vehicles.
Nexus, and they do have a lot of vehicles, you're right. An initial knock first. I mean, it's all right, but you're going to lose a second as well. The high ground for Crypto working out. Now it's just Happy. Last player standing for Take Aim Gaming in the fight with 4 Unicorns of Love right now. Gets 1 on the spray. Crypto not flushed out. Now it's go time. Nexus need to push on in. They need to try and capitalize on the chaos. Can they find that opening? Shockwave slowing them down, but Nexus move up. They are in this next circle.
I mean, this is the thing, is I think this was the side of the map that you had to attack. This is the one that you needed to put pressure on, because it's most likely that these teams would have suffered casualties. They didn't have that same presence as that compound. Now Nexus, though, wants to clear this side.
Tavian wins out the duel. Sorry, loses out on that duel with Shockwave. Nightmare now last standing for the squad. Low HP. Redox not looking at the right angle there. Finally does get the flush, but Octavian is knocked. Unicorns of Love, they lose Icy in the process, but it's a 4v3. 14 eliminations for the Unicorns so far.
For Doran, though, that was very, very well done from him. He just allowed the rest of his team to take that 2v2, but was watching towards this compound that Unicorns of Love were going to be pushing through. Icy does go down in the process, and now some smoke's been thrown around, preventing Nexus from getting too much closer towards them, isolating that tree as well. This is very, very good stuff from Unicorns of Love so far, and you saw how quickly they did dispatch Take Aim Gaming. Again, slightly odd play from Take Aim Gaming. I did think it was bold when they went for it, but Unicorns of Love looking to finish off the players from Nexus. This is definitely not over yet, as we get this central circle that doesn't really favor either of these teams, so Unicorns of Love will have to push up. But Nexus, with the position they're in, when they push up, they are going to be pushing up into the sight lines of Unicorns of Love, as they are on the low ground. So difficult days ahead for both these teams, but particularly Nexus.
Nade in from Icy. Over towards Redox's position. Doesn't quite go long enough there, Gonzo. Wants to put one over towards Octavian. Again, not quite finding it. Still low HP there for Crypto. Does manage to get that heal off. And Unicorns need to leverage their numbers advantage right now, but they haven't quite got that baseline. They're all kind of grouped up here.
You'd imagine they have an idea where Doran's sat right now, considering he took down Icy, but question is whether they spotted him or not. They've got that knock. Doran's gone very low. Yes, he does, and Icy will take him down, but Redox is able to get at least another knock.
The Redox re-knock over the top, but Doran not quite finding the angles, and a lovely nade to go long over towards the headland. Octavian taken low, forced to heal. 3 players from Unicorns of Love rolling around the hillside. Doran is sounding the alarm. Octavian forced to back off, and the Unicorns take him down. It is the chicken dinner from the compound for Unicorns of Love, sweeping everyone else aside.
I love that Octavian just ran for the hills in those last moments. He was like, look, man, this game's done for us. We just got picked apart. But yeah, very difficult to make that one happen. Luckily for Unicorns of Love, they do have that compound that's still just about in the circle. If they didn't have that, maybe the game would have got a little bit more difficult. They got lucky with that southeast shift as well, John, which is great news for them. But again, I think for Take Aim Gaming, you get that northern shift. that position becomes extremely difficult to deal with, as most teams will have to push across that road. They had the vehicles to make the crossing, but again, I do think that they should have attacked that western side where it was more likely you were going to have teams that were lacking numbers, set up the smoke train to deny sightlines from Unicorns of Love whilst you went for that 1,500 damage. I'm sorry.
That's a lot of damage, Crypto. Don't know if that's allowed, but either way, he just executes from the high ground.
I mean, he had a great position to play from, and it worked out well. So I think, you know, overall, pleased with Unicorns of Love's performance there. It was definitely something that was needed, and it's nice to see them get their confidence back. But this will put them back in striking range for that top 8, and will leave them there, right?
Yeah, we'll give them that chance. Unicorns of Love putting up numbers on Miramar.
Unicorns of Love, there we go, putting up some very big numbers here, and a good solid win for them, for a team who unfortunately didn't really perform yesterday, able to get themselves up into, well, maintaining a top 8 position for now. And also, Max, us getting a prediction point correct.
Still not catching up to you, unfortunately, but I'll take, you know what, catching up to Kalaris. I think you're just 1 point behind now, so.
I am.
Speak Kalaris. If Kalaris is not first, no, that's still a win in my books, so I'll take it.
Kalaris, is that a heater in your room, or are you just starting to feel the heat for me catching up to you?
I changed. I thought, you know, we're all going for Unicorns of Love. I'll try Take Aim Gaming, because one of those teams, depending on the shift of the circle, was going to win, and Take Aim Gaming got really unlucky, and it shifted south, and that was bad. So, yeah.
It's fine. It happens. You win some, you lose some. Right now, Unicorns of Love, well, they won a lot in that one. 32 points with 17 elims. That's one of the biggest games we've seen happen here in this season of PMPL. As we look down the rest of the list here, Max, when you have Nexus there, some good points that they desperately did. Same for Take Aim Gaming, same for Shockwave and Ruthless. Shockwave and Ruthless in particular, as we saw, would be like 7th and 8th place if there was no bonus points accrued into the finals, and that could get them one step closer to breaking through and holding a spot in top 8.
Yeah, I mean, we said that teams that were not in the top 8 at the start of the day, one good day and you're back in the race technically. Like Shockwave were in 10th position with the bonus points added up, and Nexus were in 14th position. So these type of points are massive, and if they can just potentially build up some momentum in today, into tomorrow also, you know what, top 8 is definitely something that every single team in a lobby can achieve, as long as you don't get eliminated in like the first phase or two like we saw in this game. That was very weird. That was very out of the ordinary for Miramar map, but yeah, we saw some step-ups, and hopefully we can see that transition into more good games and more wins for those teams.
You know, the weird thing about that early engage, Kalaris, is that Death Machine was involved in that. And we praised them yesterday of, you know, A or B champs aren't in the lobby. They can get to late game a lot easier now. And then they still go out in the beginning fighting QODEX.
Yeah, the commitment to something like Hacienda del Patron for me, for all of these teams, is a little bit of a baffling one. I mean, I get the fact that we had an ending near there yesterday, and I get the fact that it's kind of a central spot for those early moments. I was jesting, saying maybe everyone just wanted the Golden Murado, but like to go there and have all those fights as early as they did is still a little bit of a head scratcher for me. It's not required, right? When it comes to a long form tournament like this, especially in this game where there were so many other compounds they could have gone to and kind of played their game from. So
right. Okay, well, a little bit odd, but you know, let's focus on some positive things here. And while we head into this graphic here in a second, Max, I think I need complete and utter silence out of you and I. So let's take a look at Unicorn player stats here in this last match.
Wow! There we go. Jeez.
I think you should replace Chris Pratt for the Mario voice, to be honest. I think.
You think so? You think so? You know, I'm actually just dazzled in this game by how handsome and cool and intelligent Crypto is. There you go. That's my piece.
And people can, of course, follow you and your fan favorite pick of Crypto.
Correct.
On Instagram. 1,500 damage, 4 eliminations. I think Gonza, though, sneaking in with 7 elims with 462 damage. That's kind of funny. But the fact is, Crypto, massive step up out of him in this match. But to be fair to the rest of his teammates, they still put up good damage. They still put up good support.
Yep.
And we always talk about, you know, how it is to support like a star player in your team. If we look at, you know, MADBULLS, for instance, with Effect. I think Unicorns of Love have been able to do that here in this match with Crypto.
Yeah, and as I said at the start of the show, I want to see Unicorns of Love as a 3- or 4-man team in the late game. If they do like that, they can close off games. They can get chicken dinners, which they need. There's only 2 days left, so these wins are very important. This might be the win we look back onto and say, like, this is the game that allows them to qualify for the championship. So massive from them, really good dominance, and not a given game too. Like, that was a relatively decent crash that came out from Tag, I would say. Of course, it's still a very hard crash to cross the road, and dealing with a Groza from Crypto on that rooftop position. But it was contested, and they held on really well. So good from Unicorns of Love. I want to see more from them now.
Honestly, if you want to do anything like that, you need even like 20 smokes and all orchestrated perfectly and seeding complete chaos across that compound, because Unicorns of Love, as well as off angles from other teams, are at such an advantage when you try and make that road crossing. It's almost impossible. So a nice try, but not to be.
Not to be indeed, but you know what? Two other teams who is not to be a win for them. It's going to be Death Machine and QODEX. And we're going to take a look at their two stats compared to each other, because this fight was very odd. They ended up going head-to-head, if I'm not mistaken, and then what was that? TJB, third parties, and then HVVP comes as well. It was very weird to see teams engage in this many early fights, because we had 3 teams eliminated in the first, what, 5 minutes, 7 minutes?
Yeah, I think it was at the start of phase 2, we had 4 teams eliminated, which, I don't know, they were trying to speedrun something, 100% speedrun on PUBG Mobile. Didn't know that was a category that existed, but they tried. And yeah, HVVP are like, well, everyone's fighting. Let's just go in Nacional del Patron. Let's like get a little bit of a sneaky angle on some of these teams and get some free limbs, which worked out good for them. But yeah, it was weird. I think that potentially based on yesterday, some teams did some VOD review. They saw some opportunities and they all had the same idea, and they're just like, oh, well, we're all at the same spot. This is unfortunate, but yeah, so I don't expect this to happen twice in a row, but it is definitely an oddity here.
Yeah, there's something to be said about having good launching pads in games like this, and making sure that that is like a decent spot to be able to rotate to any other part of the circle if it so chooses to shift there and stuff like that. And technically, this isn't a bad spot to try and do that, but too many teams around.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually what like engaged the fight or what started the fight for those two teams, but I feel like Death Machine has way more to lose by engaging in an early fight than QODEX, because Death Machine were 8th place going into this match on the day. And remember, top 8 makes it into EU Regionals, and right now top 2 are going to make it into this game. It's going to be John Allen and Blink to cover all the action.
We're going into match number 2, and Blank, we better be ready, because apparently early game is where all of the fighting happens in today's games. Match number 2 is going to deliver us, I'm sure, a whole helping of earlier limbs. We'll have to wait and see that.
It does, yeah. I mean, I'm a little bit worried for some of these teams at the moment in terms of like where you get into the game and you don't even get to play the game half the time these times. I mean, that 5 fights within the space of about 5 minutes is pretty ridiculous. Demuerte after that last game hit themselves up towards 116 points. Again, a lot off the back of Ingush from that team, who has been really good throughout the entirety of the tournament. TJB, 111, still in 6th place. Pioneer really backed up by their bonus points at the moment, 66, so 110. And Shockwave actually moving to 8th place, being our new bubble with 90 points. The big mover, though, is Unicorns of Love, 134, just behind HVVP, 142 in 3rd place. So really, really big stuff happening at the moment. And again, it's that volatility. But I think now we're starting to see the top of this table start to cement itself just a little bit with who's going to be in those top 4 spots around about. So I think 4th place is still a bit malleable. 3rd and 2nd will be bouncing between one another. But again, this is where it gets a little bit spooky for those teams below, where less and less spots become available towards those 8th golden positions that you want to hit to go to the regionals.
Players cutting across the middle of the map on the plane path, open to everywhere. HVVP taking a little bit more of a westerly split, not dropping cross on the compound south of them. Big, again, heading far down south and really close to Death Machine. Okay, hang on a minute. Big dropped docks yesterday in Sanhok. This time around, they're going straight to Camp Charlie.
Indeed they are. I mean, this is kind of different movements all the time. I mean, the last time we saw Big head down here, they were able to catch off one of the players from Death Machine, but they only dropped with one. They sent the rest over towards Dockside. Last Sanhok, they sent all players over towards Docks, and this time they're sending all the players over towards Camp Bantai to try and find all the players from Death Machine. So really big change-ups from Big all the time here on Sanhok, trying to find something that sticks, something that works. And again, they really do need to pump up these numbers. 47 points, 16th place. It is a real fall from grace at the moment for Big.
That's 48 points now. They've managed to get an elimination here, Blank, onto one of the Death Machine players. They dropped 3 down to Camp Charlie, and actually Swavers on a compound quite far north, just out to the west of Cave area. Really alone right now in a little compound, about 3 buildings around him, so should have a little bit of loot on board. they can now think to reposition to wherever they want to go. It's a very, very central circle, but it does lean pretty heavily in terms of final destinations towards that mainland.
Yeah, I mean, this is not too bad for a lot of teams, right? They'll be happy with this one. This is fairly central-ish. It doesn't really have anything where you're surprisingly hitting to one side of the map and you have to make a lot of decisions soon. But so much space now taken up as we head in towards the later parts of the tournament. Most teams realize where they can start to branch out, find some more places to loot early on and get nice and looted and booted before they head towards the center of the circle, try and look for those golden compounds that tend to bring a lot more success. I mean, if you look at the map right now and you see what I'm seeing, it is just a huge amount of four-man splits going on. SHOCKWAVE looks for NEXUS. They're big as really hunting down these players from Death Machine at the moment. NEXUS in PIONER at the moment, chilling. In the meantime, HVVP made their move immediately on the Northwest Mountain down towards Camp Alpha on that Northwest Island and trying to loot up as much as possible before heading in. I would hope that this time we see them get another good match here on Sanhok after being able to really pull it through on that coastal side towards boot camp. Last time around yesterday, they looked good. They performed well, and I want to see less of those crazy splits, honestly.
SHOCKWAVE on that north side did get spotted by NEXUS from PIONER, but didn't take really any damage from the shots coming on through. They didn't quite land. Now just hiding out behind the pillar. Making a run for it, waiting for the magazines to exhaust themselves. NEXUS will let them get away with it. This is on the north side in the meantime, where Lin did just get spotted out in the open trying to cross a road near Cow, which you think you might need to be a little bit more careful when you know that the unicorns drop around this area.
If TJB, they tend to take this four-man split that just kind of lines up down the eastern side of Paradise Resort down towards Quarry. And a fair few times they have kind of pushed themselves a little bit further into the territories of quite a few of these teams. Often been able to spot out one player and pick that up before recoalescing later on into a more grouped up unit. This time it comes back to bite them. And again, these things should happen eventually, right? It should be a case where you get away with the same thing over and over and over again. At some point, teams will punish you for actions that are getting a little bit too repetitive for their liking.
I think what we have seen in the past is in this scenario, a team like Take Aim Gaming just sends it really fast and aggressive across to the compound on the junction south of boot camp, because no one really steps foot there from these local areas. Teams like Pioneer, teams like QODEX, who are engaged right now, unfortunately for them, in some of these compounds, just a little bit closer to boot camp. Vito on the roof does take a bit of damage. Maybe they think he's on the low ground, but he's going to pop some stims, and the rest of QODEX are pretty close by. Havlik takes a little bit of damage. Not really too much there. They put a pause on the fight.
It's very confused. I don't even know what was hitting him in that situation. I don't know if he got like stuck on a wall and it was counting as fall damage or something. I'm not sure. Maybe just a little bit of a shrapnel from one of the grenades that got sent in. I think you look at Take Aim Gaming, and if they were doing their research yesterday, they'll realize that HVVP isn't making that instant approach towards the Eastern Island anymore. So pushing all the way across doesn't really benefit them because they're not holding out a team, and quite easily HVVP could backfill them if they take that western bridge. So this time they're holding it, which I like that. It's a change of play style according to how the guys from HVVP are playing. And they can stick in this position towards Ruins quite a while longer as well, just because of the circle, which should shift towards a new location soon, in which case teams will also have to figure their way around that one. QODEX close to Pioneer. MADBULLS doing the classic of leaving two towards that top side to watch unicorns of love and any rotations coming from the north, whilst two from the south side will pick up any rotations around boot camp. So overall, a pretty fantastic move there, as per usual, from MADBULLS. And again, this split does work out well in their favor, considering skills, and I believe that is Zerich also down there. Both very good players when it comes to scarpering out of any situation that does get a little bit too dicey for their liking.
Circle shifts down southwest, so keeps all 3 islands in the circle for now, but still looking likely to head to the mainland. No one on that junction compound just yet. TJB, they're on the north version of it, but it's a little bit closer towards the edge of the circle. Still a valuable position, but unfortunately they are down to 3.
Yeah, being at 3 this early on, Sanhok never good, never happy days, and I think for TJB, who've been fairly aggressive here on Sanhok and tend to start to get a little bit more messy when they lose players. Like, being 3 now for TJB does not bode well. I think from their initial performance yesterday, which looked really, really good, now dropping into 6th place, I think they've put in a lot of work so far to get these many points, 111, with only the bonus points of 46. It's still good, still efficient, but they do need a little bit more. And that was always the trouble of not performing super hot in all 3 phases, is that even if you do get these big performances on day 1 and try and carry it to day 2, sorry, if it's not consistent, you still have that possibility of dropping out from the top 8.
Ooh, a lot of damage to Woodson there on the nade, and Havlik has one tossed back in through the window. And will eat too much of it there, unfortunately. QODEX get an opening knock. Pioneer do have outposts right outside the door, so they do need to be careful. You can see Izumitsu waiting for them to push through, waiting for them to open that door, so you can get those spray downs. Here's the footsteps. They're not pushing out just yet. They are playing regroup. Look at this Moneyken repositioning as well. If he's lucky, he might just be able to spot out the player playing sneaky behind the door.
Vito, position around the side. I think for Havlik there, it was a bit of a weird play, right? Because he tossed a grenade back, did a ton of damage, and then... Oh.
Izumitsu waiting for the push. They check it. That was really heads up. Very nice discipline there from QODEX to disparage what could have been disastrous, but hang on a minute, it might still happen. They both fall out right into the crosshairs. Izumitsu for more. No, not quite. The third is just too much. PNL slows it down, but that's a double knock over towards QODEX. Game Lord turn their attention this way now, and that is really unfortunate for QODEX. They lose 2 to poorly timed vaults, and MADBULLS are coming in. They're going to capitalize on this chaos now as well. Woodson is still down. PNL is there. Effect cooking up the nade. And Woodson wants to get res, but the nade over the top there. Gonna find its way in through the window, take a little bit of damage. They're burning them away. And Pioneer are looking this direction as well. This is brutal for QODEX.
Yeah, I think that everyone has information on this, and MADBULLS even spinning up the old bull drive, was able to move down from Paradise Resort in a pretty fast fashion, right? Able to swing past a fair few of these teams too and get themselves right on the edge here. Here's this fight ongoing. Will third party it and find themselves a little bit more space within the circle. So happy days for MADBULLS. Great spot in the circle for them going forward. HVVP now making their cross down towards that southwest confluence compound. Good stuff for them. TakeAim Gaming realized that HVVP aren't coming, so they head down towards that south side of Painan.
I think TakeAim Gaming, they moved a little bit ago and tried to cross further south. They didn't go for that full send, and nobody currently is in that middle junction compound, the one that you can see nobody in right now, southeast of Boot Camp. Big maybe looking to move up that direction, but no one's taking this very powerful compound.
You know, once as of yet, and I think most teams realize that this is a dangerous compound to take, especially with the amount of teams in this area. I mean, HVVP, again, I was talking about earlier that this is a compound they usually try to go for, but they would get crunched between Pioneer, TakeAim Gaming because they would send in early. TakeAim Gaming, in fact, stays around Ruins for a little bit longer because HVVP aren't making the same rotation early anymore, and then have sometimes moved on that western bridge. So try and hold them out. When they feel that they aren't coming and they're getting further and further into that blue, then they decide to make that push out down towards the south side of Painan, because it's too late for them to try and move towards these compounds towards that north side. For all they know, they're all occupied. Luckily for HVVP, they've got a little bit more time to play with here.
Game Lord
and taking it a bit more cautiously.
Game Lord rocking up onto TJB's position now on the north side. Neither of them in this circle on this engagement, but Akashi falls to GK first in an early part of the engagement, and GK first will get that full flush. A nice off angle from Xiao as well to find Narvalo. Should be a relatively simple flush, and now there's just 2 players left for Game Lord. Kale and Victor. 2 standing. TJB have really done a number on them. Only 3 of TJB were alive to start with, so those opening knocks were really important, Black.
For sure, for sure. Sorry, I was just talking about Take Aim Gaming's rotation there. So now we're back on board with this one though. TJB, obviously with 3 players. Fortunately, game load down to 2 now. GK first, looking to spot out Kaylee on that side. In the meantime, Big currently taking knocks there from HVVP. Tingsker going down though. Now it's a 2v2.
Victor puts in a good nade, but GK First throws one back. Victor knows about it and repositions, takes a bit of damage, and in comes the cross. GK First backs him off the angle and uses that as cover. Nicely disciplined, Xiao. First through the door, looking to open it up, getting those crossfires. Oh, the gas can in the middle of the building, and there's a lovely nade around the corner as well. Nice and easy. TJB able to take down the last 2. Tingsker will get rezzed, and 3 players alive for their southward migration.
Yeah, the amount of damage that gas can did actually was disastrous in terms of that second grenade coming through, because it just put in enough damage to take down both players. Very clean there, and it looks like TJB will be able to get that 3rd player back up in action, which would be great for them. HVVP looked like they were doing a lot more work on the elimination feed, but few knocks come through. Regardless, they do create space around this compound that most teams would like to take early on, and realistically, just because they kind of gave Take Aim game with the do-si-do on that western side. Now they've finally been able to creep their way in back through that Southwest Conference compound. I think it might have been a little bit more difficult if it hadn't been for the fact that QODEX had lost so many players early on, where usually this would have been a crossing that QODEX would have been watching. Big, though, get themselves quite far into the game after what seemed like really a hellish attack on top of Death Machine early on.
VP. Southeast side. Out in the blue. We'll have to swing around and figure out how to get past Ruthless in the next couple of minutes, or probably the next minute. Eastern Stars, all the way on that northwest side. Demuerte healing with Dadaev, leaving him outside, and the rest of them moving forwards. It's the Demuerte Classic, always placing second somehow. Seems to just work. TJB moving in from that north side. They are making that move now, and a heavy north shift.
I think that, you know, to be honest with you, the person that loses out the most here is probably HVVP. With the amount of teams that are going to be looking their way, passing through their area, life's going to become very rough for them, because they will be literally the gatekeepers of this lobby. There's not enough teams on that north side to make MADBULLS sweat. TJB is going to try and rock their way up, but we have never seen MADBULLS being able to get caught off guard by these kind of crashes onto their side. They've even got skills watching on an outward compound on that north side as well, so TJB just have to back off, and it might be a case that they will have to head down towards the east perhaps and take a fight with Shockwave instead.
Take Aim Gaming want to make this crossing, but I think it's going to be spotted by NEXUS there. Take Aim Gaming, though, staying very, very close to one another. They're staying as a 4 in that single engagement, so there is the opportunity for strong refrag potential there.
EXO, all on his lonesome. Don't know if NEXUS have these angles though, and Happy J is moving in. EXO needs to find an initial knock here.
I mean, they are only 2. Or does he? I mean, if they're not going to check the whole building, does he even need to go for this fight? Seems like he's not. Not going to make any noise. NEXUS might just let Take Aim Gaming get ahead of them and try and survive on the outside. Could go for the heal strat as well. It's always an opportunity to do so.
Doesn't have enough meds to make it happen though. Steps out, but there's on the back. Expects it.
Wow.
Not going to let you get away with that.
That was really, really heads up from Mind, but they get up to the top of the hill. And actually, that's a position on the south side of the circle. Big finally take that central compound on the junction. They take the northeast side of it. 3 teams are up there to maybe look at peeking into it, but they'll be there safe for now.
Big of a decent spot just in terms of being safe within most of these circles. HVP and MADBULLS both on sides where it's like, you hope to God it's going to go your way, but you just don't know.
Spray over towards Old Boy, gets that final tick of damage. Outside in the blue, VP have been battling against it for a long time now. With Old Boy going down and the circle shifting away, it's a little bit of a long crawl there to try and sustain. MADBULLS, the triple prediction on the northeast side of it, so playing from the edge seems to be liked by the analysts here. Nightmare shut down by Corker. Terminus tries to stay alive, but there's really no cover where he is. He's on the broadside of a rock, but you cover yourself with bullets, and that might be enough. Down again, but there's more to come, and Tulika rains down hell. Shockwave down to 1.
Triple MADBULLS prediction is interesting, to say the least, and I think that with this circle as well, maybe it is a MADBULLS win, but TJB actually have been able to swing themselves, as we said before, down towards that eastern side. They get in, they will find 1 knock and a flush as 2, but still making it happen.
Oh no, Blank, you know what this means?
What does this mean?
It's the MADBULLS 3-player buff. No one's safe. Everybody needs to run for cover at this stage. Only 3 players remain on the MADBULLS. We've seen them do it before, so many times, in fact. And they're still yet to make their quota up today for chicken dinners.
That's correct. I mean, they have an enrage timer, and that enrage timer starts exactly after they lose their 4th player in the game. Demuerte tossing grenades over the top of it towards Take Aim Gaming. They will have to push through here. Obviously, Dadaev will continue to heal outside in the blue. For right now, Demuerte's main job is to try and get rid of as many teams as possible and cause chaos on this side of the map. Big has a beautiful spot still.
Take Aim Gaming, though, right up in the face of Demuerte, trying to unload the pellets towards the shins of Mind, but he's on the swivel time and time again. We saw it on the exit from PIONER, but it looks like it might just have caught them all too slow. Toffees will be able to stay alive here, get that knock, get that flush potentially as well. Dadaev, I think he's still going. Somewhere on the southwest, somewhere out there. Dadaev stays alive.
HVVP actually moved down into this, surprisingly. And they're taking a lot of damage. I'm slightly confused. I think they tried to swing down towards the south side. Meku still up. Tixi falls by the wayside. Now HVVP in a pretty rough scenario. It might just be a case of leaving Kitsune out to heal. We've seen them do it before on Sanhok. They might be going for it again, understanding, you know, life is going to be tough here on forward, honestly.
If Big want to prove themselves, Blank, this is the game where they can start to do so, right? They have taken that compound that nobody else moved on into. They can control it. They're alive as 4. They did just take a knock, unfortunately, from Unicorns of Love, as Unicorns of Love playing further north on that road, but they haven't made that crossing yet. It should be resable, and Big need this one if they want to stay alive in this tournament.
They absolutely do, but I think they've lost a player already. 7 eliminations so far for the MADBULLS, 3 players. 11 teams, though, and 20 players. 11 teams, 20 players. That is crazy stuff. So for MADBULLS, they could ladder up very, very quickly. That's already 1 going down to Azo with Xiao inside the blue. Most likely you will see Xiao going down soon. Mihi does find Monkey as he tries to move down. So right now for HVVP, they are really hoping MADBULLS goes out early because there's a massive potential. They don't get a lot of points here, just purely off the back of how many teams are staying alive. Zerich also falling.
Effect, the only active player now for MADBULLS. Not quite in the circle just yet. Big slowing things down. Xiao spotted out in the zone as well. That's Manu to pick that one up for Ruthless Esports. Now, we've got, Blank, we've got, I think, is it 7 solo players, or cutting that down to 6 as teams start to fall. But this is probably the most heal-oriented circle we've seen in a long time. MADBULLS do go down. How much further can HVVP go?
Yeah, that was massively important there for HVVP. 5 eliminations so far, but still, again, in a similar position to MADBULLS, where a lot of teams can still fall or stay alive, in which case HVVP will not get those elimination points or placement points that they were looking for in this game. Tough stuff. It really depends on how many meds did Kitsune get. It looks like not quite enough as he does go down there. Won't be a huge amount of points for HVVP, but I think they, again, are just 1 point behind MADBULLS. So sad.
Goodness me. I mean, MADBULLS, they just got those elimination points on board, right? They stayed alive. But now it's all about this final circle, Blank. Unicorns of Love, they had 4. Bazzi, though, from outside of the blue, ruins Crypto's day, brings them down to 3. Plays Spoiler on the north. Short goes down because of it, but if you're out of meds, you might as well try and pick up a point. Toffee's still in the zone, has not had to start healing just yet. I wonder how many meds the last player from Take Aim Gaming has. None.
None. Absolutely nada. I think for Unicorns of Love now, this is a big test. can you win without crypto, right?
It's true. They do have the outside track. They do have the rocks out of compound. As Demuerte are still healing blank. Ruthless also have their outpost in Salazar.
Yeah, Sami is just such a treasure trove of just meds, honestly. So it's very easy to get huge amount of first aid kits to keep your run going for as long as possible. That's why most of the healer teams are in Sami. That and the fact that you can kind of stay out the way of a lot of teams for a long, long time. HVVP maybe took a few fights and had to expend some first aid kits trying to get into the circle. They're even in a position where they could have maybe won the chicken dinner if the circle went their way. Big is very reluctant to leave, though. And you're getting to the point in the game, though, where with the circle pushing them, the fact that they haven't left, they haven't used smokes, you wonder if they even have any. This is going to be difficult to get out. It's going to be difficult to leave.
Oh, Mickey has to hit the deck. I mean, it really, really is. One well-placed nade through here, and Icy just gets 3 of them. That's not going to find any knocks, actually, but the spray downs are good. Sits in the fire, burns them down, and Big lose 3 immediately. Just Swave left now. How many meds do you have? Can you heal this one out? I think the blue zone just going to do too much there, and Big will fall. They go down in 4th place for that blank. That's kind of wild, but we still have Ruthless and Demuerte both healing out. Unicorns of Love, however, find blank a 2nd chicken dinner.
Absolutely. If nothing goes wrong from here on forward, yeah, this will be the back-to-back chicken dinner for Unicorns of Love off of Miramar. And again, though, you look at this and you think to yourself, if you are Big, you are horribly, horribly angry with this game, because losing out to 2 extra healers at this stage in the game and taking a 4th place despite having one of the best spots in the circle and 4 players alive, I think this is a case of not striking out early enough, not taking enough position within the circle. And again, it was just a lot of indecision in those final moments of whether to leave or whether to stay. And I think that Molotov onto the rock had to come earlier to prevent someone getting close enough to safely toss that nade through the window. Because yes, it didn't take any knocks, but it did do enough damage to make those spray downs as they tried to run out from the door so much easier.
Salazar. Oh, stays up.
Yes!
After that, I have.
Yes!
Salazar into 2nd. And Demuerte, for once, don't get 2nd place on a heal strat. That instead goes to a different team doing the same strategy. But either way, the back-to-back chicken dinners from Unicorns of Love. They might have leapfrogged 2nd and 3rd place. They might even be in pretty close to MADBULLS after that.
Yeah, honestly, a pretty damn good game overall from Unicorns of Love. Twice in a row to jump up very, very quickly towards the top. I think HVVP now on the exact same score standings as they were at the start of the day in terms of how far they were behind MADBULLS. But yeah, crazy stuff. Good stuff for Unicorns of Love. Really, really pleased to see it as one of the OG Western European teams. But for Demuerte, it's Ruthless Esports just telling them, you know, your actions, they have consequences, and we also enjoy the heal strat. So sad for them. They don't get another 2nd place, which seems to be a typical thing coming through. Once again, no effect on the leaderboard, despite MADBULLS going on rather early. I do think that the major thing we have to talk about, though, John, is 20 players alive, 11 teams. That is somewhat silly going on there.
I feel like it's starting to slip to everybody doing the heal strat. I mean, we've seen this a couple of times before over the course of PUBG Mobile competitive history, where teams sort of go out again and they stop investing in going for these positions center circle and having that backstop of just the heal strat, right? But
yeah,
they don't ever win. They get consistent points, however. Speaking of consistency, though, back-to-back for Unicorns of Love, that's got to feel pretty good.
Pretty good. That's got to feel very good for them. The team trying to solidify their place in top 8 and doing it without Crypto alive because Bazzi ruined his chances, flushing him out. What a fantastic win for Unicorns Love. 9 eliminations. And guys, this is a large chunk of points now in 2 matches that they've been able to get for themselves, potentially push them into maybe top 3, maybe top 4, who knows?
Yeah. They got a lot of 4th places yesterday, right, Kalaris? And now they're able to actually convert some win. Big points in these 2 first matches already. And I'm looking back a little bit on their rotation. It's actually pretty good because I think they understood that this circle keeps happening again and again and again. And they're just like, you know what? A lot of teams are going to be positioned up north. We're just going to go for the rotation. Hatton, Camp Alpha, Ruins, north of boot camp, south of boot camp, into the circle. So like they went for a wide rotation this game. And yeah, if they're live as a 3-4-man crew, we know in the past they got a great chokehold on those teams at the end, and they can actually close off wins. And well, really, it was just shooting fish in a barrel at the end. Big had no chance.
Yeah.
But yeah, great from Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, at the start of that game, or I mean, I suppose towards the end of the game when our circle kind of centers up here, you know, I'm the jingle jester. I bring all the jingles, and unfortunately, I felt like something's wrong with the Sanhok circles, because honestly, why are we here all the time? And to that point, as you say, I feel like there should even be some tendencies that these teams are realizing, and then just, you know, they're kind of going to these compounds a little earlier than usual, considering we are constantly ending up in this position. I will say for Big, in the compound that they were in, which is one of the prime compounds to take, I'm surprised that they didn't flex out a little earlier. Maybe take some of those rocks, because if you do get caught in there the way that they did, there's no chance you're actually being able to convert a victory off the back of that. So a little unfortunate in that regard.
Yeah, you know what, Claris, I'm not to take away your jingle card, though the content was good. The jingle was quite bad, to be
That's fine, that's fine.
You've had better. You know what, take that back into R&D. Come back to me in about 6 weeks, and let's see what you got. But yeah, the fact is, what you're saying about Big, like, also, as you have to bring up, is the fact that they just didn't flex out of their compound. They didn't try to take any area, and that's why they ended up, you know, becoming this.
This was... You should avert your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. This was not good. What are you supposed to do there when you're caught in like that? Absolutely nothing. And again, you know, if there are moments where teams north of you are slightly preoccupied in some facets, like for example, if Bazzi gets a knock, then all of a sudden your attention's turned for a moment. Or if they're dealing with other threats here, there, and everywhere, that's when you then start sending out feelers, almost kind of having them posted at those rocks and stuff like that to at least have a little bit of an off angle or something. But yeah, Big did none of that, and yeah, we saw the result.
Yeah, the result is Unicorns of Love win another chicken dinner. So let's actually take a look, more importantly, on their stats here today versus yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, because they have had a big improvement. I mean, obviously, you're going to see an improvement when you have a team winning 2 chicken dinners like this, but the fact is, it's a 3-day event. It's a 3-day finals, right? Yeah. One big day like this, especially with the points they already had, could be enough to solidify their spot into top 8.
Yeah, and especially when you look back on yesterday's games, you would never really see them in the late game in a very good spot. And I mentioned this a few times, they would not be as a full team too. They just seem a lot quicker and efficient on their rotation. Like, the decision making seems a lot faster to get in these spots. Like this circle, I said Kalaris a few times, we see them happen quite a bit. They did a rotation based on that. The Miramar match beforehand, they went instantly into like the best central position you had, which is like this massive warehouse position next to roads. Really hard to breach late game, and it's a really good spot if the circle tends to go that way. So yeah, they're just a lot more snappy, reacting to circles, reacting to positions and situations in the game. It's worked out great. So I want to see more of this Unicorns of Love, because it's been fantastic today.
And you know, it's also been fantastic, and I want to throw a little bit of a curveball, but they've been a little bit under the radar. Ruthless, they had 10 points in match 1, if I'm not mistaken, 17 in match 2. They were already on our page, or on the graphic earlier on today at the start of the show, when we looked at where teams would be if there was no bonus points awarded. I think they have been able to shoot up the rankings quite a bit, actually, and I'm actually curious where they're going to be currently standing right now, because this team has been making moves at the perfect time to do so.
I mean, in that Miramar game, I think that they took their first fight against Big. It's more south compared to where all our Hacienda fights were going on, and they were able to dispatch of them pretty quickly. I think Ruthless, are they still fielding
8th place? Yeah, they are still fielding Manu. He was one of the last ones alive besides Salazar Healing, but they're at 8th right now at 100 points.
Damn. Yeah, I think ever since they changed to having Manu on the roster, feels like they've had a little bit of a new lease of life in this tournament as a whole. So very happy to see the success from a change. I love the change.
And on Sanhok, I mean, if you want to have a really good heal strat similar to Same, the reason why Same is so good is because not many teams drop around that position, so you can flex out, get all the meds, and just regroup onto one player, which most of the case for Demuerte is Dadaev. Here they go for this massive split from Lakawi, Kampong, everything north of Docks pretty much, and no teams are like known to drop there. We had a few teams in the league stage, but they're not here anymore, so you have so much space to play with, get all the loot, boom, compete with Demuerte, you get 2nd or 3rd place minimum, because you're the only teams doing it consistently. Yeah, it's a good influx of point happening every Sanhok 2 matches per day. That's massive on the long term. So yeah, I think that's a massive and great change from them.
Yeah, let's actually take a look here at Ruthless. Maybe their stats in the finals compared to the entire league stage, because I feel like they have had a big step up here at the right time. Now, the weird thing is, the stats don't really reflect that, but the points they've been earning these last 2 days 100% do.
Yeah, again, I have to come back to the idea that with Manu kind of giving this roster a decent new opportunity to have a bit of a fresh start almost, because it did feel like they were stagnating as the previous four-man. Ever since, you know, Manu came in, I feel like that has given them a decent opportunity to just be able to have a bit more strength. They look like a new team right now, and I hope it continues like this, because quite honestly, this is a team of veterans that we've seen for a long time that sometimes were very up and down in terms of their results, but it's looked good so far here.
I have some gripe though with Ruthless. Whether they keep changing their in-game name though, that's a question I have. Who's who now? I have no idea.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It makes it very hard for us to do our jobs when people are constantly changing their name and adding letters or numbers randomly to the end of their name, or shorten it to the point that you wouldn't actually know that's how you pronounce their name unless you knew their name before they changed it. But anyways, that's beyond anything right now. One thing I do want to focus on lastly before we head into our next match. So we talked about Unicorns of Love. They're actually in second place right now in points. They're still, to be fair, almost 30 points behind MADBULLS. They passed HVVP, VIRTUS.PRO, Demuerte, TJB. They are on the rise, and if they continue a performance like this today, they might not even really need to push tomorrow too hard to maintain a top 8.
To be honest, I kind of expected them to do really well in this tournament. It was tough at the start because Russell changes his new team. They need to build that synergy. But on paper, this team is so good. You got Gonzo, you got Crypto, got Raucous that's got a lot of international experience, and Icy, like the new superstar of this year when it comes to PUBG Mobile Western Europe. On paper, this team is going to do really well, and I think that they've reached these standards now with what we saw today, and I want to see if they can follow it up with hopefully more games and good results.
Yeah, hopefully, but obviously you have to see if they even qualify to the EU Regionals to make that one happen. But before we head into our next match, though, I want to remind you guys at home who are watching, make sure you guys keep your eyes out in the YouTube chat for a link to a survey here about the show, about everything that's been going on here. Make sure you guys give some positive feedbacks and say, you know, the desk, really like those guys. They're doing a fantastic job. They should deserve raises. They should get many things, and maybe Maxman can get a portion of Clarus's day rate because his day rate is insane. You know, it's also insane. Oh, no. Our commentators, John and Blank, they're insane in the membrane.
Sure. Let's go with all of that. That sounds great. Blank, we're getting into map number 3, the first Erangel of the day.
Yeah, it's the first Erangel of the day. Exciting stuff. Happy days. Back towards basics. After that game, though, goodness me, John. What that's talking about 158 points for Unicorns of Love. Second place. What is this? It's crazy. This is news to everybody. And they are not done yet. And I think this is our lowest bonus point scoring team in the top 4 right now. 56 bonus points currently. Sandwiched between 75 for MADBULLS and 68 for HVVP. Crazy stuff there here at 158. And who would have thunk it that Unicorns Love would be the chasers, the big dogs in MADBULLS?
I mean, this is phase 2, Unicorns of Love, back in action, right? We didn't really see that in phase 1.
Phase 2 Crypto.
Sorry, phase 2 Crypto back in action. We didn't really see Crypto in phase 1 because Crypto got 207 points for the team. Of course, the Unicorns of Love got 207 points in phase 1, finished 7th place in phase 3. Even worse, right? 13th place overall. They didn't even make it to the Livic game. 154 points. In phase 2, however, 3rd place, 284 points. That is the team that we're seeing now, and if it's due to Crypto or if it's due to the rest of the team supporting Crypto in the same way that they were during that phase, not entirely sure, but either way, this is that team that is back on form. And I feel like we have seen a few teams come back to form in that way. I mean, TJB, obviously from yesterday, not had the same sort of impact today, but still 6th place.
100%. I think you go through these phases, and again, it's that kind of that mental barrier. Sometimes it's like, oh God, we need to get more bonus points, but it feels so rough right now, and we're just not performing how we expect ourselves to, which is why you sometimes see that on these resets between phases, you do see some teams pop off. You see some teams, you know, don't do so well, and it's a little bit crazy overall in terms of those bonus points that people are trying to accrue. But for Unicorns of Love, I will say one thing is that from the beginning of this tournament, you look at each player objectively, and you can see this team is very, very good and well put together from Unicorns of Love. So hats off to them, honestly. It's the first time in quite a while that I've looked at Unicorns of Love team and be like, you know what, I can see exactly why you've chosen this, and this player. Like, it all makes sense. It looks good on paper, and it did perform well. Look, you put it out to the world, and in a real-world scenario, it worked well, it looked good, theoretically looks nice, and now finally, in practice, it's looking good as well, because Gonzo, obviously, maybe not the 100% IGL of the team, but definitely makes some good movements. He's not making as many of these wild flanks anymore that he's getting caught off. Rollkiss, yeah, still a little bit of a crazy guy in terms of his scouting, but, you know, he's still supporting the team. But Icy, I think this guy has kind of fallen on the back burner in terms of our conversations a few times just because Crypto is in. But Icy was that guy that put up alone last season. I think it was the highest elimination count out of the entirety of the lobby, even when sometimes Unicorns of Love weren't doing all that hot. He was really putting a lot of the work in by himself. So now, again, we're seeing those times where, you know, Crypto is popping off, but not always Icy. But then when you did see those games where Crypto and Icy were working hand in hand and looked like best of buds, that's where you saw something really cool happen.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that Icy, I mean, Icy, I think, undeniably has had a fall off in terms of statistical impact to the team, right? My question is that a decision being made, right? Is that a decision to reallocate resource, support Crypto in a way, or put Crypto in those positions where Icy was being put before and not really giving Icy that sort of time to shine as a team decision? Sure, you can have those experiences where they're working together and they're playing well, but it's still a little bit of a question for me.
I think that if we look back historically through some games, and again, this is just me like pulling the games and the matches out off the top of my head. My weird secret, my weird little talent is that, you know, I could see many matches and many different scenarios. I could pull them at will. I'm like a walking not so great database, which is absolutely fine. Can't always find the thing that you want, but I do have those little glimpses here and there. And that little glimpse right now is the fact that when you look at Icy, even like on a map on Miramar, I believe it was phase 2 where we saw Gonzo go down, I think it was, where you had that valley in play. Icy tends to fill in the blanks, right? He was the player to immediately move and leave Crypto behind in a fantastic forward position where he filled in the blank there for Gonzo on the off angle. And I think you look at Crypto, yes, great player, great fragger, really a lot of times does pull that team through some difficult scenarios and puts in the lion's share, but it is always Icy who is able to set themselves up, and where they might have maybe a hole in the fortress, he's the one there, and then with the cement, plug in the holes, and he does keep this team afloat a lot of times.
I mean, it's interesting, right? Because sure, on the numbers, he has taken that decline, but in general, from that, you could almost say that he's improved as a player, right? Or he's become more useful to the team as a player than his massive pop-off games ever were.
And you know what? Like, I'm gonna keep harping on about this because it's a really, really good point, John, in the sense that, you know, he has improved as a player. And you know what? The hardest players to improve are the ones who have an ego. And you'd expect Icy to have one. Honestly, I would expect it. I would also have this ego. If I was coming off the back of last season, my team doesn't do so hot yet. I'm still the highest eliminator in the entirety of the lobby in that season. But those are the hardest players to improve. Yet Icy has taken this back burner on the role to kind of fill in where, you know, sometimes Unicorns of Love has these mistakes or sometimes isn't quite able to find the knocks or the angles, in which case Icy's like, fine, that's me. I'm not going to get the most knocks or the most limbs in this game, but I will certainly put my team with the best foot forward to actually find that chicken dinner. And I think that is one of the most admirable things you can do as a younger player in the lobby as well.
He takes himself away from the controls of the digger and instead picks up the shovel and gets stuck in. You know, that's
right. Absolutely.
It's not much, but it's honest work.
It is honest work. I need to get that meme created for Icy. 100%. That's what's need to be done. Maxman, we need you now. This is your call. This is your thing. Anyway, taking a look at some other teams at the moment. Their game lord in particular, 11th place now. It looked a little bit safer when they were in 9th, behind 8th place. It wasn't too bad. I think it was 3 points behind at the start of the day, if I'm not mistaken, John. But now dropping down to 11th place, 85. I think they only got 2 points on the day so far. Oof, rough. Not good at all. And now they're 15 points behind that 8th place. And again, we mentioned that practice in the regional finals will be extremely important coming into PMGC because you have that stagnant break. Goodness me, that's going to be a bad time to come PMGC. We've seen a fair few teams that look decent, look good, and then come PMGC, just get blown out the water and just look like a complete non-starter. Now, I wouldn't like that team to be a Western European team. Yes, we don't always have the best batting into PMGC, but we're usually a middling team there. I think this time around, though, we do have some seriously heavy hitters, which could make for a big play in PMGC, which is why I'm very excited for it.
I think from this tournament, obviously, the one team that people are really looking at is going to be MADBULLS in terms of being able to just outperform pretty much everyone else right now. And I think for me, the big interesting factor for me is how are they going to perform when it comes to regionals? Because let's be honest, Blank, this team is going to regionals. There is really no doubt in my mind about that. MADBULLS will be seen there. So we'll have to, first of all, figure out who else is going with them, but also figure out how they stack up against the other regions.
100%. And I mean, you look at those Turkish teams, goodness me, they are astonishingly good. S2G and Besiktas obviously kind of head and shoulders above a lot of the other teams in that region, and there'll be some serious contenders for them. But it'd be a great playground as well for some of these teams to really test their limits. I think Western Europe's been good because we've had one of the most exciting seasons yet, where the overall skill level of this lobby has had to adapt and improve to these new heavy hitters coming into the lobby. And, you know, you get in the ring with them, you come away bruised with a black eye, but you get back in the training room, you hit those boxing bags, and you go again. And that's what a lot of these teams have done. You see them in the finals now, still trying their hearts out. Look at Unicorns of Love, for example, trying to put themselves back on the map. It's great to see.
It really is. It really is. Circle shifts out to east, Blank. We haven't really had too much conflict early on. Everyone has been nice and polite to one another, but I imagine that is not long for a change. Farm, currently on the south side. QODEX huddling up, getting a little bit further forwards as well. Looks like they have sent a scout further into the circle. Team still crunching in. A lot of presence on that north side, quite close to a few other teams, but no one really fighting around shelter just yet. Death Machine maybe could come into contact with TJB.
It's been a while since we've seen TJB do very well on this type of circle, but we have seen them do very well on this type of circle. So I would like to see that coming through for them in this game. Again, we mentioned they're slipping down slightly. They don't have as much of a buffer in terms of those bonus points as some other teams that do continue to have to put up these big performances on the matches.
Demuerte spotting out Death Machine. Instead of TJB, they moved away from TJB, and I said there was a lot of these teams up on this north side, and it seems like that little bit of a barrier has started to be established. Death Machine tried to move through it, but they're a little bit too late to the party. But now that the shots have gone either way, let's go back and forth. But hang on a minute. Shockwave, Nexus, they're locked in combat. Looks like a 2v1 now as Octavian and Exo against Terminus, who's across the way, isolated from this fight.
And nowhere near to even assist. MADBULLS, though, making a pretty standard rotation from MADBULLS. They're not trying anything a little bit too flashy here. Terminus just gets in the water, realizes that is probably his best hope. Not trying anything too flashy, like dropping towards Yasnaya alongside Game Lord. Instead, they just take the typical rotation from Primos. But their major issue and their major concern might just have to be HVVP here. They drop down towards Sosnovka, and they might just backfill MADBULLS on that southern coast, as they're now moving through that western bridge and will be on the western side. And MADBULLS hasn't really had to deal with a team behind them for a long while, other than X-Team. And unfortunately for X-Team, they did usually just fall over flat in front of MADBULLS. But this time, this is a bit of a different category of team here in HVVP. You can see it on your screen. I wonder if they will move down there, but it looks like they are just heading towards that south side of Pachinki.
Here's a replay of the engagement, Shockwave and Nexus. Looks like Shockwave tried to roll up and just got absolutely torn apart. Terminus, okay, so he was a third party into this engagement, but he kind of just fell back. HVVP, this is the second time they've dropped military base, and I can't quite recall the plane path on this game, Blank, but is this an adjustment? Given that ARB aren't dropping on that C block anymore, Do you think that this is potentially a new home for HVVP on Erangel?
I mean, it's a great spot for them overall. I mean, a lot of times Sosnovka does present issues in the sense that it's sometimes quite difficult to get away. On this particular circle, though, easy enough for them to just go over that western bridge. They know that Unicorns of Love are going to sit pretty, and Novo move over on that eastern bridge. Big, though, taking a huge amount of punishment from the nades at the moment. Mickey will go down to a UMP from Old Boy.
Yankee out the window, repositions to the old building. Lovely long nade there, just a little bit off the target for Old Boy, but the intention was good, and that's even better. Tulika lines up the side swipe on the spray. Out pops Yankee. He wants more. SHOCKWAVE gets flushed on out and hops out again. Wants to play over that wall. Big suffering here, as they have been for quite a while. Old Boy up for the challenge. Mazzaro actually wins out that duel there behind the cover, and in comes the swing. Needs to find a second, and it's not going to happen for him. Big down to just the one as Tulika cleans everyone up.
Scary stuff there for VP. I think they wanted that fight to go a lot more cleanly. It really did almost result in them not having enough players to push through into those final moments of the circle. In the meantime, HVVP heard this fight, opted not to third party, and instead to get towards this ridge side on the western side, just to the north of Farm. So very, very cool stuff from HVVP. Usually you would see them third party that. This time they don't opt to go for it, but they are directly coming in contact with TJB now, and this will be a fight for them to try and take. Usually TJB is quite the aggressive team, and for the guys from HVVP, I think they're good against teams that kind of play standard PUBG Mobile. I don't think TJB does that. Again, HVVP will just send directly past. This is bold stuff. Now, this is going to be a difficult push over towards Eastern Stars, but looks like they're making it.
I mean, bold is one way to put it, but that was not ideal. Kitsune going down out in the open. And they're just going to turn tail. They're not even going to commit to this push. They're not going to commit to the crash. Maybe not just yet. Maybe they're looking for a knock. But Meku goes down. Tixie's very low. Matic's trapped in the ravine.
Oh god, this is turned disastrous. I mean, it was going to be only so long that you could full throttle your way through the entirety of the map from that western side. I think it's actually quite lucky indeed that they've been able to get all the way down towards this side of MUERTE, in fact. They do get there with 3 players, with this circle, in fact, being quite dangerous for a lot of teams anyway. Don't mind it massively. Again, it's one of those moments where you look at a team and you're like, wow, I can't believe you just got away with that.
Lose a player for HVVP. Trying their luck trying to crash onto this garage, but Eastern Stars hold it nicely. The roadblock now under control by HVVP. So they can start to peek out a couple of positions.
I mean, still, for what should have been a game where they were playing on the edge, coming from Sosnovka so late, the fact that they're fairly central in the circle, and for one player, it's costly, but I would say that there was some worth from it, right? Yeah, look at this. I mean, it was costly, but it wasn't a case of they weren't buying something for note, right? So they gave up that player, but they got this central position. They're on that north side of MUERTE. This is good stuff. They can start to hold out some teams. Again, Matic's in an odd spot. It might be a bit difficult to move up the rest of his team with oversight there from Eastern Stars. But for the Eastern Stars, they're going to start having to worry about the east side of the map with Game Law maybe swinging down that side and Muerte over there as well. Unicorns love get a little bit more situated after having a fairly decent push for themselves from that eastern bridge itself.
TJB, 4 players alive. QODEX really know that there's a team here, and Ruthless are right around the corner. This is a very, very close engage right now. It's a bit of a firecracker location. 3 teams are there, and NEXUS are moving close by. QODEX just turned their attention in. Oh, lovely little front flip there. Unfortunately, the judges aren't scoring too well. NEXUS are taking a heavy punishment from QODEX. Veto spotted. Manikan actually shot at from across the way. This is Pioneer. This is 5 teams actually in this close area.
I mean, Unicorns of Love even taking shots down towards NEXUS now, so rough stuff. Now, with Unicorns of Love's position and the split they're taking, I don't want to call it too early, but this is a very, very good spot on the map for them to play from. And, you know, 3 chicken dinners in a day. MADBULLS did it yesterday. Is it possible for Unicorn to love? It would be the most unbelievable turn of events in this tournament, and Jason and Kalaris believe it.
HVVP prediction on the 3-player position for Maxman as well. That's interesting. I mean, you were talking about the value of that position that they got after that circle shift came in. I mean, it went up massively, and they do control a lot of ground around them. Unfortunately, I think they're fighting uphill, certainly towards Eastern Stars, and on that roadside, you are kind of penned in terms of having that scouting information.
We're kind of held at the crossroad, right? Yeah, sure. I mean, it's going to be difficult to leave, maybe. But again, for Unicorn to love, they're already doing enough, right? They are not being passive. They're taking shots towards Nexus, for God's sake. I mean, that's all the way over on the western side of the map. I mean, that's really out of their range. So as long as they can keep teams at bay, take shots, get knocks, that's fine. That's what you need to do from this type of position. You need to really accelerate the game in ways that maybe these other teams aren't prepared for with the position you have. You know you're not going to have to move too much. You know you have 4 separate positions currently that Unicorns love are holding where they can move to either one of them. It will most likely be this next circle where they will decide on position to play. But if they want to continue playing like this, that's hyper aggressive.
VIRTUS.PRO trying to get aggressive in towards the corner of MUERTE, but unfortunately everybody is looking their way. Game Lords, Demuerte both look at to slow this one down. TakeAim Gaming in the meantime coming at very similar time.
Damn!
That is a good trick. I want to see that again. I don't know if we could get that on as part of the replay packages, but that was clean. It was.
My guy did a barrel roll, and that is all you want to see.
Have you know that's an aileron roll? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, dude. I apologize. Almost, though. Now this looks like, you want to head over towards Crypto's position, and Icy currently holding down towards that south side. MADBULLS might even want to get a little bit cheeky and move up now towards the road. Again, you will need some smokes to make this happen. VP managed to get their way in. They moved all the way towards that eastern side. In the meantime, the HVVP, you do have to admit here, the position they were able to take up residence in, it's great. It's worked out. 3 players, though, that is the major concern. How well can they hold off on these pushes? Gonna have to be really clean with the nades out the window.
Demuerte. Some shots over towards MADBULLS on the push. Actually, Game Lord being found, sorry. Thought there was the MADBULLS silhouette, but no. It's a little bit closer than that. Narvalo cut down. Crawls back to safety, though, for now.
Pioneer terrifyingly close to 2 players there from MADBULLS. Quickly, though, Monkey and Skills instantly reposition to try and take down these players from Pioneer. Already 2 falling. This looks bad news for them.
On the roadside as well, HVVP gave a little bit of ground over towards Death Machine as they regrouped up towards the top of that hill. It's looking pretty good there. Unicorns Love still with a fairly wide split, controlling a similar area.
Yeah, and I think this is where, you got to be scared of MADBULLS, because they could choose any one of these positions and it would be pretty difficult to keep them away. They continue to play on the edge here. As 4 players too, I think that they realize that, yeah, sure, we're still putting up numbers in terms of the elimination points, but we haven't had a firecracker of a game as of yet. And with Unicorns Love continuing to have what has been a really, really good day today, if we don't shut them down soon, or at least get another one of those leads, we are back to square one in terms of there is a chance for a team to overtake us and take the actual win here over in Western Europe.
Eastern Stars trying to hold off the approach of TakeAim Gaming, and doing so with nades, with the rounds. They're giving ground, but they're allowing TakeAim Gaming to walk into these positions where they're pre-nading, where they're pre-firing as well. Demuerte, unfortunately, have got the back angle, which means that giving ground puts your backs towards the position where they will be taking shots towards. Nexus eliminated in the meantime. This urban area becoming super, super deadly for everyone.
Gonzo is actually fighting off against Game Lord all by himself, finds at least 1, but they are still encroaching on his position. In the meantime, down towards the south, Icy is currently taking shots over towards QODEX, but MADBULLS are starting to creep their way in. Keme on his own.
Did manage to get the one, and Keme actually gets out of dodge. Demuerte with Ingush, last player standing for them, takes down Take Aim Gaming, but the circle shifts all the way away, out towards the field. Blank, this is going to be a really tricky egress for all of the teams in the settlements.
What a horrid ending here, though. Zerich goes down, but Icy is found by a grenade, and Skills will finish him off, so Unicorns of Love down to 3 players now. On the other hand of things, though, MADBULLS do have a player down. Looking for the resurrect, though, but this circle over towards the fields, goodness me, hard to play in. Really no areas to hold. You need those vehicles to set up the compounds. Now, you can see this, MADBULLS slowly made their way into position. Crypto's by himself, and they're looking for another knock over towards MADBULLS, but they've already got the resurrect, and in comes the vehicles.
Crash is through, Effect. Oh, lines it up onto Gonzo, takes him down. No chance there. Crypto with the nade in hand. Needs to slow them down now. Banks it off the windowsill, but there's fire at the back, and you need to be careful. There's 3 players from MADBULLS pushing in down the stairs. He lobs the nade, and actually, Gonzo, getting flushed out there. Skills finds Rolkiss. What more can be done? Monkey opening those doors, poking, prying into the Unicorn's position, but it's only the one remaining.
Done now. Unicorns of Love out. Crypto got hit by that grenade, and MADBULLS able to find that position on that southeast side. They were very, very slow with it, and I think that for Unicorns of Love, it was just a case of not regrouping early enough and allowing MADBULLS to creep their way into position. HVVP see Death Machine start to move up. They have lost 1 player. That's a good nade, though.
MADBULLS opening up towards Game Lord, stopping anyone else from leaving. They've kept themselves as 4 through this fight. 7 eliminations, though, and you've got to wonder how many nades do they have left? How much utility? Hopefully they've still got a couple of smokes left in the back pocket. Death Machine on the northern side, taking on HVVP now, as TJB will want to come in through as well. Find the first, hold Death Machine out at bay, stopping them from pushing in towards HVVP, and TJB will have to take this fight afterwards, but can they dispatch Death Machine early? Meku goes down. This is good news for TJB. Matic able to stay on the outside as Death Machine now left with just the one. They spot him going into the doors, and TJB yet to move on through, but only 1 remains for HVVP as Death Machine fall.
But now TJB immediately moving up, and Matic has to either just leave this or get 1 player back up in action. But with the blue coming in, it looks like he's just going to have to get out of dodge. But there's already players watching him as MADBULLS are zooming in.
Oh, they are not going to give any quarter here. Look at that, TJB getting rattled down, unfortunately for Effect. He does take a tumble in return, but the MADBULLS can move in to back it up, and the circle goes their way.
Yeah, this is painful news for them. 6 eliminations. TJB certainly did have to have a good game here, but 11 elims for MADBULLS on this match. You just have to admit, Unicorns of Love dropped the ball just slightly. Keme still first contact, though, for MADBULLS, should they move a little bit further forward. But with this circle, life is hard now for TJB. You wonder how many more meds they have remaining. They were quite quiet on that north side, so didn't get too involved for a lot of these engagements.
MADBULLS don't need to push to Keme's position. TJB do. So it's not unlikely that TJB might be the ones to take down Keme. As MADBULLS start to put the nades over to TJB, and they're finding those little openings of damage. A nice spray over towards Effect. Doesn't quite get the knock for GK first. Repositions a little bit behind the land, behind those ridges. And Monkey falls back. They don't want to take this nade damage in return.
Still quite a bit of damage going through towards MADBULLS' side. They are quickly meting it back up. Zerich spots the position right on the edge of the smoke here, taking advantage of that little amount of view he can see through there.
Zerich, an off-angle specialist for MADBULLS, and TJB looks like they want to deal with it. Sending out Xiao out wide. Zerich will be able to see that, but it's Monkey who deals with it. This time around, the nade over the top seals the deal. And now they're finding Lin as well. Zerich doesn't even go down. Tingsker, they're systematically wiping across the line from TJB here. This is the MADBULLS efficiency that we know and love. Zerich does go down, does get flushed, but only the 1 player left standing now for TJB. Leaves him and Keme in actually a pretty heads-up fight right now.
Keme is just sat in the middle of this the entire time. MADBULLS have been so consistently good with their crossfires so far. Zerich just finds it so easy to keep fighting from that position, knowing that he's got support from his teammates.
Lin flushed. Now the MADBULLS will start to reposition out into the open field. Keme should be spotted here. I imagine GK first. Also, well, he's going to have to crawl out here, down onto the broadside. That should be pinged out by the MADBULLS as soon as they spot it. Keme playing in this valley, still in the next circle, takes shots over towards Monkey, and that is a death sentence. Keme for Eastern Star stays alive, tries to take the fight with effect, but that goes about as well as you'd expect. And the AUG puts him down. MADBULLS put their first chicken dinner of the day on the board.
I mean, Effect just puts Keme on blast in the last moments there. Tries to do something, but Effect's like, look, mate, it's not happening. Massive game for them. 31 points on that game, by the way. Huge, huge match. And I think that's exactly what they needed. Unicorns of Love should have regrouped earlier. I think they were trying to take up too much presence in that circle that they just didn't necessarily have to. And when MADBULLS kind of spotted that they were playing so split, it was just a case of a full send with the vehicles after the initial knock that they found. And Unicorns of Love just weren't able to regroup efficiently enough into position. Again, I think for MADBULLS, this is just one of those games where, yeah, sure, they were quiet for the majority of it, but the amount of eliminations they got just wouldn't suggest the same thing. So dominant in those final circles, and it is kind of, the more you look at it, Zerich, who takes these off angles, which are extremely dangerous, but also lures teams into a false sense of security to step up, try and take him down, but they already have these crossfires set up, and it's something that they've done so many times throughout entirety of this phase, entirety of this tournament. I'm not sure how teams are figuring out how to deal with it at this point in time.
How many chicken dinners do the Unicorns of Love get again? One. It doesn't matter how many chicken dinners the Unicorns of Love were able to get, because MADBULLS just keep on blasting with another chicken dinner.
I think while we're watching that match, we did our predictions, like pretty much exactly right after our predictions came up, we were like, we should have picked MADBULLS because of that rotation they pulled off towards the south side. Again, Claris, we talked so many times in the past about how good they are at the rotations, and the execution of that rotation and what happened thereafter against Unicorns of Love was flawless.
Yeah, it definitely was. I think that they pressured it exactly the right time. I think if Unicorns of Love, I think they held their split for a little bit too long across greater swaths of MUERTE, and if you don't do that, maybe they could have had a bit better of a chance at holding off MADBULLS, but there was no way when MADBULLS was pushing as hard as they were, and considering how split their opponents were. So 31 points for MADBULLS off the back of securing this anchor spot that's straight over to the road as well. Very nicely done.
You just see the moment also, everything just like clicks into place for MADBULLS. There's Monkey, they send him out to scout that position. He spots Icy Solo's like, I got a plan, and they just full send it, fully commit to as a full team, like 4v1 versus Icy. As good as Icy actually is, 4v1 versus MADBULLS probably not going to be going your way, and then you just like overwhelm the rest of the team because it's a 4v3. Get onto Crypto's anchor point. It's so simple, it's so easy, so textbook, but it's MADBULLS, so it's just so efficient every single time they execute it. And I feel like these segments are getting repetitive because like we just keep highlighting how efficient MADBULLS are, but they're just the best team. They're the CCT eventual level threat, everything.
It's right here out of Effect, like MADBULLS pushing the other side of the road, leaving Effect in the high ground as well, just able to open things up with that first knock onto Unicorns of Love. I mean, the thing is, MADBULLS just play things to perfection, and we haven't really seen them make many, if any, mistakes over the course of this event so far. And right now, they're just having a field day running away with this, lengthening their lead not only against the whole lobby, but more importantly, against the second place team of Unicorns of Love, who are about 30 points in range of them until this match happens. So probably around 60 points now.
Yeah, definitely the perfect team to take out on your path to victory here, right? And yeah, as you say, like I can't recall a time where like MADBULLS has lost like a 4v4 straight up fight where terrain's not a huge impact given the circumstances. I feel like anytime they've had a slow, kind of an unsuccessful game, it's been because of a slow bleed out. They've lost one, then they've lost another later on down the line, and then eventually you've stopped MADBULLS. But for the most part, they get towards the end even as 3, and will round out games.
And also you give Effect an AUG, so that's definitely not going to be helping you out, yeah.
Yeah, 100% true. But you know it's also 100% true. We love to see submissions from you guys about how you watch PMPL. You can make sure to tweet to us with the hashtag PMPL, or not tweet to us, you can post on Instagram, whatever you want to do. Just use the hashtag PMPLWEU. Let's actually see what we got here. Now, Maxman has handpicked this one out of all of them because he thought this is going to be perfection, just to go with MADBULLS' perfect game we just saw. So let's actually see how someone at home is watching. Oh, yeah. At least the best part of this is the fact that we're on camera.
Yes.
I look so confused. Why?
I'm giving a kissy face, and Clarus looks like he just got scared from something.
I'm going to attack someone, apparently, in this photo. That's
leap out the screen.
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to fight.
The only downside, though, is I didn't see Max actually like that post, so...
That person wasn't logged in, so you couldn't see. No, yeah.
Okay, you got a point. All right, well, you guys at home, we have a little bit of time here before we head into our fourth match of the day, but this is officially the halfway point now of our finals. But we'll be back in just a little bit here as we recap what happened in Phase 3 to bring you Match 4 of the day.
The Mad Bulls were set loose again in Phase 3 of PMPL Western Europe Fall 2022. Let's take a look at who in this lobby has been able to come up in the top 5 amidst such chaos and destruction. While Team QODEX wasn't in a very sweet spot, Moneyken really stepped up for the squad as the new wonder kid from Western Europe. His cheeky peeks defeated even the most fearsome names in the lobby. Those skills were in maximum effect when he wiped Death Machine off the map. After a superb display of firepower in Phase 2, Tixi went into Phase 3 with the same aggression in mind, and that was all Na'Vi needed to hold their banner high before they enter the finals. The 1v3 against Demuerte was one of the most stupendous scenes we saw this week. Whenever the Mad Bulls go wild, Zerich must become the dynamo to power the large-scale destruction that the Mad Bulls require. And he will be back for even more once the final stage goes live. TJB's poster boy finally appeared in the limelight of the full season to give his team a good morale boost before the final lap. The one-man army brought a mind-boggling damage score of 12,028 points, and alone carried the squad to 4th place on the Phase 3 table. Even if he's not number 1 on this week's list, he was surely the most heroic player. The most consistent name on the MVP list of this season, Effect has undoubtedly become the most menacing gunner on the battlefields of Western Europe, and he grows more ferocious by the day, as this time he took his elimination tally to a staggering 76. He remains uncontested in every other metric as well, and we doubt that the finals will be any different. Could there be a villain in Effect's dream run this season? Stay tuned as the last chapter of PMPL Western Europe Fall unfolds this week. Mad Bulls have reclaimed their dominion on the battlegrounds of Western Europe, and this time with even bigger numbers. The team's total point accumulation from Phase 3 hit a whopping total of 351 points. Not only did it include 6 chicken dinners, Mad Bulls scored even more in the elimination department, thus resulting in a mammoth total that no team has ever reached so far. Effect returned to his nemesis form and laid down an elimination spree of 76 points. Mad Bulls' way of improvising on the go and taking control of the zone by brute force is proving to be more overwhelming than their rivals can handle. Not to mention how they gather an extraordinary amount of intel in every circle. Na'Vi in second didn't lose their edge either, adding 4 more wins beside their name. The confidence in their plays remained flawless. VIRTUS.PRO came third, but unlike Na'Vi, who had a poor first week, VIRTUS.PRO's superior consistency saw them taking over Na'Vi on the overall league scoreboard. After Mad Bulls, VIRTUS.PRO claimed second place while Na'Vi settled for third. Can Na'Vi level up in the face of the competition in the finals to begin next week? Mad Bulls and VIRTUS.PRO are already ahead thanks to their bonus points advantage. Moving on, TJB came back from oblivion and raised themselves to 4th place in Phase 3. Their aggression was commendable, but there's more to be expected from the defending champions. They're surely not a bottom feeder, and GK First and the boys have a lot of work to do to remind these newcomers to whom the Western Europe title belongs. As well as this, Game Lord got stuck at 5th once again, and the poor win ratio is not taking them anywhere near the title. The surprise of the last week goes to Take Aim Gaming. The underdogs grabbed 3 wins in this week, including the Livic Chicken Dinner, and guaranteed themselves the ticket for the finals. Eastern Stars, Big, and Unicorns of Love, all the original contenders of Western Europe, had another bad week. But teams like Pioneer and Unicorns of Love will hold a respectable place on the overall standings for their impressive run in Phases 1 and 2. So far, the Western Europe teams have remained inferior to the new conquerors. However, we have seen dream runs turn into disasters overnight in PUBG Mobile. Can the Western Europe veterans rise to the call? Find out this week in the finals of PMPL Western Europe Fall 2022.
thank you very much to my alter ego voiceover, John. It's good to hear all the roundups, the reports coming through there. But we're getting into the second Miramar of today. We're going back over to the desert for match number 4.
That we are, and again, obviously after that last game, MADBULLS kind of pumped up, ridiculous game overall. Again, hard to catch them, but I keep saying that, and our team keeps performing very, very well. Not seen a lot out of HVVP today, unfortunately. It seems they keep getting caught out towards these endgame pushes and a little bit too audacious, maybe just a little bit too slapdash, and I'm not sure what to suggest to them anymore because they are a very, very high level team, and I think that, you know, the splits maybe aren't working as well as they had hoped, but even beyond that, there is just some plays that aren't looking too hot. 50-point lead now for MADBULLS above the Unicorns of Love. If you want to be specific, I think it's 49, right? But even so, goodness me, what a ridiculous lead that is.
It really is quite a lot. I mean, they saw Unicorns of Love catching up and they were like, whoa, guys, come on. Be reasonable. MADBULLS, we're MADBULLS. We need at least 40 points between us and the second place team. So let's just put that back in, you know, we'll have a great game and then we can go back to usual.
I mean, yeah, even without, I think that this scary thing about this team is that, you know, these bonus points are involved so that we get the most consistently good team that goes towards the end and picks up these final points and is able to get themselves the money that, you know, I think I will use this word, they deserve technically from the amount of good plays that they've made throughout the entirety of the league play, the consistency they've shown us, so we can kind of even out that curve. But even without those bonus points, MADBULLS will still be massively ahead of anyone else here, and it's not a likely thing we see too much. Oftentimes in Western Europe, we have seen teams dominate in the league play and then a wild card come out from in the finals and pick up that first place. But here, MADBULLS is just reluctant to let anything get away from them. 4 chicken dinners already found here on the second day as we head into the last 3 games. Starting off here with Miramar, we're over towards that western side. MADBULLS obviously benefiting from this with their drop spot over towards El Pozo, and Big back down towards Chumacera and Pioneer taking up via Demar.
HVVP heading up towards La Cobraria. Tixi actually heading out wide, close to El Pozo. Needs to be careful, but does manage to snag a vehicle. Unicorns of Love coming off 2 chicken dinners and what should have been a really, really solid result for them. They did still get a couple of points, but could have been a little bit bigger. Up towards Torre Hamada, and a split all the way down towards, actually, TJB. GK first, close by to Gonzo, although they are across the way just a little bit. Potential scuffle near Impala on the east side here for VIRTUS.PRO and SHOCKWAVE, but it looks like SHOCKWAVE are just going to grab some vehicles, potentially head further south, swing south of Los Leones, maybe even head into Los Leones itself. We'll have to wait and see for what these teams are going to go for their rotational parts.
Yeah, VP just trying to get their way down towards Puerto Paraíso, which is where they generally start, so they can begin to loot and then make their general rotations up towards this side of the map. Anyway, you look at these teams though, and you think to yourself, like, getting this first place position, so rough. And a lot of times when you're playing these matches, you're playing these tournaments, you're hoping that that team in first place makes some mistakes, that they might lose some points here and there, or they might not put up such big games. And even though, you know, on those first 2 games of the day that we watched, wasn't great from MADBULLS by any stretch of the word, but it wasn't bad either. I think there was 8 eliminations one game. I think it was 3 eliminations on the first. You even that out, it's still like you're getting, what is that, 5.5 average on the game. That's the problem with them. And then they come out with this 31-pointer. It's just a case of, it's very, very hard for MADBULLS to not put up points. You very rarely see them leave a game with 0 points. In fact, I'd be very curious to see if there has been any games in the past, let's say 2 weeks, where they've dropped a 0-pointer. In fact, I'm going to check. I'm going to check right now.
It just doesn't happen, like, it's just impossible. It's always one a limb. Always in a fight, they'll find a point, I reckon. You go and check those numbers, because I think it's unlikely, as you say. Death Machine, having been left alone in Picardo, has worked well for them, but however today, we just have not seen that same performance coming through that we saw in the first day of the finals right now. I think they went down very early in our first Miramar. They went down fairly early in, I think over in the Sanhok as well, if I'm not mistaken. I think Big took a lot of their players down pretty early, and they kind of bit the dust there as well. I don't think they had the best of times on that Erangel. It just hasn't been the same performance that we've seen from them day one. And I mean, it's kind of comparable to Phase 1 compared to Phase 2 and 3 for this team. They have those little flashes, but they remain firmly in the pan for the performances of Death Machine. And with that, Death Machine actually drop out of the bubble. They will be in 9th place right now, with Ruthless Esports on 100 points flat, taking up that position in 8th place. And of course, that is where these teams are going to be looking for to jump on up to try and make it to the regional stage. I'm wondering if Blank has managed to...
I have, yeah. Sorry, I'm back now. I'm back. I checked, and you're going to find this very surprising.
What? Okay, I'm prepared.
From Phase 1 to Phase 2 to Phase 3 for all the finals, MADBULLS has never dropped a 0-point game.
Oh my god. That is impressive. I wonder how often that happens. Don't go and look that up right now, Blank, because I don't think we have the time to check everyone.
No, that's fine.
Did you manage to keep track of the minimum points they got per game in any game?
1 point.
You were going through? 1 point. Okay, they did have a 1-point game. How was it a frequent thing that they got a 1-point game?
It happened twice where they went 12th place. Just got the 1 point off the placement point.
But still, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, cool. Just never dropping a 0-point game. That's terrifying though, right? This never happened. So for these teams that are trying to catch up to them, you know, you're hoping, oh god, I hope they get a 0-point game. Guys, it's never happened.
It just doesn't happen. The MADBULLS always get their point. They say that we got our one, they move to next.
That's right. That's all they need. And again, they just believe in themselves, man. They just believe in themselves. TJB, I mean, I do want to take a quick look at TJB now, though, just because I do want to keep checking in with this team. Able to put up a fair few points now, 135, so they have upped that just a little bit. 6th place, 20 points ahead of 7th, so still good stuff for them. Pioneer able to sneak their way into 7th place, 112 currently. And Ruthless Esports in 8th place themselves. Game Lord slowly but surely clambering up, 94 points on the games, but everyone underneath them so close to them. You got 96 in 9th place, 94 for Game Lord, 93 for Eastern Stars, 92 for Shockwave, 87 for QODEX, 86 for NEXUS. There is a lot of movement that can still happen, so that 8th place spot is terrifyingly easy to take up right now. I think as you head up from there, you know, there's less and less spots available unless you have an unbelievable pop-off day on that finals. But for all these teams, they are going to be in one hell of a bar brawl looking for this 8th place.
I mean, it is right in the middle of those tables, right? That is where it can be really close in terms of points. And it will be heavily fought over. You can bet your bottom buck on that one, Blank. It's going to be, as you say, a bit of a bar brawl.
We look at the map now. Unicorns of Love coming in from that northeast side, looking to put up another good game here, hoping that MADBULLS will get one of their 1 point against, maybe. But unlikely to happen with them being El Pozo. They're very well situated in this circle. Unlikely they'll get taken down on any of these rotates. For other teams here, obviously Game Lord, important times for them here on Miramar, where they have found some good success here. Rob's not able to put up as many points as he might have liked today, and I think Rob's has been doing really good work for his team. Akashi, on the other hand, I've not been so impressed with, unfortunately. I know he's the guy that is the IGL on the team, makes these calls, but even so, some of these rotates have been slow to happen. And I think a lot of times it is Rob's kind of bailing this team out of some precarious scenarios.
Akashi dropping the smoke, dropping a second. Doesn't want TJB to ruin his day, and why would you? Not ideal. Next circle soon to pop. Unicorns of Love making their way in on the northeast side. HVVP moving down towards San Martin on the north side, on the hills there. Up to the north of Power Grid across the road. The circle does pop, and it shrinks on into Picardo.
So a lot of teams in this area looking to try and pick up some compounds. Power Grid's still in play. No one's really taken up that as of yet. Game Lord's still holding towards San Martin, but TJB have locked eyes with them. And there is sparks flying currently. HVVP looking to make their way into Power Grid. In fact, maybe on that outskirts of it, it is nice and easy to play there, but will maybe come into contestation with QODEX. Zerich sent out as a forward scout, you can see there. And also down towards your southeast side, you still see SHOCKWAVE VP making their way into the circle. SHOCKWAVE have stuck around a little bit on the edges towards the southeast side of Los Leones, maybe looking for a pick-off onto VP, but got back in vehicles now, John.
Death Machine, 2 players on this compound. Ulysses rattles off a couple, but doesn't really find the damage. Ultra pops a warning shot back in, but neither team really finding that open door just yet. Death Machine not regrouping on this. They have seen this team, but they have not decided to regroup onto this compound.
Big though, and Nexus, Doran already taking a knock. Doran's one of the worst guys to go down here. He is the serious clutch member of the team for Nexus, and losing him is bad news. So now the rest of the team do have to step up tall just a little bit.
Ooh, there was a knock sent back over towards Big as Miki went down to redox there. Nades over the top and EXO in the full face of the fight. Take Aim Gaming, however, in the meantime, could have a sideswipe over onto Big's position, making cresting this ridge really, really difficult for them. They might have found that opening knock, but Take Aim Gaming going to slow them down something awful as Nexus regroup towards the position as well.
Redox trying to take out the wheels on that bad boy. Hadge still taking shots over towards Big themselves. I think they've just about got a slight bit of cover, but their vehicles do go up in flames, which is bad news for them. SHOCKWAVE also on a tiny little amount of HP.
SHOCKWAVE will finally get sprayed down across the way. Flat on the belly, Happy lands the spray nice and easy, nice and clean. The rest of Big trying to stay safe at this stage. I mean, we've spoken about Big quite a couple of times now already. They weren't able, with that Sanhok game that should have been one of their stronger performances, that wasn't able to elevate them off the bottom place in our tables right now. 60 points at the start of the game, up to 82 in 15th place before this game for Take Aim Gaming. That hasn't changed just yet, but these points are probably going to be coming in fairly soon. You can see Take Aim Gaming putting one on the board there with a flush coming through over towards Big. But either way, Big still so much to do, and they are really running out of time to the point where I mean, I think it's impossible that they get up into the top 8, certainly. I don't even know if they can get over the bottom spot if they keep going down in these fights.
Absolutely. You look at this and you might say to John, like, well, what about these 30-point games we've been seeing coming through? If, Big get a couple of those, they could certainly get themselves into a position to strike out. Big has not made these kind of performances throughout the entirety of the tournament. It would be likely that if anything was to happen to Big and they were to get a good game, it would be probably a 20-pointer, 15-pointer. That would be a good game in Big standards. And I don't think you'll see something like these huge points coming through for Big going forward. They're going to have to really put up some points consistently. It won't be massive points, but some here and there. But right now, being just torn apart by the guys from Doran, from Nexus, it's hard news for Big to bear, considering they were one of the best teams back in the day. Laid low like this is just a sorry state to see them in.
Nexus shut down Big. They go down 0 points again on a game. Never happens to the MADBULLS, but seems to happen all too often to Big for their liking. Take Aim Gaming, though, they've moved on into Picardo now and actually taking the fight with Death Machine. I'll tell you what, if there's a team you don't want to fight in Picardo, it's Death Machine. The practice that they've had here is incredible. But Ultra has already gone down, so maybe they have that opening.
Yeah, they know all the angles. They know exactly where to send the grenades in. It's going to be difficult for Take Aim Gaming to find any kind of luck here. Luckily, they have found at least one, which is good news. Zerich getting knocked on the push in. I believe that was probably to a vehicle being exploded. That's right on the outside track.
I think that was just a crash. Looks like there was no one else nearby. Could have been exploded from the crash, but a little bit of a slip from the MADBULLS. There is a Reza out there, so they can get the one back in. They should be able to get into the duo ahead of them as we zero in on Power Grid.
HVVP took up that position by themselves. QODEX opted to try on this western side. Now, I do want to talk about MADBULLS really quickly because they were in El Pozo in a position where it would have actually been fairly simple for them to pick up some vehicles and move directly into the circle.
Ooh,
We'll pick this back up after this concludes.
Able to get the snock and the spray as well. Crosses over. Did get spotted out. Needs the challenge. NEXUS will be able to play off Hamodi well. Sliver of HP, but they lose 2 for Death Machine and Picardo.
Coming back to that point, though, for MADBULLS, you see so many of these teams at the moment in the finals playing center. And I do believe that this is a conscious decision from MADBULLS to play edge. I think that they can find so much space on the edge at the moment just because so many teams are heading central so early. You even saw that come to bear over on Miramar, where, you know, even Clarus was saying it was baffling the amount of teams that sent up towards Hacienda. Everyone's looking for these compounds within the circle really early, and compounds that are towards the center or give a good strikeout position. And for MADBULLS, even on that Erangel, very easy for them to just sit around the edge, wait for a team to make a mistake and then capitalize off the back of it. They can wait for a long, long while, and then they know with their points advantage, all they need to do right now is still put up some good points from game to game. And with this edge play, it's working out fantastically for them.
VIRTUS.PRO, speaking of edge, right on it. Behind the mountain here, SHOCKWAVE know exactly where they are, and VIRTUS.PRO trying to move through. Circle does go a little bit out their way, does give them a chance, but Easter Stars occupy the opposing hillside.
HVVP with massive high ground advantage at the moment, John, which is good for them. VP still on the edge of this circle. Like you said, though, SHOCKWAVE have seen them all. Corker stands out in the open, is able to get back into cover. There's an SLR in his hands looking towards Eastern Stars, and now Trazen is worried from behind, and I think that's some good plays from him. Spots Corker, takes some shots, but realizes he's not looking anywhere in his up so there must be a team on the top of this hill that now he needs to be aware of.
Can pass that information over. VIRTUS.PRO sent down the far side and will be able to swing around. Death Machine not really going to be able to suppress. Remember, they're down to 2. TJB kind of not looking their way as Old Boy spins out in the open, does manage to wrestle the buggy back into his own control and actually get close up to the foothills. TJB will need to reposition to slow this one down. VIRTUS.PRO, they find an opening to make this cross.
Now, I mentioned going down to Puerto Paraíso early on, getting past SHOCKWAVE to make their general rotation. This is a fairly general rotation for VP. They've made it a fair few times before. Doesn't give them a huge amount of advantage in the circle, but it's one of the only areas where you can get in and maybe be a little bit safe. Unfortunately for them, Death Machine down towards Picardo actually takes some shots up towards him. Jason's going for HVVP, Maxman for MADBULLS. On the other hand, Kalaris down towards the southeast side on the top of the mountain will be picking up TJB.
This is really going to depend on where the circle goes. At the moment, if it's northwest, it's either Jason or Max's prediction. If it's south, it could go towards TJB. But when TJB have to leave, it depends on what positions they can take based on which teams they've taken down around them, right? They need to open up those routes of descent from this mountaintop.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of extreme high ground within this circle, right? Old Boy steps a little bit too far forward and will be punished because of it. GK first takes a lick of damage, but immediately gets back out of the way.
VIRTUS.PRO learned their lesson. 2 players remain on the squad. The Powder Purples down to 2. They will have to sneak their way around the foothills as time moves ever onwards. Inevitable and encroaching.
MADBULLS still have such a good idea of where these teams are playing and where people are heading towards. I mean, HVVP sent very much far down towards that south side of Power Grid. Slowly, MADBULLS are moving forward. They got 2 in the back there to play off angles. And Zerich and Skills is as usual in the front there. So a very, very typical thing for MADBULLS to play like this. And they are very good at it. Unicorns of Love might be able to spot them from a little bit of high ground they currently have, but unlikely that they'll be able to finish off any of these players.
Eastern Stars taking heavy, heavy hits. SHOCKWAVE similarly trapped downhill there. This is really tricky on the southeast side. Next circle popping soon. Eastern Stars keep taking these knocks. It's unfortunate. Looking at the north side, as these teams get torn apart. Unicorns of Love, Game Lord playing outside of Power Grid. MADBULLS holding. Actually, Skills' moves pretty far south on a split as the next circle comes on in. It's out to that northwest side. HVVP have the side of Power Grid that remains in this next circle, but the Mad Bulls likely to push on through.
Yeah, always thinking steps ahead there. Even Crypto going down to effect, and I think that as soon as they got a knock on towards Unicorns of Love, they knew that Skills's could actually send down towards that southeast side. So really, really well done. Fortunately, he will get knocked there. No refrags. There's still potential for MADBULLS to bring it back, but no. There is the 3-player buff there for MADBULLS now in effect.
They do lose Skills a little bit earlier than maybe they would have liked, but you're right. The 1 death power spike coming on through. Unicorns of Love not getting swept right now. The MADBULLS need to reposition and think to move south. HVVP still as 4, still holding the buildings blank on the south side. That is going to be very, very strong for them if they are not contested.
I mean, for them, any team that tries to come up towards Power Grid, they're going to have great sightlines towards. They're not out of the woods as of yet, though. That north side still poses a little bit of problem until this circle shrinks in. Once that circle does shrink in, yes, now they can just continually focus down towards the south. And this is why they have to worry about the MADBULLS, because they're able to sweep in, find that northern position, and then catch HVVP unawares. This is going to be a really good player, and they'll be able to pick up a lot of points and maybe leapfrog the position that HVVP is currently holding, which is one of the strongest in the lobby.
It really is. They've got so much hard cover. There are some ridge lines that teams can start to move up and potentially launch an attack from, but no team is allowed to do so unharried. Because everybody is fighting out sideways. Pioneer taking heavy damage, Ruthless taking a knock over towards Ulysses. Ahead in the queue, but Pioneer trying to elbow their way through. Modi from the back still trying to cause a nuisance.
Kitsune finds Monkey. That's big. That's really, really big. And he rotates on towards that position. Effect tries to move forward past Meku. You can imagine he has eyes on. Doesn't want to take the fight too early, but Zerich coming in as well. And I think Meku kind of isolated. Not so great for HVVP. They might need to reposition towards his side to try and battle off these two combatants, because we know what MADBULLS can do. And a 2v4 is not out of the realms of possibility for them.
Certainly possible with Effect and Zerich as well. Those guys are absolutely on another level when it comes to existing within those firefights, being forged in that crucible of combat. We'll have to wait and see how that northern side turns out, because there's still the melee on the south to deal with. Pioneer still trapped in the back of the queue, guarded on the right by TJB, guarded on the left by QODEX, and Ruthless to the front of them. And they will have to figure out their ride direction. Where shall they ride out? But the circle does give them some chance here. Does give them a slice of it. Instead, it's QODEX to take the aggression onto the engagement. Pioneer have to fend off on their western side. TJB suppressing that ridge line as well, as Pioneer struggling to move up and play close with QODEX. And they might just fall down because of it. The circle heavy south.
I mean, TJB still have a chance here with the 9 eliminations they found in this game. They're absolutely pumping, but HVVP cannot clear MADBULLS, and they were taking a fight with those two players for a long, long while. This could be a good name for Havlik, but the one comes back down from Vito. It's good, but that's a huge amount of damage. Back up towards QODEX's way. Black-White still alive.
Still going. Ruthless still going as well, as Icy and Rollkiss alive for the squad. The last two players are there for the Unicorns of Love on the northeast side of the circle, and they will need to push further in if they want a chance to hold on out. HVVP, actually, Meku gets knocked by Effect in the back lines, and they haven't cleared, you're right, and they are suffering the consequences. Zerich is taking a different fight with a different team in the meantime. This is MADBULLS. This is what they do. Fortunately, Tixi is finally able to find one of them, and now Effect is left alone for the MADBULLS on the northern side. Tixi, the outpost towards the circle. Unicorns of Love with their last player falling down to Ruthless, and Ruthless can start to march forwards.
Still doesn't really matter too much, because MADBULLS are still getting points, they're still putting in numbers, and the placement alone should be good. They try and take some shots, and finally will go down in 6th place, I believe that was. So it's not the worst thing in the world. They still will hit some big points, which HVVP only finding 4 eliminations on this game so far. They need to start pumping up those numbers. Again, they're certainly not going to be close to MADBULLS at the end of this game if they get a chicken dinner, but as far as they can go, they need to do it now. They need to put a little bit more gas in the tank, maybe find a few more knocks, and already that's Vito going down. Might be able to clear some more players.
HVVP keeping them all alive as well. They did manage to get the res onto Meku, which keeps them as 4 on this northern side. A really valuable asset that they've managed to maintain here. Pioneer with just the one black-white surviving in the midst of it between QODEX and TJB. Hands overhead, cowering under the bullets as they whiz on by.
Yeah, this is just a pure gunfight now. PNL going down there, though, is meaning that he is 100% going down. Ruthless, though, do rock up very, very close, so they know that QODEX is going to continue to be a problem. Very good shot from Meku. That starts it off strong, and now Ruthless might not be able to get up and into action.
Ooh, Manu. Not quite finding the spray down. Pocus very, very low as well down the hill. Manu spotted, sprayed down. Tixi on the ball. Turns his attention now to Salazar. The rundown is good. There is a re-knock there, but only the one. Back over towards HVVP as they push in from this northern side. Ruthless wiped out now. QODEX under pressure as TJB ride on through. Black-White is still going for Pioneer in the midst of it all, and finally does go down, but in the meantime, TJB losing out heavily. Chike first takes a tumble too far down the hill, and the animation locks him in. He can't get his gun out in time and leaves Lin alone.
Matic, though, coming in for the backstab onto Lin himself, so this could be a little bit dangerous. The fact that Matic's gone out so far, unfortunately for the guys from HVVP, these elimination counts still, it looks good. 9 on Miramar, but not quite enough as of yet. Even with the chicken dinner, yeah, it will be a big game, but they need bigger games than this. Luckily for them, they still have 2 games left on the day to try and even out the scoreline.
Yeah, HVVP definitely have their work cut out for them if they want to close this gap. I mean, it's sat currently at, I mean, almost, what is that, well over 40 points, over 50 points, in fact, 52. So they can put a dent in it, but no way that HVVP can jump up to even the MADBULLS just yet. Tixi getting backed off by Lin, last player from TJB. Doing a lot of work as of late. Was that a bolt action I saw in the hands of HVVP as well? Potential for just hitting those one-shots, because Lin flushes out Tixi. Actually, Maniken put back by Kitsune. No meds for Lin. Needs to be careful. Blue zone's there. This is bold. This is dangerous. No other option, and will go down.
Yeah, they needed that. 13 limbs still would be decent, but losing Tixi, forward outpost, does give a chance now to QODEX. Fortunately, the fight is uphill for them, and they will have to scrabble up this one to get back in. Unlikely they get that player back in action, but both players get into the smokes, which are starting to bloom, giving a little bit of cover here.
How many meds do they have? Woodson tries to cross out in the open, and Meku, he's too good to let that one slide. Maniken goes down as well. They are on the ball. 3 players. It's more than enough for HVVP. They push down. Tixi, not needed. Vito healing out now. Putting that adrenaline in. Getting that boost to full. Woodson is resable. Still stays alive after that nade, but no, they are just going to crawl back. See what they can find. Vito wants the challenge. Meku around the side for a 1 versus 1 right now. Fades away, and they know exactly where he is. He's just locking him into this fight. The push comes over the top. The pan is out. The bullets are low, and that is HVVP taking down QODEX to put 13 eliminations on the board and to take a chicken dinner, vying for the top spot.
Trying to bring them back into that zone at the moment, and that is where they need to be, just behind MADBULLS. And I think this is good, though, and it's the first time I'd imagine that MADBULLS is really sweating in this tournament, because no matter what they do, it looks great. It looks like they are pulling themselves out from the majority of this leaderboard, put themselves towards that heaven side where no one can touch them, but it's still HVVP who is climbing those ladders, climbing those stairs to heaven, and honestly, they're not far behind at this point in time. And I think you look at that, and if you're MADBULLS, you're getting a little bit worried. Again, though, I have to still mention this. Big game from TJB. Great elimination count. GK first, once again, doing his stuff. 11-11 damage on the game itself. But Meku, I think that this is an important game for him, honestly. It's been a fair few times where Meku has just not stepped up to the plate, not stepped up to the podium. But this game, he actually puts in a massive amount of work for the rest of this team, doesn't go down early, and actually brings them to what would be a very good victory. Again, though, Kitsune, there's so much to talk about this game, but Kitsune being on the off angle, very strong as well. I need to stop talking. I love PUBG Mobile, man.
HVVP putting in the shift and getting that payout. Hopefully, they can try and close that gap a little bit more in the games we have left today, but let's head back over to the analyst desk.
Blake is so excited. We're so excited as well. Well, I'm excited at least, because you know what? Your boy here predicted HVVP to win the match, which means that I'm all tied up with Colaris. Yes, that's all I have to say about that. because it's not really that big of a deal. If it was Maximin that was tied up with both of us, then I'd be like, oh my god, what happened? Maximin clearly has turned some hacks on. But here we go, HVVP closed the game out. It was a little bit scary though, to be honest, and I think the general consensus we had for that match was things were really hectic and hard to follow.
Yeah, I mean, you got terrain around Power Grid is just like a lot of dips and divots, low hilltop positions, so like no angle is relatively safe. So if your team like HVVP, not too much scouting really done, you're just leaving that position. And we saw angles like, I think you had Lin in particular from TJB that had a really good angle, eliminated one of the players, potentially got a second knock. So it was a bit spooky trying to leave that spot, but luckily enough, they have the man advantage. They still have 3 players at the very end, and they can just apply that sheer pressure with the numbers. Yeah, 28 points, HVVP, and I think they wanted to catch up. You know, Unicorns of Love able to get that second place didn't quite fit with them too well, so they needed to catch up there and get that second spot.
Yeah, I mean, obviously looking at the top of the table is important here with HVVP with the result, but keep in mind, Ruthless, another match with 11 points. They're on 10, 17, 11 on the day. I think they had about 0 on the last match, unfortunately, but they are on a hard rise here, and honestly, Death Machine as well as another team who desperately needed points because they have fallen out of top 8 overall.
Yeah, I get the impression Ruthless did this last season round as well, where they showed up kind of pretty well in the finals. So again, good to see them being able to do so. I do like the fact that I predicted them, TJB, get themselves quite a decent chunk of points off the back of this game. They've also, likewise, kind of really risen through the ranks here in the past, I would say, phase now into this final as well, and looking a lot stronger compared to the start of the whole proceedings for West Europe.
Yeah, that is definitely a fair assumption. I don't think anyone out there can argue that, no, TJB are actually weaker right now, because they were atrocious when it came to the first week. But again, going back to the craziness and the hecticness of like these final zones, there were so many battles ensuing on all fronts. We had so many third parties here. We had Pioneer, as you can see, trapped between QODEX and TJB as well. It's very tough for all of these teams, but the saving grace here, at least for HVVP, is coming in from that northern side from Power Grid. I think they just had the better angles, and they didn't have to deal with so many fights happening at the same time towards the south.
I mean, more specifically, I think a lot of the teams just trying to even enter the circle in the first place used up all of their resources, all of their utility, the grenades, the mollies, the smokes, everything was used up. And when you have one team like them that still have all these resources, they can push up, they can contest locations because they have those resources to be able to push up on those spots. And yeah, it makes it so much harder at the end. So yeah, HVVP just had what they had available for them at the end to try and close off the game. But unfortunately, this match, I still am not seeing my Pioneer step up. I was happy with what we saw from them yesterday. We didn't see just the Izumitsu show, but man, today they are struggling to get in these circles, it seemed. I have not seen them in the late game scenario, I think, once today so far. And this is a team that, you know, we saw step up in phase 2, but finals, there's just not much happening today.
They found at least one towards the end, right, of this game. But, I mean, the problem for them is a lot of the teams in the south are playing a salvage mission here compared to HVVP, which is playing from a strong position of cover and things like that. And when those teams down in the south find themselves in a salvage mode, like TJB, like QODEX, etc., and things like that, they're going to get ravenous. They're going to look for any point they can to even try and not only get the elimination point, but also to bump up into a third place, a second place, because they know that HVVP's position is extremely powerful. So for some of those teams down at the bottom, it was the Wild Wild West.
Yeah, and speaking of Wild Wild West, we're going to show you the damage here from this last match. And I'm assuming things are going to be quite crazy and quite hectic as well here, because again, the amount of fights that did ensue around the same amount of times. But I'm not really sure who's going to be leading the charge. I mean, obviously we saw, I think that was GK first at 1100 damage, so he's able to make a good push here for TJB. But we'll see. It's actually going to be TJB very high up on damage meters.
I mean, they had a great spot, technically, for quite a while. And to come back, actually, to the notion of playing salvage, the fact that TJB got themselves, what was it, 21 points off the back of a salvage game, because transitioning from where they were on the high ground above Picardo to then have to go west towards the circles was not easy compared to some of the other teams that had pretty a much easier time of being able to get there. So a lot of damage coming in from GK first. As I said, it was like 1,111. And he contributed massively here to this success story.
It's their high ground position too, right? GK first on top of those rocks. He was just like, okay, we know we're going to struggle to get into the circle. Let's just try and reduce the numbers on the southern side. I think they did that versus Nexus, Death Machine. I think some of players of VP also at some point, and Shockwave. They were just taking shots at everything that was moving. A pixel was out of place, boom, it's done instantly. So that was a good game plan because then less numbers, you still have a 3-4-man team, you can start moving in position. So yeah, definitely a good game from TJB. And man, I keep saying it, like, it's the finals buff for TJB last season. It's happening here once again, and so far they're in good spot for them to qualify in the championship.
All right, well, let's take a look at HVVP's player stats here as they are the victors of this last match. We did see Tixie go down at the very end, obviously over to Lin, but pretty well rounded out, I'd say, here for the whole team here in this last match.
Yeah, they took very low damage, except for Tixie. He's just tanking. He's on the front line. He's just in the thick of it, so not really too surprised. But yeah, it's a clean finish, right? If there's one team that you expect to not throw this one away, it is going to be HVVP. There was potential. No, that MADBULLS could have backfilled on their location, even though there was a weird place setting skills forward, but that was the only team that was potentially in a spot where they could have fought their spot away and maybe even get the win off the back of that. But luckily enough, well, no, not luckily enough, because they fought for it. HVVP defend that position, still have 4 players, then it's pretty much like done and dusted because, as you said already, Kalaris, the other teams are playing a different game, which is salvage mission. They're the only team that really has the guts to fight for that final position.
For HVVP, their main concerns are teams to the south of them and teams to the east of them. You see them kind of forming this L shape on power grid, not necessarily because they even need to cover the northwest side, but because just in general, if anybody approaches power grid from that side, there's no buildings to cover them. They're just kind of like pylons with a little bit of kind of concrete on the bottom of them. So the hard cover for them, for opposing teams, is not that easy to work with. So I like HVVP's split around power grid to hold off teams coming at them to then be able to move south.
Well, gentlemen, we need to move on here because the next match is almost ready to go, but I did want to take a look here at our overalls to get an idea of where the teams currently stand. And again, who's in first and not typically, but more importantly, who's in top 8. And we can see MADBULLS first place by about 31 points. But that means HVVP have actually surpassed Unicorns of Love here with the result from this last match. But even TJB has been able to move up, and RUTHLESS top 8. Did not expect to say that.
This is a huge shift, I would say, overall, though, for Unicorns of Love and TJB. They came in as, what, 6th and 7th today, respectively. So the fact that they've been able to get to themselves to 3rd and 4th amidst all the CIS teams is a really decent accomplishment, and now both can strike out for podium finishes proper.
All right, well, continuing along here. RUTHLESS at 111, QODEX at 105, Death Machine at 103. I mean, 111, I'd say is realistic. It is in striking range of every team here, except one team, unfortunately. Team Big, not looking too good at 60 points, almost needing 60 points themselves to catch up. Don't know what it is, but Big, unfortunately, are just having a tough time in the finals.
Yeah, I'm going to echo your point you made a little bit earlier, Kalaris, during the day while we were watching some of the games. It seemed like Big are just not trying to the extent we saw in the league stage. We saw that one map on Sanhok where they actually got himself in a really good spot, but they were just not even actively seeking out opportunities. They were just waiting for things to happen around them. And I think that type of attitude in these kind of lobbies with the top teams like your VPs, your HVVPs, and also, of course, your MADBULLS, it's just not going to work. You need to try and take the reins and try and be confident in those positions. But if you just leave things happen, then, I mean, MADBULLS or other teams around you are going to take the win instead. So yeah, Big. There's still a slight chance, but if it keeps happening like this in the next matches today, it's GG for them, I would say.
Yeah, they're running out of matches, and we're running out of time here as the next match is ready to go. So let's throw it on over to John and Blank once again.
We've got another Sanhok blank. We're going into the jungle once again for our match number 5. Looking at how these teams are going to be able to stack up. Can HVVP continue to close the gap against the MADBULLS, or are they on the runaway train that cannot be caught?
I mean, at this point in time, you really just feel like for HVVP, it's just catch-up session all the time for them. I don't think there's been a point in this tournament where we've really seen them like really be a way ahead of MADBULLS, other than phase 2, of course. 303 points for them at the end of that, with MADBULLS 248. But that was kind of MADBULLS falling off a little bit. I say falling off, they got 248 points in that, taking 6th place, which is still... It's a weird thing to say, but I think for HVVP, that was probably the only time where it looked good for them. But 189, 31 points behind. That is one of those big games. You know, that's just a 16 elimination match for themselves. That's just, by the way.
Whoa, because you just implied that MADBULLS are going to get 0 in a game. A blank.
Oh, that's true. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen.
Just doesn't happen. That's
so for MADBULLS, there is always going to be that point scoring gain for them. So for HVVP, I don't know how possible it's going to be for them to catch up by the end of today, but I certainly think if they can keep putting up decent performances through Sanhok and then through Erangel, there's certainly a chance tomorrow. And again, it wouldn't be, oh goodness me, it wouldn't be nice to finish today behind MADBULLS, but I think that's really the best you can hope for, especially with how good MADBULLS have been in previous matches, in previous phases, in this current finals. And with this circle in particular, MADBULLS in Paradise Resort, they've got so much room to mess around with, so much room to expand on. It's going to be hard to play around. And the crazy thing to me is they're already making adjustments. They've sent 2 towards that left side, already taking up some trash loot in some of the compounds on the left side, maybe to even challenge out Game Lord and gain even more space early on in the game.
Hard north shift. Oh, we're hearing some shots pop off. It's MADBULLS. They've spotted Game Lord.
Yep.
Avalo crawling around. Likely to get back up. Well, to be fair, Game Lord are close by enough to be able to go for this regroup, and MADBULLS aren't pushing it, so potential to get the res here. I feel like Game Lord are moving into position to think about it.
We get down that side. Again, this is what we expected though. MADBULLS just really pushing their presence in this circle, understanding that, you know what, this is one of the best opportunities for us to again extend the lead. The 50-pointer as per usual. And with that initial knock, it does strike the fear of the MADBULLS into you.
Dadaev tries to jump the gun there, but doesn't quite get the shots off in the right direction. Big take down the Demuerte play. Actually, does Dadaev, and are Big going to try and ruin Demuerte's heal strat?
Well, I mean, Big has just slowly moved further and further down towards Sami every single Sanhok, and this time Death Machine's like, all right, we'll take Cave and east side of Docks. So we don't want any more of that smoke. Shockwave gets taken down to GK first. TJB really putting on a powerhouse today. I mean, they had a great start yesterday. Today, they haven't had massive games with the chicken dinners, but what they have had is some very consistent games with some big elimination points and getting like podium finishes with 4th, 3rd, or a 2nd. That's great news. We love to see that from TJB. It's what's needed. And still, we haven't talked about it too much, John, right? But there is still that money on the cards for these teams in terms of the finals. Not only is it regionals you get into, which means more money, of course, more cash in the old pocket, but there's also a prize pool here for the finals. 10,000 for 1st place, 6,000 for 2nd, and 4,500 there for 3rd, and it goes down and down and down, but does diminish around about that 10th place down to 2,200. So getting these top spot positions means a bunch of more cash to play around with, so there's still a lot on the line for these teams other than just PMGC.
And a bunch of more cash is always a good thing, I find. Pioneer suffering to a bunch of bullets in the back. That's not ideal. Black-White does go down and get flushed. I think you're right. I mean, TJB, you spoke about how they're putting up those elimination points, and absolutely, I mean, you look at the tables, 66 elimination points for MADBULLS right now, the far and away elimination leader, but 2nd place, 61 points on eliminations for TJB, currently in 4th place overall, but you're right, they are putting up those really consistent eliminations. If they can just push those placements a little bit further, that's where they can really make up that ground and challenge out teams like HVVP, like Unicorns of Love.
We are seeing, so it's really nice though. I think that this is absolutely what we'd want to see at the end of this tournament as well, John. Just because it's beautiful to see 4th and 3rd place held by our original Western European teams, right? We've got these newcomers in HVVP and MADBULLS that have come in. Sure, they're 1st and 2nd place, but it's nice to see that our original representatives are not going out without a fight. And we said that it would take a while. We did say it would take a while for these teams to adapt to the lobby, to really bring themselves back up to the same caliber. And it was kind of a sink or swim scenario where either you get used to these rough waters or you just end up beached somewhere. And in this case, Unicorns Love and TJB, they've been treading water for a long, long time throughout this tournament. Finally, they're starting to swim towards those big points, that big money, and those big positions in the tables, which is great to see. It's 2 apiece. What I'd love to see, though, is one of our OGs in second place, one of the newcomers in first, and so on and so forth, down towards 4th place. But I don't know how likely that's going to be with the way that HVVP and MADBULLS are really duking this out at the top. It's a fight for the ages, this one.
Yeah, it seems like HVVP are solidifying as time goes on their position in that second place, right? I mean, they are even challenging for that first right now, but it's a very interesting fight to see because the MADBULLS just seem so consistently solid on every single match we see them in. As we said, no 0-point games on their record this tournament, which is a very, very, very impressive achievement considering the length of tournament that we've had. I mean, we're closing in now towards, I think, over 85 games played, which is absolutely nuts to have that kind of a record. So really, really solid stuff from the MADBULLS. I mean, you kind of, you know what you're getting into when you talk about the MADBULLS.
I mean, when we look at this, though, and I mentioned it last game, is that MADBULLS has been playing a very much edge-centric playstyle recently with the massive shift in the lobby in terms of taking much more central positions. This time around, though, they are forced into the central position with this circle up towards Paradise Resort. We know they can play it. We know they're good at it. However, this does leave more potential for them to lose maybe 1 or 2 players, maybe getting a little bit too overconfident with some of these splits that they've been taking. Again, each player is an absolute fortress in of themselves, very difficult to take down. Some might even say they were impervious to bullets, but that would be a lie. They are just very, very good, and taking shots backwards is the name of the game, and getting out of dodge when it's needed most is also a possibility for them. But I would say this does put them under a lot of pressure now. They are outside of Paradise Resort slightly. They're in a compound just the south side of Tap Mock. Unicorns are love around here, as well as TJB, 2 very good teams that have made a big step up today. VP, though, I think they have fallen off just a little bit with the buffer, with their bonus points. They're still getting those placement points on board, but we did say in Phase 3, John, the fact that they're not getting these elimination points and they're not winning their team fights as effectively as some of these other teams has hurt them.
I'm looking at Take-Aim Gaming's position right now. It looks like they are actively guarding Demuerte all the way on that southwest coast. Right? I mean, they lost, remember Demuerte lost a player earlier, and look at that. Yeah, up in the elimination feed, they're finding these stragglers who are trying to pick through these compounds around and look for heals, and they're finding these shots. Look at, again, this is 2 players going down on Demuerte because Take-Aim Gaming have decided, you know what, we're not going to let you get second place for free. This is not going to continue. This is not allowed to happen. Take-Aim Gaming are taking a stand.
It happened last game, though, John, where teams were actively holding out to Muerte several times. That is a big oof, if ever I saw.
That's a medium to large oof right there on the East Coast.
Quick swing on the old wheel there. It's like, right, I see you, and that is what we would say is not allowed in this lobby. They do lose Mozaro behind, though, down towards the southwest, and continue to move up towards Ruthless's position. It might even consider going for the res here.
I mean, it's doable in this zone if you can get the position early. Is Beast going to commit here? Are they just scouting out? You are wasting time. Yeah, I don't think that you can really get to this one safely and commit to that res. I mean, the blue zone will just take Mazzara down and he's bleeding out. It's going to be really tricky to keep that one alive. So they will not. I mean, going back to Demuerte, I just wanted to talk about the, I mean, we saw people try and stop them out when Demuerte were looking across near Painan. Victor? Victor? Okay, finally, getting the spray down over onto Kapahala. But we didn't really see a team do as Take-Aim Gaming did. They picked positions in the compounds that they know Demuerte are going to go and loot afterwards for the meds specifically, and they go and take the players down, which means they can't all gather the meds and put them into one player. It's going to reduce the number of meds total that Striker's able to accrue on Demuerte.
Eastern Stars watching this over towards HVVP. They did just lose Kapahala as he made his way over towards the north side to Victor, who was on top of the roof. I mean, basically just left himself in the open, didn't check anyone who was repaneling those slates on the top side. And Victor was up there getting his duties done for the day.
I think it's straw, isn't it?
If it's straw, then, you know, he's re-strawing that bad boy.
Rebusheling, I want to go with. I like that.
HVVP take the interesting rotate. They get in the boat and move over towards the top side of Cow here, I'd imagine. Past Game Lord, past Victor, past Eastern Stars. Now, they could have made what would have been a pretty typical rotation for HVVP down towards that southwest side and moved past boot camp, but they've seen how many times that has failed in the past. So instead, they're going to move up towards the north and then play downwards from there. And for Unicorns Love, maybe they don't expect this one. Sure, they've been backfilled a few times by VP, but they've not seen them sweep from the east side as of yet. So this could be a big surprise for Unicorns of Love and something they maybe don't consider. Kitsune out in the blue. They gave him as many meds as possible to keep going. And I think this is maybe the smart decision for HVP. With this circle, they see it. They know that MADBULLS wins most of these matches on Sanhok when you get a circle like this. Ooh, that's unfortunate.
Thank you. I mean, Victor should have got that spray down earlier. He still got it, but
I think he was as surprised as Kapahala was, honestly.
Yeah. It's like, what? Hang on a minute. What are you doing there?
Who are you?
I didn't invite you.
I think for HVP, they are going to go for this heal off here, and I think that's absolutely wise. Knowing that MADBULLS is maybe going to get a chicken dinner, like a 25-pointer, if they can go for a second place with some limbs on the sides from HVVP, this is one of those games where it's a case of, right, we know MADBULLS are going to do well, so we just have to do somewhat good, right, and stay within distance, stay within reaching distance. We could go for a big game here, but we're in no position to make it happen for the Northwest Island, so our best bet is just to go for something a little less courageous, but still pump up some points in the same way.
Big just all sort of slowly wandering around, wrapping bandages around their arms to try and stay alive out in the blue on the east side.
It's rough, man.
me and the boys after a night in Lakawi.
Yeah, that's right. Could you bandage my head, please? You're going to be a mummy at this rate, but that's fine. Don't even worry about it. We'll get you into the circle. Big moves down now from Camp Bravo towards the circle itself. The rest of HVVP did make landfall. And again, Unicorns of Love, this is what could surprise them. And already Xiao, though, takes down Icy, gets a little bit too close for comfort for TJB, and they strike out immediately.
Unicorns of Love have been backfilled up from Cow before by VIRTUS.PRO and gone down to it, right? This is a position that they should be wary of, even if it's not from HVVP, unless they know that VIRTUS.PRO are still out towards Mong Nai. If they've scouted that, then they might be caught out just that little bit. But for now, they've yet to find that full engagement. Striker is still healing out towards Camp Charlie, all the way on the south side of the map for Demuerte. So even though the teammates did go down, they will still be able to have that heal strat going for Demuerte. As you highlighted earlier as well, Kitsune for HVVP still healing out towards Hatin.
Just trying to get the players, the boys, as far as possible, get some elimination points. That's where to go from. Even if Kitsune gets an 8-pointer with a 4th place, 10 points, for a couple of limbs on top of that, which they usually are able to get, that's a great placing for them. Now, Unicorns Love very preoccupied now with TJB, and you can see how close HVVP are to their backstop. Believe that is Crypto up on that side.
Okay, but he does have the rooftop there. HVVP will not be able to spot him too soon, and Tixie.
Yeah.
They don't check the angles. They aren't playing warily in this compound, but now they know there's a player in there. 2 players alive for HVVP. It is just Matic, because remember, Kitsune is healing out towards Hatin. So he's just going to try and stay alive, pick up some points for eliminations if possible, because they haven't really found too much just yet. In fact, they haven't found anything.
I love that from Unicorns of Love. They completely expected this play. Get Crypto on the rooftop. He sits there, waits for anyone's going to push from that north side. Even if VP don't come close, they still expect it. I think this is something that has been a massive frustration for Unicorns of Love in the past, which is getting backstabbed so many times and assassinated with a cloak and dagger type of play. And I think this time around, you do see them just hold it. Even without information, there might be someone coming that way. They hold it anyway. And I think that is a really, really good bit of discipline coming through from Unicorns of Love. Sure, they lose 1 player down towards that south side to TJB, They do get a refrag on towards them, though, so they can continue to play from that position. It'll be difficult to dismount MADBULLS now, though. And for Matic, you really wonder how much further he can go.
I mean, this is a MADBULL circle through and through. Remember at the start of the day when the analyst desk was saying, how many chicken dinners do you think MADBULLS are going to get? 2 or 3? Right now, this is their chance at number 2.
Absolutely,
match number 5. Still potential to get through.
It's pretty terrifying. And yeah, Erangel they're usually very good at. Bazzi walks into a hornet's nest there and gets immediately stung. About 1,000 times, in fact.
Gets swarmed. Answer over towards Take Aim Gaming, though, from GK first. From TJB, that's all the way across the way. Over on the east side, on the compound to the east. Big, vying for control of that one as well. QODEX holding on the south side of Paradise Resort. We know how powerful those hills on the south side can be. So they should be fairly effective at holding out Take Aim Gaming, Eastern Stars, Shockwave on the south.
MADBULLS haven't really struck out as of yet, still on 0 eliminations, just biding their time. They don't want to give too much information away. VP now moves up, and this will be the second Northern team the Unicorns of Love have to deal with. They're up close and personal, though.
Ooh, I don't know if they knew that Gonzo was staying behind there, but they were reminded about it fairly soon. Phase 4 on the circle, and taking knocks here, really, really dangerous. Will spell a death sentence if you're outside of the zone, and it is moving away from you. VIRTUS.PRO caught behind the rock in a pretty hard place.
Matic, though, finds Chudika. Will spot him out, and now the 2 players in front, very low. I don't think they knew where he got shot from. Surely they do. We'll pass the information back. It's a good nade, but a bit too far, and the players have already moved.
Pushing out, they want to handle this. Yankee around the side, Old Boy as well. That leaves Kitsune as the healer for HVVP. Triple MADBULLS prediction. You cannot blame the analyst desk here. It's a Paradise Resort circle. The MADBULLS have the really solid Northwest house and a little bit of a foothold into the Paradise Resort. This next circle pops away from them, though, so could prove to be a little bit of trouble in their future.
They'll have to move through QODEX here, and GameLord's getting scarily close towards them, but GameLord just haven't had that same performance as before, and we saw how Monkey dealt with this team from a similar position in Miramar, just with the nades alone. Nori, that's 2 falling, make that 3.
It's so efficient. They spot the team, they have the angles already set up, they get the sprays, and they leave GameLord ringing in their ears. Effect does go down to a cheeky little crawl up from Narvalo. So the opening has been found, but it is just Narvalo now operating, as Victor did get knocked on the sidelines. They know where he is as well. Nade over the top. Narvalo's going to have to skirt around and be a little bit sneaky-beaky.
That's 5 of them, though, so fair few nades to go, but now has to get in action with the guns, and MADBULLS know that they are more than happy to take the fight. Iron sights to iron sights.
It's the 1 death power spike coming in from MADBULLS. Taking Gaming under pressure now from QODEX. They go across the way. Hudge looking for the sprays through the door. Finds 1, but it's just a little bit too much to deal with the LMG in the hands of Moneyken.
I mean, for MADBULLS, they don't really have the best approach into the circle, but QODEX had to move away, so didn't have these sight lines over towards the MADBULLS as they were moving out. Skills's now moving down towards that south side, might have eyes on towards PNL, and does. Takes him down immediately. This is a very nice line that he's used several times before, and will pick up one of the players there. And this gives a good chance for MADBULLS to actually get into the circle. QODEX now needs to regroup, reassess the scenario.
South side, an oversight for the zone if the MADBULLS hold this south rock face. I wonder if they've given Monkey all the meds and are waiting for him to regroup. Crypto does go down for Unicorns of Love, but not before taking the knock over towards EXO. Leaving NEXUS at 1 active. HVVP still healing. Demuerte also still healing. As these teams start to reposition for the fight. Monkey moving out of the blue to regroup with the team. They're playing this rock that won them the game last time they had it on Sanhok.
Yeah, QODEX doesn't want to get too close to them whatsoever. I mean, 3-man teams, that's the most in the lobby, so MADBULLS still have one hell of a chance here in the game. For HVVP, though, I mean, there is still a chance that MADBULLS maybe goes down a bit early, but we're already finding 5 eliminations. It's unlikely that they'll get on top of them in terms of points. They may be able to if Kitsune has enough meds on this side to break even, which would be fine. But again, still an unlikely challenge ahead there for Kitsune, especially with how long he's been out in the blue. You really are curious the amount of meds that he currently has on board, because you'd have to have an absolute ton of them in the back pocket. It would be bulging, to be quite honest with you.
I mean, that whole north side, to be fair, it was originally looted, I believe, by Eastern Stars. They drop out that area, so potentially a little bit lower. But similarly, Striker for Demuerte will have been harried by the fact that his teammates went down early. MADBULLS lose a player to a nade. Skillsys does manage to get back behind the rock of the blue zone, really crunching on MADBULLS now. They are getting pushed out here.
Good molly.
And it is, as you're right, it's a really, really good molly there. Skillsys is still alive, but will remain the last player for the MADBULLS as the circle moves away from them again.
He has to stand up, tries to jump down, but no one spots him in the process, actually able to get down there. But Moneyken does take the shots through. So HVVP will go a little bit further than MADBULLS, but for how long? MADBULLS with 7 points on this game here. It's a decent stuff for them, but really now, for HVVP, it needs to be a second place, and with the amount of terrain cover here, I don't know how quickly this fight's going to conclude to give Kitsune maybe that chance at a high ranking.
This is a lower scoreline for MADBULLS than we would expect on a circle like this. QODEX kind of played spoiler by taking that southeast side and slowing them down on their exit. Can QODEX take up that mantle of the Paradise Resort team? It looks like they're doing pretty well right now. TJB getting swept aside. Shockwave on 3. Lin trying to heal out. Last first aid right next to Shockwave. Needs to be careful. The sightlines are there for QODEX. Has to break to the tree, but exposed to Shockwave. Looks like QODEX might not have been paying attention there and turn their attention instead to Nightmare. Do get the knock. As Corker maybe being spotted there. Oh no, wait, he's all the way out there. He's all the way out in the zone. On that northwestern side, on the northeastern side.
Right now for HVVP, I mean, just these players within here are at more risk of going down to anyone outside the circle itself, who must have a load of meds still going. You are feeling a little bit bad for Kitsune now. It's 2. Massive amount of damage done. Aza remaining. QODEX clears it easily. Should be going for the chicken dinner now. Lin left alive.
We've seen him do crazy things before. Knows where all 3 of these players are. All 3, but the circle does move away from them. HVVP go down. 5th place. This is what happens when you force a lobby into a heal meta. Demuerte go down. VP actually ladder up into 3rd. Lin in the zone. If there's a knock from one of those nades, that's a chance, but will not be found, unfortunately. I don't think they think he's in the zone. He has 3 first aids. They are lining up. If he can take Moneyken at the back, that's going to be good. Goes for 1, doesn't quite get it, and the transfer's not there either. QODEX do find him in the bush. Lin falls, and QODEX take the chicken dinner on Sanhok.
Yeah, tries to blast out. Big game for QODEX, though. TJB, another large one from Lin, living for so long. The heal strat did not come to bear. It was just the case of heal once and then get into the circle and hide in the bush. Classic Snake play. Back to basics. That's what we like to see. Everyone else healing out does not get the same kind of benefit that's out there. But yeah, for Kitsune, I think with the amount of points he got from that 6th place, should have broken even with MADBULLS at the end, I believe. Don't quote me on that. But that is still decent. You know, with a game like that, with Sanhok being so in favor of MADBULLS and that circle being... Moneyken, okay, Christ alive. Being so in favor of... MADBULLS, and everyone predicted it. We even assumed that that would be a MADBULLS win. The fact they go down at that point, that's actually great news for HVVP, who have not had the most success on Sanhok throughout all phases.
Yeah, because those circles don't always happen, right? And
yeah,
to be able to take the wind out of the sails of MADBULLS when they do is good news. I mean, obviously, no point gain on them right now, but the other circles maybe going to be a little bit kinder to HVVP on the chase. We'll have to wait and see. But first, we go back to the desk.
QODEX pulling things off here on Sanhok. We saw some big eliminations coming from Moneyken. A fantastic job by him and QODEX as well, as we saw them fall out of top 8. Well, they weren't even in top 8. They were around 9th place, if I'm not mistaken, going into that match. And this should have been enough for them to push themselves into top 8. So a fantastic time for them to have a performance like this. And they might be able to put a good stamp on their mark here later on.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw the stats there too, right, Carlos? 10 eliminations for Moneyken. That is That is, it's you don't see that happen very often. And on top of it, you said it was on Sanhok, which is even more of a rare occurrence. So yeah, they had a really good spot in that circle. They were just waiting for teams to try and move in, and they actually, I think they left Paradise Resort at like the prime time where they could just have a really solid position outside Paradise and wait for the teams leaving Paradise to just like kind of gatekeep their spot, which is what MADBULLS were doing eventually. They tried to leave that spot, get kept by QODEX. So yeah, good foothold, good hold at the end of the game, and to get himself a really strong performance here on the Sanhok match.
Yeah, I mean, bit of a fortress for them to hold down, right, with Paradise being the way it is, then them having to just traverse out of it once. On the southeast side, a lot of the teams are kind of battered each other, so very, very impressive to see that fact that they get themselves a win like this. And again, as you say, Moneyken, a real highlight considering the fact that he gets 10 eliminations. It's unheard of on most Battlegrounds, never mind Sanhok, so yeah, really good.
Demuerte as well, getting their 8 placement points with the heal off in the blue, as we come to expect with them. And looking on the rest, you see Unicorns level 6 points. Not too bad actually for them, to be honest. And we can see some of some MADBULLS early damage here onto game mode as well on the point of view from Monkey.
Yeah, we're not seeing a very early fight actually in this game, but we saw actually also Big dropping down onto RUTHLESS position. And we talked about RUTHLESS on their previous matches. They're trying to go for a little bit of a heal strat. Salazar did secure, I think it was a 2nd place earlier today on the first Sanhok of the day. It worked out good, and I thought that they're just trying to contest maybe some early positions, get some eliminations. And I think you stated it a little bit earlier, Kalaris, too. Like, they just like, okay, let's just try and take some fights early on because we're in currently last place. Big results are going to really help us, you know, climb up the leaderboard. So yeah, they're trying things out. I can respect that, but I still don't think that it's going to work out, seeing how things are panning out so far. Yeah, definitely rough. Again, as I say, I don't mind the idea of them trying to do something a bit more aggressive, but it feels like they're getting 2 eliminations off of it as opposed to like a full squad wipe and then being healthy to go out into the rest of the game and find even more points. So yeah, it's not really working out.
Well, you know what, in the end, at least QODEX, one thing that was working out for them is that finish, closing things out, getting some massive points for themselves as well. But let's actually focus in a little bit here on, maybe in particular, Moneyken, as well as GK First, actually, on the side of TJB, who is putting up some big limbs as well. Just wanted to get a little bit of radar to get an idea of how they kind of compared to in terms of each other, but also how they compared to the lobby as well. Like I said, Claris, it's not really often we see someone get 10 limbs, let alone be on a map like Sanhok. But, I mean, it's there.
Now, the interesting, well, whilst we don't quite have the start itself, what was interesting about that straight away is that he got 10 eliminations off the back of having 900 some damage. So very efficient usage of that, probably kind of taking away some of the overalls as well. Oh, what a pretty pattern. And to be fair, very equal in terms of the damage done. Just GK First isn't quite able to get as many scalps off the back of it here from him. But the fact that GK First is yet again almost kind of bearing down on another almost 1,000-point damage game really shows the class of this guy. And again, I feel like if he is as enabled as some of the guys on, say, MADBULLS, for example, he would be right up there in the MVP topic.
Yeah, I mean, for the day currently, GK First is 1st place when it comes to MVP, and Moneyken is 2nd on the day. So it just goes to show like how dominant it is. I mean, 10 eliminations in one game is definitely going to help, you know, rank up pretty highly up there. It's definitely going to help you out quite a bit. But Moneyken is actually 2nd on MVP for the entirety of the finals right now. So that's even more impressive. Oh, of course, like the MVP award is not just the finals, it's the entire event. So it's still going to be effect normally, but it's still an impressive step up, I would say, from these 2 players in particular.
Yeah, and we obviously haven't been able to talk about Moneyken too often, I think since the first half of Phase 1, so it's nice to be able to bring his name back up again. But let's see how he did relative to his teammates, because obviously pulling off 10 limbs by yourself is not going to be possible. You got to have some sort of supporting cast to make this one work. And obviously QODEX, you know, I think if they can maybe flush out how they can support Moneyken a little bit better, like we've seen for some other teams, maybe we could see them have a big step up here, but they just don't have much time left to really do it.
Yeah, they kind of find themselves in a bit of a rut sometimes when it comes to the overall team fights. I feel like we had a phase, I think it was, where Moneyken was just surviving to the very end of these games and stuff like that. And we had some phases where Moneyken was dying early, and then the rest of the guys were as 3 and not really being able to do too much from it all. I think the pieces are still coming together for QODEX. Of course, you could cast your mind back to the start of Phase 1 and think to yourself, yeah, but they did have those 2 wins back to back. Yeah, that was kind of an anomaly, honestly. Like, the circles did come to them a little bit. And yeah, I still think they're in the building process here for this team.
I think they're a team that really, their speciality, what makes them a strong team is their micro when it comes to taking a fight. They are a team that can step up. I mean, Vito in the past, we saw him do some good fights. I think Woodson has improved significantly, phase after phase after phase. He's been able to rise up next to players like Moniken, but Moniken has been clearly the standout player, the top fragger for the team, which is always good to have a player like that and to be able to lead the team forward. Yeah, I think QODEX in a good spot here, and it's close for a lot of the teams towards that top 8 position. So games like this might be their entry point into the championship. So it's a good time to get wins.
It might be, and obviously TJB with the result they had as well up there with a lot of points for themselves. Get them a little bit cozier, a little bit safer into top 8. And obviously before we get into our next match, let's learn a little bit more about TJB if you're unfamiliar with the roster.
TJB Esports EU is entering the battlegrounds of Western Europe as defending champions. And this wasn't their first PMPL win. But what makes the team such a dominating force at play? Maybe it's the tactics they adopt. The team not only has been able to perform the most difficult rotations flawlessly, but it also kept harnessing the firepower necessary to get out of rough spots and clutch their way towards victory.
Managed to take the knock here. TJB are going to send straight on forwards as well. 3 players remain on the squad and super young roster. They took the knock around the side. Langzi has the bollard to work with and he's going to make it work. Langzi got a burn just a little bit, has to be careful. Maybe try to stay alive, but GK first down to Game Lord on the off angle. LX now for TJB, wants to spray, they found each other in the smoke. It's Ali looking for me on the swivel, but the weapon swap is good, and super young Ross.
However, it's not like there weren't any setbacks. TJB's struggle in the league stage pulled them down from being the top contenders to one of the long shots of the lobby. But all the criticism was taken back once they sealed day 1 of the finals with a massive 17 elimination second place. With a strong position on the table, TJB went to even greater heights, kicking the day off with 2 consecutive chicken dinners. Lengx and Langzi's 2v4 clutch against the entire Penta squad was the roaring feat that paved the way to the top of the table. And they remained consistent enough to maintain the lead till the very end and claimed the PMPL Western Europe title for the 2nd time.
Muzi, last player alive, Penta, they choked the game against Big and Miramar yesterday. They were able to at least to avenge that and get a chicken dinner for themselves, but they don't want the same to happen. This is a 1v1 essentially, as Lang X looking to swing on through on the side of the tree. It is still a 1v2. Manu is able to stay alive, but it's just too much. TJB.
For the full season, Lin is stepping down from the post of IGL, passing the torch on to Ting Skur, the new captain of TJB Esports. Accompanying him in his move is Shao7, the new fragger on board. More importantly, their powerhouse GK First will remain to offer TJB fans another spectacular season. His fireworks throughout the spring season never ceased to amaze us. Lin did an excellent job in leading the team last season, so his move to co-IGLing naturally piques our curiosity. Lengx and XT will remain as substitutes. Will the new chain of command bring the trophy home for the 3rd time? Find out in the PMPL Western Europe Fall 2022.
We have been finding out about TJB over these last couple of days. It seems like finals are their time. They have risen so steadily over the course of this whole tournament. I mean, first phase, 17th place. Second phase, 9th place. Third phase, 4th place. And now in the finals, they are in 4th place in contestation for bumping up to 2nd. They're going up.
Cool. Super cool, man. I love it so much. It's great to see. And I think for TJB in particular, right, like, you're right, John. 3rd place, 176 points. They have really been pumping up those numbers. One of the only teams that have quite little in terms of bonus points, being able to get back up here alongside with Unicorns Love with their 56 bonus points and TJB with their 46. It is great stuff. It is gorgeous to see, but we always kind of expected this at some point, but TJB would stand up tall. Again, this team has gone through several iterations throughout the past, even back when they were on Panda. You know, Lin has always been a mainstay, as is GK First, and they've kind of swapped in and out those 2 extra players so many times. Really quick discussion there with Kalaris, and you know, I think that GK First is very hard to enable. Kalaris thinks that you probably could, and the more I thought about it, you know, I actually somewhat agree. I think that it would take a case of, though, a very selfless remainder of the team who all just play around him to try and get the crossfires through. You play off the back of his plays, and you try and get a very good IGL who can coordinate some of those rotates. Other than that, I think it's a little bit difficult right now just because GK First will just do his own thing. And a lot of times you have to back up that. And I think with Lin, who still tries to make some big plays, and you have to respect him for it because he has dragged the team through, it's great. And I think that's currently working. And I think if you wanted to go for a selfless team comp around GK First would have to also be a bit more consistent, right? I think he has these games where he looks unbelievably good, but also has some of these games where you look at him, you're like, I'm not sure why you made that play, actually.
Not sure about that one, actually. But no, you're right. I think GK First absolutely is a standout. Lin has stepped up a couple of times for the team, but less so today. More in that first day of finals. But looking at the other team of one of the old guard from Western Europe, Unicorns of Love, it's kind of a similar story, right? They're enabling crypto. That's the style that they've gone for on the roster. So does it, I mean, it says a little bit, I think, about what has happened to the old Western European teams, where both of our big hopes are teams that enable one big player, right? I feel like that is maybe not the best strategy overall because it does rely on that player being better than everyone else in the lobby or having that sort of firepower. Whereas you look at what MADBULLS are doing, they're playing all together. They're all moving around. Sure, Effect has the lion's share right now in terms of the power, but Zerich absolutely pivotal in those engagements, Blank, and the rest of the team as well. Like, they're backing everyone up and making sure that everybody is there in the fight and having presence.
You know, I'd even make a statement that, you know, that Zerich is probably the MVP for that team. And not Effect. I think Effect does a huge amount of damage and he's great in these fights, but a lot of times the amount of damage he's able to put through is often enabled by these wacky little angles that Zerich takes, where he's on the off angles a lot of times, but he plays them in a way that he's still safe, yet being in a very dangerous spot and never really overstepping his boundaries, keeps himself nice and consistent on those areas, and allows the rest of the team to essentially fight what is a 2v1 in terms of teams, because Zerich can hold his own all by himself a lot of times. Now, I would say that although Effect is an insane player, Zerich just really does make that happen a lot of times. And then you've got Skills, who is a great anchor point player, gets you into position, also has some fantastic moments where he's able to back up the team and get them out of sticky situations. On the other side of things, you've got your final player on that team in Monkey, who oftentimes is that clutch maestro with the grenades, the utility, getting them into these positions, which are sometimes quite impossible to get into, quite frankly. And then you look at the other teams, and yeah, you're right, it's a bit more difficult. I think for Unicorns of Love, they're kind of more cultivating that MADBULLS style. I don't want to say MADBULLS created this because they absolutely didn't. It's just called playing as a team. But they're getting better at it now. They're getting 100% better at it. And I think that you then look at one more team. Sorry, I'm droning on here, John, but you look at one more team within this lobby, and you take a look at Gamelord, right? If we take a look at Gamelord, Narvalo, Robs, Victor, Akashi. Huge names in PUBG Mobile, absolutely huge names. They are legends, in fact. But this tournament, neither Victor or Narvalo has stepped up in any shape or form, and it's actually fallen on the shoulders of Robs, who has oftentimes been that backstop who sets up a lot of these engagements for those two fellows. And in this point in time, it's just unfortunate to see such amazing players like Victor, who have pulled off some of the most incredible outplays, as well as Narvalo, drop this so far down in terms of potential and efficiency in these games. And I think that's where you have a case of you just have all these big players, and eventually, if you're not practicing, if you're not keeping up to date, if you're not continually looking at the opposition, you are going to have this moment where, although you were on top of the world at one point, you will slowly fall off.
And we are going to see Gamelord at PMGC, right? We are going to see them compete on the world stage because of the points that they've managed to accrue on the overall tables, right? But on the flip side, they're in danger of not making it to regionals, which is something you were talking about earlier today. It's just not good enough right now to stand up to the competition. They need to pull their socks up in a big way. Hang on a minute. Is this two separate?
No.
No, okay. They just took a tumble. I thought there was 2 teams running for the bike, and one of them was on the back of it.
It's like I'm going to go for a Hail Mary and send him off the front side. Yeah, no. But yeah, again, I don't think I can confidently make that statement as a fact in the case that they're not putting in the work behind the scenes, or they're not practicing. I just don't know. But what I do know is that this is not the same team we saw before, and I did expect a little bit more potential out of them. I don't know if it's because in that phase 1 they fell off so hard and they're no longer the kings of the lobby and no one can step up to them. You just lose that confidence, right? And sometimes that can be a killer in terms of your mental game coming into these tournaments. Right now it's a fight for the survival, because you might not get the most amount of points in that regionals, but I do think it's imperative to go there and continue playing against some of the best teams and best players in the world, so you continue to hone your skills and just push everything to the back of your mind and say, this might not be a tournament where we earn a load of money. It might not be a tournament where we earn a huge placing at the top of the leaderboard, but it is a tournament where we can see how the best players in the world actually go for their play styles, actually go for these rotates, and what can we learn from them.
So that's all it is, really, as you say. If you aren't learning, if you aren't constantly trying to read what your opponents are doing, trying to figure it out, trying to solve the problems presented to you, you do end up locked in that enigma.
100%.
And that's pretty tricky. That's a pretty bad spot.
And for a team that is already secured in PMGC, you have this attitude of you have nothing to lose, right? But that attitude of you have nothing to lose also has to be backed up with the attitude of we have everything to gain by doing this. So you can't just rest on your laurels here, because there is so much more to learn. Anyway, after that big philosophical debate we just had, which is absolutely fine, it's a good one for you guys to have at home as well, because no matter how bad it looks, there is still extra things to do, there's still extra things to learn from, and if you really need it, talk to someone, chat it out. That's what Game Lord need to do. That's what they need to do. Get some analysts, get some coaches on board. That is the bigger picture. Look at this circle, though, over towards the eastern side. TJB looking for some more points on this game. They would love to keep leapfrogging upwards. For HVVP over towards North George, tend to have some very good sweeps on the eastern side of these types of circles down towards Prison. That's a great place to play. Right now, Lipovka held by Take-M Gaming, which means they can move further towards that western side. But Prison does create a little bit of a quandary here, and there is that hurdle of Mansion as well, where QODEX is currently playing.
TJB taking shots, popping them across the way towards Nexus. Maybe actually just scouting out. I'm not entirely sure that was TJB taking the shots. Either way, teams crunching on this eastern side. Blank HVVP still out in North George. MADBULLS swinging in from Primorsk, coming in on that southwest side. No one left on Sosnovka Military Island. Unicorns of Love did make that crossing. They are up on that north side now. Next circle, just about to pop.
It's pretty central. No one's really too put out by this one. Unicorns of Love can make their way up, and you'd hope that Unicorns of Love have learned their lesson from that last game, which was pretty much all based around the fact that they had such a strong spot. They held a pretty damn cool split as well, and I think that when we look at that, you can only think to yourself like, wow, this is very confident. I like the way they're doing this. They're getting a lot of control, but again, it's one of those pitfalls that a lot of teams fall into where you feel like you've got this really dominant position, but if you isolate one of those players like MADBULLS did and just do a full send, they have the smokes available to do it as well, you often find yourself where you're up the creek without a paddle. It's a bad time, and then slowly but surely each player does get picked off.
Big. They've lost Mickey, but they do get some revenge on Death Machine. Playing on up. I think it was VIRTUS.PRO who actually took the elimination over onto Big. You can see them out to the east in the south of Yasnaya Fields. Yasnaya now taking shots from Big as they move down a little bit further south. Fairly solid spot right now for them to stay alive, to keep on going. Question is, how powerful will it be in these next circles?
It's a really big question, honestly. I mean, with the amount of compounds still within this area of the map. I mean, you head towards the west, you know it's going to be a barren playing field. There's going to be around there, there's the fields, there's a few compounds you can play in, there's little high ground. But you head towards this side of the map, there's Yasnaya involved, there's Prison, there's Milta down towards the south, there's all these crisscrossing roads as well with school on that western side. It's an interesting one, and even with, you know, south of Yasnaya in the fields, you have some compounds there on the east and south side that you can have a good time within. MADBULLS, on the other hand, they will be stopping off down towards the southwest. That's on the west side of Farm, which is the compound which you really should know about if you're a PUBG Mobile player. It's down towards the south of Potato Hill, gives you really good sight lines out towards the east and also protects you from the west. But they won't stick around there for long. Knowing that this is not really towards the center of the circle, very unlikely they'll head down there, but it's good to scout it early regardless. Make sure there's no teams in there in the first place, so if we do get a hard southwest shift, they know exactly where they can return to.
Teams close by right now, not really taking fights, but Big still spiking out towards VP. Death Machine just across the way as well, Pioneer on that western side. The crunch in the back, I imagine HVVP next to get into a scrap. With Big, maybe the targets here, but finding a little bit of pressure, a little bit of a presence in a really strong compound overlooking Yasnaya. Fields on the south. HVVP stop a little bit short of going for a full crash.
You play this position, right? Again, it's informational gain towards Lumber Hill. You're waiting to hear which teams flow past. Right now, Demuerte holds the majority of Lumber Hill on all sides. You can still support each other very comfortably from that position, but you are just trying to gain information where you can. HVP stops over towards the western side of Yas Fields, and most teams will now just be waiting out. We don't really want to get into too many conflicts at this point in the game, especially with the circles about to pop. You want to be ready to go when it comes to those shifts, and there you have it up towards that north side, and it keeps Yasnaya Fields in. So about a quarter of this circle, really quite unplayable here. So you're looking for some of these better compounds, and for HVVP, this is where it becomes a little bit tricky for themselves. They are going to send it directly across the fields. Quite a dangerous play, quite a bold play, and Game Lord will spot this.
Certainly, and there's a big funnel going on the south side as well, forcing Demuerte, Unicorns of Love, Nexus, and Taking Gaming all into a similar position, having to move around the west side of Prison. Eastern Stars try to go out on the east, but they're going to run straight into Taking Gaming and draw short. There's a lot of trouble being formulated on that southeast side, Blank. It's a massive hotspot for teams moving past one another, potentially losing players to it as well, as Unicorns of Love the first to find a casualty to it.
MADBULLS rotating through, but Pioneers have eyes on towards this, but they're going to rotate on the outside of the circle. Skills has actually managed to get away from that, which is somewhat unlikely. I didn't expect him to be able to get away from that one so easily. You don't pop any of the tires there, but I think that, again, when you play this such central lobby, right, a lot of the outside of the circle is massively free, and MADBULLS are taking advantage of that. They're going to swing right past School up towards that north side and potentially directly into Big and HVVP.
Spray around the side from Manu is good for another. Unicorns of Love falling short, just Gonzo left now. Trying to stay alive and swing past the thing. Might run into the Eastern Stars, who came around the east side of Prison and have wrapped back around to that western edge after all of those fights started popping off. Take Aim Gaming, they moved away from this one. They knew they didn't want a part of it. Demuerte, they have made their way through as well, with all four alive.
Big just gets torn apart by MADBULLS. They get at least one knock over towards their way, but they do not find themselves another flush on towards it. Mozero is looking down towards them now. Monkey gets knocked as well, so that's Skills. Also really low here. Mozero still tries to send some more shots through, but I think HVVP have even got eyes on towards this fight, which is great news. I mean, if MADBULLS go out early here, it gives chance for HVVP to actually catch up just a little bit. 2 knocked currently. MADBULLS will be picking players back up off the floor as quickly as they can.
Looks like they have got back to 3, should be back to 4 fairly soon. The res is being stuck. Pioneer swinging around in the background there. Shouldn't prove to be too much of a threat, not at this stage. Monkey back to feet. And now they can get some healing done. get some more position away from Mozero. They don't need to go for this engagement onto a solo player. They can head a little bit more central, maybe up to the next couple of buildings along the ridge.
Yeah, still absolutely no look found. Pioneer, though, drop on the building where you imagine MADBULLS would have liked to have taken up. Effect, though, spots this, maybe hoping to see if he can pick off Fash whilst he's locked down in that spot there. Death Machine, VP, both have good positions within the circle towards the center as it heads down towards that southwest side. And Pioneer will be able to hold out just about MADBULLS. Fash, though, in the vehicle. Effect gets a little bit too close for comfort, but at least will identify that player.
MADBULLS, okay, fair enough. Pioneer say, you know what? We don't want to fight for this compound. You guys can have it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. They get evicted. MADBULLS collect the rent.
I mean, they can more comfortably hold this southwest side. There's no reason for them to battle this one out too much. Again, MADBULLS holding a 2-2 split. 2 players within the compound, 2 players outside watching for Mozero. Death Machine, that's Scherer off in the distance. Effect tries to take some shots through.
Do a lot of damage, but not get the knock. There it is. Scherer does go down. This Effect sends him up in smoke, gets the flush as well. 2 players for Death Machine now. Holding off against VP on the north side. HVVP, in the meantime, pushing in on that north side to try and roll straight on through. Take Aim Gaming southeast near Eastern Stars, trying to mount up, trying to get away. Bazzi and Keme, last 2 players now standing for Eastern Stars, and Take Aim Gaming at a full 4. But Bazzi all the way away from this one. Keme most likely not going to be able to get this res. 2 players moving forwards for the Eastern Stars. Take Aim Gaming want to move past and potentially deal with Bazzi. He gets run down, and that is going to be Kurtz.
Bazzi gets the triple effect there as they go in. This is a big fight for HVVP, and they have to win this one. Already 3 down, and just Yankee remaining, has a nade, and that's kind of bad for them.
Good start, VIRTUS.PRO. I don't think these predictions came in before this fight. It is unfortunate timing here. They held a really significant compound, and now it might be under the control of HVVP. They couldn't quite hold off the push. What can Yankee do here? Everything starts to pour on in. It's a nade to finish things off. Yankee goes down to Tixie's nade. 3 players for HVVP. And you know what? We'll sub in HVVP for the analyst prediction for now. Can they hold off Game Lord?
Yeah, I mean, this is an Alamo once again. So the really big issue for them was getting control of this quickly, and that fight concluded with VP so fast that now for Game Lord to be able to take this position away from them is going to be a little bit more difficult. They had to capitalize on the top of the third party. And Matic will be watching this. Down to 3 players, unfortunate their player got eliminated and flushed in the midst of that. Otherwise, HVVP would have been really good stead. Still with 3 players, definitely possible. We've seen MADBULLS pull it off before. This is a strong position for HVVP, and I do like the aggressive nature of this push, which is a case of, right, that is a strong position in the circle. I'm almost certain that there's going to be a team inside it, but let's just push it anyway and try our luck. And it's something that definitely needed to happen at the end of the day, where HVVP has been just kind of staying on the same line as MADBULLS most of the time. Now they need to start catching up in points.
You've got to remember as well, it's not just about catching MADBULLS, right? It's also about staying ahead of the teams in 3rd and 4th place, Unicorns of Love and TJB. Luckily for them, both TJB and Unicorns of Love reduced in their player numbers. TJB on 2, Unicorns of Love on 1, and right now, not really with the best spots. TJB seem to have been spotted out. Lin and Xiao, seeing how far forwards they can go.
Demuerte English still remains to be one of the most effective players on that team, and we identified him very early on. Dadaev gets up front, but Moneyken a little bit too much to bear there. Flyke also spotted from Trazen far away with the AKM. That kicks like a donkey.
South side of the next road, and Moneyken again wins out the duel. Demuerte suffering big time here. Striker all the way out in the cold. Can English do what his teammates could not? Rolls on up to the ridgeline. Wants to play on foot. Watching the back. Drops a smoke behind to give him some cover to play for. And now wants to put an aid over towards the players of QODEX, but unfortunately falls down. TJB are there. They're a little bit longer away, but QODEX can't see them. They're not on the angle. Instead, it's English to fall. Not long after that, Striker picked off out in the open behind.
Monkey straight back for skills as there. Victor was able to find a little knock over towards MADBULLS. They are in the blue. It's quite late into the game as well, so it will hurt, and Victor might just be able to continue to hold out. MADBULLS, like that play from Victor there, remains behind for the rest of the team. And Monkey will even go down to the play zone. What a terrible turn of events there for them, but Kitsune able to pick up the flush onto it. Nice stuff, stolen away.
Good pickup. This crash from HVVP is paying dividends, Blank. Gamelord have yet to take it away from them, but they might not need to. They might just let them take this position. Gamelord can leverage on this northern side. Effect spotted. Zerich spotted. MADBULLS, Blank. They've gone down on the western side, and now is a chance for HVVP to close that gap.
Not a huge amount of points found for them. Still some points. We know MADBULLS. Take Aim Gaming, huge punishment down towards his south side as they get brutalized in the blender. Is the south side of this map. Massive road cuts through this circle as well. So although HVVP currently hold Alamo right now, which is nice, at some point they will have to move, and you really are scared of this push to either side because it could spell doom either way. You want to hold on to this compound as much as possible, but it's right on the edge. I just don't know how long they can hold on to it. They need to get some knocks and expand their presence over in this area, clear some space for themselves, because the next circle is coming in quickly, John.
Nexus rolling up, one down already. Shockwave holding effectively, getting some good sprays, and actually having quite an impact there on the south side. Gamelord skirting around the HVVP compound on the northwestern edge. That is a really hard west shift there, right on top of the Pioneer remnants. 2 players left for them. Death Machine as well, still there. HVVP have the northern side of it, and a little bit of the compound is in the next circle.
Yeah, this was a real blessing for HVVP. MADBULLS go down, and now this is the time for them to start picking up some more elimination points, start to get further into this game. And with how crushingly difficult this has been for a lot of teams on the south side to get in towards, might not be such a big deal that HVVP are only on 3 members, because even the 4-player teams down towards the south side, they are going to be really hurting, honestly, with the amount of teams that they're going to have to fend off against to get across the road.
PNL, a lot of damage. There's the knock coming on through. It's the nade. Let's finally get that knock in. TJB now up to bat. Xiao hits the deck, and instead they turn it around, and it's Moneyken still causing problems. Lin's there though, and he will be able to shut it down. Trazen, last standing for Shockwave now as TJB looking to guard out this whole south side. Trazen last for Shockwave. Nexus looking to move, but Xiao's down on the back as Valo swings out wide from Gamelord, crosses the road, and wants to harry these teams before they even step up to the sightlines of the main bulk of the team.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff there. I mean, from Moneyken, he was absolutely taking names that entire game there, all by his lonesome too. In the midst of that, Death Machine actually get a nasty mini 14 shot back up towards HVVP. They did lose a player. They didn't get the res off either, and now that's 2 down for them. No one's really close by, so they should be able to get these players back up on their feet, but Hamodi still sending in bullets towards their position.
The issue is it was really only Gamelord that could push in towards HVVP's position, but you don't really want to. So these reses, you're right, probably coming through fairly quickly. Well, they should be, either way for HVVP. The blue zone will be coming in either way. So they are back. Fighting fit, Gamelord taking shots and not quite in the next circle. Hang on a minute, HVVP still have a knock going, and they want to find the res. No? Are they getting it? I think they are. There it is.
Pretty rough stuff there for HVVP, losing 2 players. I mean, this game, which is really, really good for them, where they need to get some big points on board. Very, very imperative to get this game going, and with the position that they were given, like, it should not be a 6th place for them. So getting back up on their feet, very, very well done. Difficult to make happen as well.
Yeah, staying as 3 is really, really crucial for them right now. Gamelord suffering as they try and push through. Pioneer have the angle, the top of this ridge, not really giving them the best of launching points. Oh, Hamodi has the angle with the DMR, with the Mini 14, and again, puts a spoiler on HVVP's day. Look at that shift, that's all the way south. Nexus is struggling to cross the road, and this is anybody's game right now, Blank.
Yeah, and I mean, they already used some smokes here for HVVP. Luckily, you can see there they had about 5 back in the pocket. So there's still a possibility to use these smokes to get a little bit closer in towards a circle, but everyone is taking damage at the moment. Even Gamelord now down to 3 players with 1 player on the floor. Death Machine, though, they've done some really marvelous stuff this game to keep HVVP at bay.
But Game Lord will have to move. HVVP, same story for them. They do have some vehicles, probably one of the few teams that does. Putting some more smokes down. Tixi starting to get in position. Got this smoke screen up to allow them to get up to speed before they come into vision. Make those sprays harder. Hamodi out wide, first to face, but it's immediately dispatched by Tixi. Finds a second, a death machine swept out. Tixi allows them to take position out on this west side.
The fact that they go for the drive-by is impressive, to say the least. I thought they'd just drop up onto the vehicle itself. Fash now spotted from Akashi. Looks for a little bit more. Black-White does find Kaylee, though. That's dropping down Game Lord down to just 2. This is terrible news for them, and HVVP can definitely capitalize off the top of this.
Victor and Akashi there. They're outside of the circle. They do not have the time to play around with. There are the knocks coming through across the way. Over towards Game Lord, suppressing this position. HVVP now only have solos to deal with as Game Lord have been torn apart. They've been ripped open on their push westward. HVVP swing around with a sick drive-by there, covered by those smokes to get up to speed. And now they only have 2 players to deal with. They should know a little bit about the direction that they're playing against as well. Octavian still going, by the way, on the road. I think he's crouching down behind a buggy, lying on the floor with Fash going down. HVVP now only 1 player to find. Octavian crawling out from the buggy. But HVVP are going to know the direction he's playing from. They should be able to spot this as Octavian crawls out in the open. 2 players spotted. They do line up a little bit. 1 goes down. Tixi soon to follow. But they do manage to close it down. Hang on a minute. That was 2 knocks coming through from Octavian there towards the end. That was hairier than perhaps anticipated. But either way, it is HVVP to close it down with a chicken dinner and put a dent in the lead that MADBULLS have.
I mean, it's so surprising. We did not expect this from Na'Vi whatsoever, from HVVP whatsoever. The fact they're able to get back into position, back into place. I mean, they were 31 points behind, 28 points on that game. I said that, you know, they might be able to put a dent and catch up slightly. I didn't think they'd be placing themselves 3 points behind MADBULLS at the end of the day, considering the amount of points that MADBULLS have been able to put through. They knew how badly they needed that game. They really did, and it looked so scary when they lost 2 of those players there. But the fact they still have the confidence, still have the cojones to go for the drive-by on the death machine. I mean, that was some real disrespect as well, considering they put so much damage over towards them. They wanted to finish it out by punishing them, getting them to finish the fight for them.
Well, look, I know the analyst desk predicted VP, but I feel like we can give them some credit because it was HVVP. Yeah. They added those 2 extra letters. They took the compound from them, and they took the chicken dinner from the same position as well.
To be fair, Claris and I did mean to predict HVVP, but we got confused really quick in our predictions. But Max did go VP the whole way. I mean, just looking at our predictions overall, it kind of makes sense, right, Max?
No. Why is it always against me? I have the impression I don't like.
It's because you're in the middle. You know what? Next season for this, we'll put Claris in the middle and see what happens. How about that?
Oh, no. This is
did we already do that? You know what? Yeah, let's do it.
No.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it is really hard to move a box from the end to the middle that he has to stand on. HVVP, 28 points coming in for them. 14 points for NEXUS. Pioneer finally getting some decent points here at 12. Game Lord and TJB. I mean, Game Lord's still out of top 8, but that 12 points is definitely going to help them. TJB, in their instance, going to help secure a spot into top 8. And even Shockwave with 9 points. So a couple of teams getting some key points here.
You know what? John's a smart man. He was saying what we were all thinking when it came to, you know, HVVP getting the win from the compound that we'd predicted. So I appreciate that, John. Good job. He gets some things right every so often. But, you know, 28 points for them is massive. Being able to now potentially rival the position that MADBULLS has after 2 days shows that we are absolutely not in a 1-horse race here. Hell, we're not even in a 2-horse race, considering you're getting, you know, nice points on the board for TJB as well as Unicorns. I love trying to pump up the jam up towards the top as well. So I'm excited for tomorrow.
Well, is Unicorns really classified as a horse?
Yeah, mythical one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Max.
I don't know if I agree. Maybe. Yeah.
What about Max?
I'll ask my sister. She's a vet. She'll probably know. But anyway, also prize pool. You got some extra prize pool, right? That I think that is going to be interesting for that first place. First place is $10,000. Second place is 6.5K. So you got a pretty significant difference between those two positions. We'll see if MADBULLS can hold on to it. But yeah, it's clear that HVVP are trying to contest with that position as much as possible. And currently, I think they pushed themselves back up in that second place with this chicken dinner. So it's still a close race, right? As you already said, Kalash, you got quite a few runner-ups for that first position. But yeah, when you see some of those teams like your HVVPs, you're seeing your VPs, you're seeing your MADBULLS in those finishing moments, and they have these numbers advantage, it is very hard, very, very hard to contest it away from their position, because like a push like this, they're feeling so confident, like, okay, we have the man advantage, we have the tools to make that push happen, just full send it. The confidence that these teams exude in these fights is absolutely mental and staggering, and reason why they're currently on top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, I agree. And just so you know as well, Jason, the national animal of Scotland is officially the unicorn. Therefore, they're real and probably quite horse-like.
Is that real?
Yes.
Scotland's a country?
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, wait, what was Imperium? Is he Scottish or Irish? Yeah, it's pretty similar in my head. I don't know. I'm American. We don't know much about geography. Let's take a look, though, at our MVP of the day. I don't think we really need to necessarily do predictions when it comes to this, because we just want to see who it's going to be. We know Effect in general is in the lead when it comes to overall MVPs. But for today, Max, if it doesn't come up soon, I'm going to make you predict. So you better hope production or snappy.
Moneyken, he had 10 limbs at one point.
He must be high, yeah.
Yeah? Well, can we see it? If possible, can we see
No.
it? No, we're not going to see it. Well, it'll come up eventually. But he did have, what is it, 10 eliminations on Sanhok, if I'm not mistaken, in the second one of the day.
I mean, yeah, Unicorns of Love also got himself two wins, right? So potentially got Crypto that could be in a really good spot. GK First also did good. Like, you got a few in mind, but I think the 10 elims for Moneyken might be the difference maker at the end. I wouldn't be surprised, but good step ups. And hey, Moneyken, there you go. 21.
Yeah, the 10 limbs really kind of was able to solidify him as properly the first place for today, I think. Like, that was a massive performance. Even though, again, it comes in off the back of 916 damage, and we saw, as you say, GK First as well as Crypto pumping the damage as well today. That 10 limbs really set Moneyken on a successful track.
I just checked. GK First is in fact second right now when it comes to MVP on the day, and Crypto is third. Yeah, we were pretty much on the money of that one. Like, a lot of really good individual performances, but Effect is always lingering, and he's fourth. So he's never going to go away. He's always going to be like around top 5. So
is that the lowest he's ever been? Fourth?
Fourth? Oh, despicable, horrible Effect. How dare I'm offended personally. Yeah.
Jeez. All right. Okay. This is why we're so mean to you, Max. I mean, what did this guy do to you? What did Effect do to you?
I don't know. It's just like you keep attacking me about my eyebrows and stuff, and I'm just like...
You're just so happy to see, like, Clarus attacking someone else that you're like, yeah, I'm gonna jump on this bandwagon so they don't attack me. All right, well, let's do a quick little recap of what all happened today and who won our matches. Remember, we had 6 in total. If you missed any of them, make sure you guys go back and watch them, but also make sure you're here tomorrow as well, as we see Unicorns of Love. Not so mythical here with a back-to-back chicken dinner at the start of the day.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. So, I mean, we had the question right, Kalash. Sure, they could finish off day one with 3 fourth places in a row, and they could not quite convert those wins. Boom. They finish off quick on the rotations, I have the impression today. Really good shot calling from Rolkis as the IGL. And also, they just feel more confident at the end. They were just willing to push out of their comfort zone, try and take control of those finishing circles to get 2 wins. This is the mark of a team that not only can make it in a championship, but potentially can get some good results over there. So, good step in the right direction, and I want to see if they can keep it up tomorrow.
Yeah, gotta agree. I feel like QODEX was like almost the combo breaker for today, because this quite easily could have been like a double Unicorns, double kind of MADBULLS, double HVVP kind of day, and that would have been an extremely top-heavy day. So good for QODEX and Moneyken with him taking the MVP spot for being able to break the chain.
He had 10 out of their 13 limbs on Sanhok, which I thought was quite ridiculous there if we cast our minds back. But let's get an idea, though, of where all these results have kind of put things here in the grand scheme of our lobby. Because, again, top 8 make it into the European Regionals. Obviously, first place taking on the 10K. But I think for me, it's all about, obviously, that first place battle. And, of course, the battle around 8th. And MADBULLS will be in first, but not by many points. 8 points. Didn't they start out like 30 points in the lead? And I think they always had a 60-point lead at some point.
Yeah, I love the fact that it has been closed a little bit, HVVP, this win was instrumental in that. So tomorrow coming in, okay, yeah, the gap's a little bit wider than I thought it was from second to third place, but the fact that we have these two teams up towards the top, they are Goliaths of the PUBG mobile scene when it comes to this region, and them coming in as the kind of newcomers for this particular tournament. It's great. It's been great to watch them.
I think that a lot of the teams outside of MADBULLS and HVVP are like, you know what, first place maybe is going to be barely out of reach because we still expect HVVP and MADBULLS to do well tomorrow. Our main objective here is we want to remain in top 8. Remain in top 8, stay in that position. If we can make it happen, it would be massive for them. But man, Death Machine actually fell out. Oh, and then they started off the final so well, but 9th position right now, and that's a decent fall off. So that's like 20 points behind. Pioneer in 8th with 134, 114 for Death Machine in 9th. 20 points, that's like one decent game. They've fallen pretty far back. That's a big gap. They've got to be careful.
And I mean, Ruthless kind of falls under that as well. For a team like Ruthless, we've been speaking about, you know, I think that they've had a bit of a nice step up, all things considered. We liked the addition of Manu. We liked the kind of change in pace that also brought to the table. But they're another team that will be fighting for that bubble, it looks like, will Ruthless be. And I think they've got the chops to be able to do it. So we'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, they are in reach. There's still 6 matches left to go. Still quite a few teams in reach, and nothing's really solidified when it comes to top 8, except, I guess, for 2 teams at the very, very top. But you know what, gentlemen? We're talking about Ruthless, which is perfect, because we do have an interview with Ruthless. We're bringing Pocus in here to talk to him about the day and obviously how the finals have been so far. So let's bring this man in and have a quick little chat, because to be honest, I don't feel like it's been a long time since him and I have had a quick talk. Hey, Pocus, how you doing, buddy? You're looking handsome as ever.
Thank you. I'm really good. Feeling good. We just finished, and not really happy about today, but yeah, let's see tomorrow.
I mean, to be fair, right, you guys did have a pretty decent day in terms of like points. You guys breached top 8 a couple of times throughout the day. You have unfortunately fallen out of top 8, which I think you're currently in 10th place at 114 points, 20 points behind the bubble right now with Pioneer. What have you guys kind of changed up here going to the finals? Because you've definitely accelerated your performance quite a bit.
I mean, we changed, like we didn't like change a lot because our play style. We just like fix it because we did a lot of mistakes and we trying to improve it all the time. And we are stuck somewhere. We are stuck in being more aggressive. We are like kind of stuck there. We can't really be more aggressive. Sometimes we are so aggressive and we have to be passive. Like just matters like the timing. We can't really have a good timing or have good knowledge about it. But yeah.
Well, what about, you know, today and obviously tomorrow? You guys do have that chance to make top 8. You do have that chance to go to the European regionals. Is this something that you guys are feeling the pressure with?
The pressure is always there. Like, to be honest, is always there. But we're gonna do our best. We're gonna try to analyze today our games, to fix like our mistakes, because there was a lot of mistakes. We choked a lot, and let's see tomorrow. Hopefully, we did.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you one final question tomorrow. Are you guys gonna be aggressive and look for limbs? Or are you guys just more focused on just surviving right now, just try to get as many points as possible, or try to have a better chance to get as many points as possible so you can get into top 8?
Like more elims to be...
Yeah, I mean, are you guys going to be like maybe more aggressive than normal, or are you going to be maybe more passive, or are you just going to play the same kind of style right now? Because obviously like one bad match could potentially put you out of top 8. A good match could breach top 8. It's very dependent on like what you guys plan to do.
Yeah. I mean, we have to play more aggressive. We have to fix it. Because when we play aggressive, we are not like really play as a team. Sometimes we play like we do some solo plays and we choke. But yeah, the rotations are good. Sometimes we need this. Like we need like more play, like play more as a team. That's the key thing. Like for me, that's the key that we need it right now, and that's it.
Okay, well, obviously wish you guys the best of luck tomorrow. You still have 6 matches to break through top 8, but I know from you guys' past, I know you as a player as well, you guys can definitely do it. Pocus, thank you again so much for your time, man, and je t'aime.
Thank you. Moi aussi, je t'aime.
That's the only French I know, unfortunately. Well, I do know a couple other French words, but I can't really say them.
I never get that. He gets that. I know. What's that about?
It's because I like him, Max.
Okay, well, okay.
But you know what, Max? You have an opportunity. Actually, no, sorry. There's going to be something else before you have an opportunity to redeem yourself here. I had to double check what's going to be coming up next year because I hope you got your monster stuff ready to go. Hopefully you remembered.
I have.
And hopefully we can see it on air because remember, you're on a green screen.
I'm still a bit scared. We're doing it now or we're waiting a bit?
It's fine. You have some time right
Okay,
now
okay,
because we're going to take a look at the road to PMGC. It's all about points across the entire year to see which teams will be making it into PMGC right away. We already know Game Lord. Well, we've known for a bit now with no one able to close the gap for, I think, at least a phase. Are going to be going to PMGC. So that's going to be one of your representatives from this region. But we're going to obviously have some more teams qualifying when it comes to the regionals.
Yeah, this is...
Sorry, go for it.
Go on.
I wanted.
All right, well, I'll continue talking now. Go ahead. Go ahead,
I was going to say, with the fact that 104 points only in the first phase, because of course, like you get less points when you acquire a spot of a team from the previous season. 1,062 points for the full season alone, and they just still relatively close. MADBULLS to Game Lord's spot to qualify for PMGC. If they were playing in spring, man, they would have took it easily.
Yeah, they would. It's ridiculous to see 1,000 some. It almost breaks the graphic, but. For Game Lord, yes, great, you're going to PMGC, but there is a lot of soul searching and things like that they're going to have to do, back to the drawing board, try and figure this out, because right now, I'm going to say it, they do not look like a CCT. They do not look like they're going to be able to manage it up against some of these other teams. So there needs to be some big improvements, I think, on the side of Game Lord, and that's, it sounds really harsh, but we've got to be real about these things, and I think they knew it too.
We said it. We need to see them go in the championship. Championship would be a great experience for them to like train a little bit. Scrims will not be enough for Game Lord to be ready for the PMGC. So hopefully they can qualify. Otherwise, PMGC is going to be real tough on the French lads.
All right, we're going to wrap that up because you know what? I have been waiting for this for about 5 weeks now. Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL, and every season we do something a little bit fun. Well, I say we. It's mostly Max who does something a little bit fun here. Max, what have you got for us this time?
So, you know, in the past few months now, I've taken up a new passion, which is a passion for baking. I was like, how about we mix both of them? And I have transcended humanity and what has been possible in the past, and I have baked a cake. And it's okay, I couldn't really see the green screen. Oh, no. That's the thing. I mean, hey, it's... Okay, we'll have to see. Oh, you put the picture.
Oh, it's a picture.
Okay, so this is a
really good green. Oh.
Yes. I had to put it. Took me 2 hours to make, but on the, I mean, we'll see on camera, I guess, but yeah, it's completely green. It's on brand, and also it does taste quite a bit of Monster. It's very.
There's a hole in your back still.
Yes. Oh my god. The invisible.
Wait,
cake.
did you put Monster in it?
Yes, I actually have the Paradise sugar-free one because I didn't want to put sugar. I was scared of what it's gonna do. But yes, it's very tasty.
So you say it tastes of Monster. Did you find yourself an actual recipe based on making a Monster cake, or did you devise the recipe yourself?
I wanted to make something myself, so I took the recipe of banana bread, and this is not technically a cake; it's Monster bread, but it's the Monster cake, and it's very cool. It's very nice. Yes.
I mean, I've yet to see you take a bite of it.
I think it's down in one. I think you've got to eat the whole thing.
No,
how dare you eat on air, Max? That's not professional.
Okay,
what are you doing?
Out of
this guy,
man.
man.
Fountain last time. What?
When I ate my cookie, I was very respectful on air. You know, do you remember that cookie? It was a taste cookie. Yeah. Mm.
Are you gonna eat that whole? Are you gonna send us some slices, or are you keeping it all for yourself?
If you want, I don't think it's gonna stay good the entire time. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know what, Max? Thank you for being such a good sport and getting that done. I'll have to get the recipe for you and have my girlfriend make it for me because I'm a terrible baker. But, gentlemen, that's going to round out here our second of 3 days of our finals. We still have 1 day left. Remember, top 8 makes it into the European regionals. It's all about these final games. There's no room for error. There's no room for messing up. And there's only room for chicken dinnies. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Pancake.
No.